Chapter 42:13. Azure Dragon Seal. Carrying the imprint, he blasted forward. The world in front of him collapsed instantly. The myriad beast fist was destroyed. Bang! Ninehead's Cheelant's arms fell to his sides. His body cracked open, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom! After crashing through a dozen mountain ranges, he finally stopped. Dust filled the air, and the laws danced in the air. The spectators were stunned. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they just see? Ninehead's Cheelant was defeated with just one palm. Heavens, how is this possible? Who is this person? How is he so strong? That's Ninehead's Cheelant. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he could be famous in the world. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Fan. Is this your strength? You're so weak that it's pitiful. You're not even qualified for me to warm up. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No. In the ruins in the distance, Ninehead's Cheelant stood up. His body was stained with blood. His handsome face had become extremely ferocious. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Who are you? He roared crazily. He couldn't believe that a nameless person was so powerful. He was so powerful. Lin Xian said, "You're not qualified to know my name. How are you going to beg for mercy now? Are you going to appease my anger? Damn it. I won't beg for mercy. I was careless just now." Ninehead's Cheelant roared again. The phantom of a Cheelant and a nine-headed sky snake appeared on his body. He held the sky snake sword and the Cheelant saber with both hands. The murderous intent on his body was incomparable. He brandished the saber and the sword. The terrifying saber light and sword shadows slashed forward. The void shattered again. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated frantically. This attack could even destroy the soul of a peak minor saint. Lin Xian sneered. He struck out the Azure Dragon Seal again. A loud dragon roar sounded. The phantom of an Azure Dragon appeared and danced in the air with his palm. It tore the saber light and sword shadows apart. Bang! Ninehead's Cheelant was sent flying again. In the next moment, he was stepped on by someone. Lin Xian looked down at him. Do you really think you're qualified to compete with me? He felt like he was going crazy. He never thought that he would be trampled under someone's feet. Damn it. Only Lin Xian had given him such a feeling back then. However, Lin Xian was already dead. He had no enemies left. Why was he defeated by a nameless person? Damn brat. Take your foot off and let go of our ninth young master. The greater demons of the myriad demon city roared madly. Damn it, let go of me. Nine-headed Cheelant snorted coldly. He was extremely unhappy. He would definitely investigate this matter when he returned. Who was this person? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Let you go? You really are naive. Do you really think that you can fight whenever you want and leave whenever you want? This is not the Thousand Demon City. It is not your territory. No one has to listen to your orders. At this point, Lin Xian stomped his foot and blasted the nine-headed Cheelant's body into pieces. The ground was also split into two. Demon blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. What did he do? Did he attack directly? Heavens! Is he going to become enemies with the Thousand Demon City? Is he going to fight to the death? Ah! The nine-headed Cheelant's soul let out a tragic cry. The Cheelant and nine-headed sky snake's phantom roared madly. However, such a threat had no effect on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The killing intent in his eyes pierced through everything. He grabbed the nine-headed Cheelant's soul with one hand. I've said it before. Anyone who attacks me will have to suffer my wrath. Lin Xian waved his hand and destroyed the other party's soul. No! The people of the Thousand Demon City went crazy. The nine-headed Cheelant was killed on the spot. It was too unbelievable. Damn it, they sent out a signal for help. I have to let them know that the experts of the Thousand Demon City are here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He naturally wouldn't go easy on them. Firstly, the nine-headed Cheelant didn't know what was good for him. Secondly, it was time for revenge. When they came out of the Gourd world, they were hunted down by the three great Sage Kings. Among them was the flying Sage King of the Thousand Demon City. Therefore, Lin Xian would definitely not go easy on the Thousand Demon City. I know you're not completely dead. You should still have a few lives left. But that's about it. You'd better pray that you don't meet me again. Otherwise, I'll take your other lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his embroidered robe and turned to leave. The surrounding people were all stunned. They opened up a path for him. They didn't dare to fight back. After Lin Xian and Guan Songhai left, the people of the Thousand Demon City rushed forward crazily. Ninth Young Master and the others surrounded him. The nine-headed Qilin's bloodline exploded. His broken body healed again. Even his destroyed soul reappeared. Then he was reborn. He roared at the sky as if he had gone crazy. Damn it! Although he had 9 lives, he had already lost many of them before. He was only left with 4. Now that another one had been killed, he was only left with 3 lives. The Sage Dao debate. It was so dangerous. Having more lives than others was his biggest trump card. But now his trump card was disappearing quickly. When he was left with only 1 life, he would no longer have any advantage. At this moment, the terrifying aura of a sage sovereign descended from the sky. The 3 great sage sovereigns appeared. They swept through the surroundings. Who dares to attack the people of the Thousand Demon City? The surrounding people were trembling in fear. Of course, most of them had cold faces. They were all disciples of the Sage City. They had status and weren't afraid of the Thousand Demon City. The 3 great demons of the Thousand Demon City didn't make things difficult for the others. Instead, they searched for the person who attacked, but they didn't find anything. Damn it, he better not let me see him. Otherwise, I'll destroy his soul. The people of the Thousand Demon City were so angry that they vomited blood. But they could only leave. They would be embarrassed if they stayed. The news spread quickly. A nameless expert killed the 9-headed Qilin in 1 move. It was shocking. What was even more shocking was that Guan Songhai was familiar with the other party. It seemed that it was another top expert, as expected of the Sage Dao debate. Some of the hidden experts in the past would appear now. Everyone was looking forward to what would happen next. On the other side, Lin Xian and Guan Songhai had also left. Yu Shiqie was also with them. Lin Xian looked at Yu Shiqie and asked about Qin Xianer. Yu Shiqie wouldn't lie, but she still shook her head and said that she didn't know. Senior sister Qin hasn't returned for a long time. We don't know where she is. Lin Xian frowned. She hasn't returned? Then she should still be in the Green Hill world. Thinking about it, with the fortune she obtained, she shouldn't be in too much danger. He didn't know if she had become a sage sovereign. In the next few days, more and more experts arrived. Every aura was incomparably powerful. The heavenly wind world became lively again. Chapter 42:14. Thunder and lightning danced in the sky, as if the thunder god had descended, piercing through heaven and earth. Everyone knew that the people from Thunder God City had arrived. On the other side, Sword Chi swept across, as if it had turned into a world, descending from the sky. Countless sword saints carried long swords on their backs, their expressions cold. Their arrival terrified countless people. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion had arrived. The people from the Ghost Hellland had arrived, and so had the New Moon Clan. The arrival of Bai Luo and Gao Yu caused countless people to exclaim. The 2 of them had already reached the small saint realm, and it seemed like their future achievements were limitless. The 2 of them. One was like a witch, while the other was like a fairy. The 2 of them fought together, and they were the center of attention. Who would have thought that there would be such fairies among the humans? At this moment, a laugh was heard, followed by a sword light. The surrounding people thought that the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had arrived and were shocked. However, they soon discovered that it was not the case. The person who had arrived had a horn on his head, and the scales on his body were shining. There were 5 purple sword shadows behind his back, and they were made of scales. What was this? The other party's aura was so strong. This was the people from the dragons. Exclamations sounded one after another. They did not expect that the dragons would also come, and that a powerful dragon king had arrived. The person who had arrived was indeed Jian Xing. When he saw Gao Yu and Bai Luo, the corners of his mouth rose. I wonder if the 2 fairies could give me face and have a meal together. Damn, the surrounding people's eyes were all red. You actually dared to invite the 2 of them together. Guan Songhai also shook his head. The people from the sword dragons were really arrogant. They simply did not leave any hope for the humans. Lin Xian chuckled. Could it be that Brother Songhai was interested as well? You can actually go and invite them. Guan Songhai shook his head. Forget it. Gao Yu and Bai Luo also frowned. Gao Yu said, another day. I'm a bit tired today, and I don't want to rest. Unfortunately, I happen to have time today, so why don't we do it now? Jian Xing did not back down. After all, he was an expert from the dragons. He had confidence and pride. Why would he change because of a few words from the other party? Don't go too far. How about the people from the Ghost Hell Land and the New Moon clan? Many people walked up. Jian Xing laughed. So what if I go too far? Speaking up to here, the 5 sword shadows behind him released an unparalleled aura, causing those people to be terrified by the pressure. The Ghost Land and New Moon Songhai, and the people from the New Moon clan were all shocked, and their faces became pale. So terrifying. Was this the power of a top-notch genius from Dragon Ball? Perhaps only a handful of people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion could compete with him in terms of swordsmanship. Jian Xing said with a smile, Fairies, please. Bai Luo's face was pale, and Gao Yu was also frowning. It seemed that a great battle was unavoidable. The two of them looked at each other and came to a decision. The laws emanating from their bodies also spread out. When Jian Xing saw this scene, he laughed. Oh, the 2 fairies want to spar with me. Then, you too. At this point, the aura on his body exploded once again. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength before. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, the crowd shook their heads. Even though Bai Luo and Gao Yu were both blessed by the heavens and possessed great strength and talent, they didn't dare to offend the heavens. But they were too young. They couldn't compete with an expert like Jian Xing. Even if they worked together, they would still be defeated. Gao Yu and the others were too dazzling. But this time, they were discussing the Tao. Regardless of age, all the experts would come. So, the 2 of them weren't the best here. Being suppressed by Jian Xing made their hearts heavy. At this time, Lin Xian spoke again. He said coldly, Enough. Don't mess around here. Leave quickly. Everyone was stunned. Who would dare to meddle in other people's business at this time? They all forgot about it. Jian Xing frowned. Meddling in his business? Did they have a death wish? He snorted. Sword intent erupted from his body. I want to see who it is. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian. In the next moment, he was stunned. His expression was uglier than crying. Why are you here? He asked cautiously. Get lost. Lin Xian frowned again. Jian Xing didn't say anything else. He turned into a ray of light and left. Everyone was stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? He was a sword expert from Dragon Ball. His strength was unparalleled. No one present could suppress him. But now, he ran away because of someone's words. Who was this person? They all turned their heads. Some people were puzzled. He was so unfamiliar. They didn't know him at all. However, there were a few people who exclaimed. It was him. They had seen it before. Naturally, they recognized Lin Xian from the battle with Hydrogen, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. He scared away the dragons with just one sentence. Now, they were very curious. Who was this person? Were they saved? Bai Luo and Gao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 of them looked ahead. They were equally puzzled. Who was this person? Why did he save them? Could it be that he had other ideas? The 2 of them were very nervous. Lin Xian's gaze was calm. He nodded slightly at the 2 of them. Then he retracted his gaze. Bai Luo and Gao Yu were stunned. The other party's performance made them feel disappointed. Could it be that they weren't worthy of his attention? Guan Songhai was also surprised. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Could it be that you are related to the dragons? He was indeed surprised. He had also heard of the Sword Star. The dragon race was definitely arrogant and unruly. Furthermore, they were very powerful. Even he couldn't scare them away with just one sentence. But Lin Xian did it. This made him feel very surprised. Lin Xian said, I've seen that guy before. He's probably scared of me after I beat him up last time. All right, let's go. He hasn't become a sacred venerate. He's not worthy of our attention. Guan Songhai nodded. He had also broken through to become a sacred venerate. So, his opponents could only be people of the same level. They didn't care about other geniuses. The next few days, it became more and more lively. More experts arrived. However, on this day a shocking piece of news spread. It turned out that another battle had broken out. Moreover, it was the Great Desolate Mansion. It was said that the Great Desolate Mansion had lost a few geniuses. They were furious. Many experts were heading over. Who could be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. It was too unbelievable. Could they be the legendary peerless experts? No, it was a woman. She was the previous holy maiden of the spirit tribe. When he heard this news, Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be that they were going to find Xiao? He had forgotten that the dark red divine dragon and Murong Qingqing might know that he wasn't dead. However, Shen Jingqiu didn't know. He guessed that Shen Jingqiu was helping him take revenge. Hence, he hurried over. In front of a huge waterfall, 6 figures surrounded a woman. Chapter 42:15. The 6 people from the Great Desolation Mansion executed the Desolation Summoning Technique and summoned 4 figures each. The 24 summoned figures and the 6 saints of the Great Desolation Mansion formed an inescapable net. At this moment, many people started to worry. Shen Jingqiu must be here to avenge Lin Xian. Unfortunately, she couldn't fight against the Great Desolate Mansion alone. Someone sighed. Yes, it was a pity that such a fairy had fallen, but what could they do about it? Facing the might of the Great Desolate Mansion, no one dared to make a move. Shen Jingqiu, you don't know what's good for you. How dare you go against the Great Desolate Mansion? That brat is already dead. Why don't you pledge allegiance to the Great Desolate Mansion? The 6 of them revealed sinister smiles. Along with a cold shout, the 24 figures behind them quickly moved. A terrifying, desolate aura filled the 9 heavens. Shen Jingqiu's expression was cold as a terrifying aura emerged from her body. Terrifying laws flew out along with her palm. The laws condensed into a sword light that shot towards the 24 figures. Wherever the sword light passed, the void began to crack. It's useless. You're no match for us. The 6 of them were extremely confident. A great battle broke out in an instant. Before long, the desolate aura completely shrouded Shen Jingqiu. She should be suppressed. Everyone shook their heads and sighed when they saw this. Lin Xian arrived at this moment. When he saw this, a cold, killing intent surfaced in his eyes. However, he didn't make a move because he sensed with his lightning god's eye that Shen Jingqiu was protected by an extremely terrifying law. She wasn't hurt. What kind of changes had Shen Jingqiu gone through? Lin Xian was shocked. Ever since he returned from the heavenly fate planet, he realized that he couldn't see through Shen Jingqiu. Now, he was even more puzzled. The power in her body shocked even him. Everything was over. The 6 silhouettes walked forward. However, at this moment, 9 rays of light slashed down from the sky, accompanied by the phantom of a phoenix. The cry of the phoenix resounded through the 9 heavens. Immediately, the 6 people were forced to retreat. 3 of them coughed up blood, and their bodies shattered. Damn it, who dares to meddle in our business? They were truly enraged. There was someone who was so reckless and dared to go against the Great Desolate Mansion at the very last moment. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, their eyes widened. Another fairy-like figure had descended. The other party was dressed in white, as if he had ascended to immortality. Furthermore, there was a phoenix phantom on his body. Could it be that someone from the Phoenix clan had come? Countless people were shocked. The people of the Great Desolate Mansion frowned as well. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't the case. It was Murong Qingqing. She was the saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion. She had actually come. She was probably here to avenge Lin Xian. This Lin Wudi really made people envious. Indeed, countless people's eyes turned red. However, there were also people who sneered. So what? No matter how good he was, he had already been killed. The 6 people of the Great Desolate Mansion turned gloomy. I was wondering who it was. So it was you. Murong Qingqing. Do you want to go against the Great Desolate Mansion as well? You better think about the consequences. These people gritted their teeth. Murong Qingqing floated down from the sky and said coldly, So what if I go against you? If you dare to lay your hands on Brother Xian, I will kill every single person from the great desolate mansion. After saying that, she slowly formed a seal with her palm. A terrifying aura was emitted from the seal. Kunlun palm. Murong Qingcheng then waved her palm and pressed it down from the sky. It was like the palm of an ancient deity with mysterious runes of the great Tao. How terrifying! What kind of power was this? This should be the ultimate technique of the Kunlun Pavilion. Many people let out terrified screams. Damn it! How dare you underestimate us? The three sages of the great desolate mansion roared in anger. They all performed their ultimate techniques and divine abilities. The aura of desolation spread out between heaven and earth, causing the entire place to become desolate. Boom! Boom! The two attacks collided, causing heaven and earth to shatter. Everyone felt as though they were in a destructive torrent. Boom! 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 That feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the aura of desolation was torn apart by a palm. The three sages of the great desolate mansion were instantly turned into blood mist. What? She killed them with a single palm. Moreover, she killed three pinnacle existences. This Murong Qingcheng was too terrifying. Many people were shocked. The other three sages also had ugly expressions. Damn it! They roared. However, at this moment, they retreated again with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. This was because Shun Shuqiu, who was being suppressed by the 24 sages, suddenly unleashed his power. The 24 sages were instantly sent flying, turning into an aura of desolation that spread between heaven and earth. A cosmic form of the heavens and earth appeared behind Shinjingxiu. It was extremely mysterious and had a desolate aura. It stood between heaven and earth. When she attacked, she shattered the 24 sages of desolation. She attacked again and killed the other three pinnacle existences. In an instant, the people of the great desolate mansion were all killed. Xiao, are you all right? Murong Qingcheng looked at Shun Jingxiu with a worried expression. Shun Jingxiu shook her head. Sister Qingcheng, I'm fine. These people from the great desolate mansion can't hurt me. This scene was truly too shocking. They never would have thought that these two goddess-like figures would actually possess such strength. Are they courting death? There's only one outcome for going against the great desolate mansion. A cold voice came from within the bloody mist. Then, more figures appeared in the distance. Obviously, the people of the great desolate mansion had come to help. Moreover, these people immediately used the summoning of desolation the moment they arrived. In an instant, they summoned nearly 5 times the number of people. 10 sages of the great desolate mansion summoned 50 phantoms. A total of 60 phantoms surrounded Murong Qingcheng and Shun Jingxiu. This situation was much more dangerous than before. It's over. This time it's really dangerous. The spectators retreated as they shook their heads and sighed. Murong Qingcheng looked at this scene and asked Qiu, "Are you afraid?" Shun Jingxiu shook her head. "They're no match for me. Today, I'm going to take revenge for Brother Lin Xian." Their ethereal voices resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was touched when he saw this. He wouldn't let the two of them take the risk. Therefore, he asked, "Brother Songhai, are you going to watch the show, or are you going to join me?" A terrifying, murderous aura surged from Lin Xian's body. He was like a sleeping dragon that was quickly awakening. Guan Songhai was shocked. "Are you going to join the fight?" "Difficult. Do you know those two goddesses? Or are you related to Lin Wudi?" "Me? I just can't stand the great desolate mansion bullying me. Therefore, I'm going to get rid of them." Chapter 42:16. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and slapped out the azure dragon seal. In an instant, several azure dragon phantoms charged into the crowd of the great desolate mansion along with the seal. A loud explosion was heard. 9 figures were instantly sent flying. Ah! Miserable screams were heard, and the surrounding people were stunned. Someone actually dared to attack. Who was it? The people of the great desolate mansion roared in anger. Courting death! Kill! They unleashed the power of the heavens, and terrifying desolation laws spread out as they fought. "Ha! I'm coming too. Guan laughed. The power of the sea surged and swept across the 9 heavens, turning the entire world into an ocean. They felt a strong binding force that sealed them and made them unable to move. Murong Qingsheng, Shun Jingxiu, and the others quickly attacked, and the 4 of them fought. The 60 phantoms of the great desolate mansion were running around. They should have had the upper hand, but they were defeated by the 4 of them. Oh my heavens, who are these 2? They're too terrifying. I know that one. He's a top sky pride of the Azure Sea Pavilion, but I don't know about the other one. It seems that his Tao of Dragon's aura is terrifying. Could he be a member of the Dragon Clan? Damn it. Many of them charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his palms. Every palm strike was accompanied by the power of the Azure Dragon. Moreover, Lin Xian also executed the dragon breathing technique, making the Azure Dragon Phantom seem to come alive. Boom! Boom! A single palm strike was enough to destroy a top sage of the great desolate mansion. 9 people were killed under 9 palms. Blood mist spread out between heaven and earth. It was terrifying. What kind of power was this? One should know that those who could come here were not ordinary sages. They were all elites among elites, yet none of them had any power to fight back in the hands of Lin Xian. It was truly shocking. Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingxiu were also stunned. However, they smiled when they saw Lin Xian blinking his eyes. Its elder brother Xian, Murong Qingqing exclaimed. She knew that Lin Xian wasn't dead, so she recognized him immediately. Shin Jingxiu was stunned. However, after Murong Qingqing's voice transmission, she understood. She heaved a sigh of relief. Great big brother Lin Xian didn't die. However, she also knew that since she had changed her appearance and concealed her aura, she did not want others to discover her identity. So she didn't recognize him right away. Instead, he attacked even more fiercely. The cosmic form behind her was like the fairy of the 9 heavens, powerful to the extreme. Every move carried the supreme, great Tao. Murong Qingsheng turned into a phoenix and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The people of the Great Desolation Mansion had gone mad. They had gained an absolute advantage and were even able to suppress and seal the 2 of them. However, he did not expect that there would be people who dared to come to his rescue. Moreover, these 2 people were extremely powerful, especially the person who struck out with the Azure Dragon seal. It made them vomit blood. The other party's attacks were too violent. Every move could kill a powerful sage on their side. Damn it, let's kill this kid first. They felt that Lin Xian was the biggest threat. Therefore, they were prepared to attack Lin Xian first. However, it was useless. Those people couldn't even get close to Lin Xian before they were sent flying by the Azure Dragon Palm. Damn it, all of you back off. Let me do it. Just then, a man roared and walked out. He was wearing the desolate war armor. His palms were forming seals continuously. The desolate war aura quickly spread out and formed a giant. Desolate war aura. This was also an ultimate mystique. When the desolate war god appeared, the pressure of the heaven and earth followed. The surrounding experts and geniuses couldn't breathe. This was too strong. He could even fight against it, right? As expected of the Tao debate. There weren't any weaklings here. After that person summoned the desolate war god, he revealed a cold expression. Kid, I'll let you know what regret is today. The terrifying desolate war god quickly attacked. That palm slapped down, bringing with it an extremely powerful pressure as the raging waves crashed onto the shore. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He attacked with the Azure Dragon 9 palms. 9 consecutive attacks. The 9 dragons seemed to come to life under the dragon's breathing technique. They fused to form a giant dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail and collided with the desolate war god. Boom! The laws and mystiques of the 2 clashed in the heaven and earth, creating a destructive storm. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the desolate war god's palm shattered. Then it turned into the desolate war aura. The great Huangfu's expert also trembled and retreated. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Impossible, the surrounding people exclaimed. They couldn't believe it. The desolate war god was already able to resist the attack of a sacred venerable. But he still couldn't defeat the other party? Could it be that this kid was a sacred venerable? Senior brother, let us help you. The young geniuses also rushed over. It seemed that they wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. Are you a bunch of ants? He swung his fist and attacked with the tiger demon fist. A terrifying whistling sound rumbled between heaven and earth. This was an even more violent and destructive fist technique. The dozens of figures that approached him were all blown up. Sacred blood floated between heaven and earth. No, retreat quickly. The man roared crazily. However, Lin Xian held the Azure Dragon seal again and attacked him. With a single strike, that person's body was blasted into pieces. Quite a few people roared. Were their senior brothers killed by someone? Buzz! A soul flew out from the broken body. Damn brat, I won't let you off. The great desolate mansion will definitely kill you. He flew into the distance. However, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his hand, and a sword light flew out. It was the sword-controlling technique of the sword dragons. It carried the aura of the great dragon sword soul that could destroy everything. It directly destroyed the other party's soul. The man screamed miserably. In the end, his body and soul were destroyed. Everyone was stunned. This person was too strong. He was definitely a top genius. At the same time, they were amazed. Other than Lin Xian, Guan Songhai, and the others were also extraordinary. As expected of the Tao debate, the geniuses who came here were too dazzling. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the people of the great desolate mansion, their faces were filled with despair. Damn it, who the hell are you? Some of them stared at Guan Songhai. We don't have any grudges with the Songhai Pavilion. Guan Songhai sneered. We don't have any grudges. However, since my brother wants to attack you, I can only help him. If you don't like it, you can start a war with us. Hearing this, the people of the great desolate mansion snorted. What a joke. Previously, because of Lin Xian, they had already started a war with Peerless City. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. Many worlds were destroyed by Peerless City. If they were to start a war with its Songhai Pavilion, their losses would be even greater. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they would not start a war with the Sacred City. However, the other party was too much. So what if they bullied you? Lin Xian held the Songhai Dragon Seal and attacked with both hands. He directly killed the three figures. Then, an extremely cold, killing intent erupted from his eyes. Great desolate mansion, none of you are allowed to leave today. Now, these people knew that they had gone too far. When the three great sage kings were chasing after him, did they think that they had gone too far? Right now, he was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. This time, he would let the great desolate mansion know what pain was. Chapter 42:17. Indeed, under Lin Xian's powerful attack, the people from the great desolate mansion were instantly crushed. The desolate figures that were summoned were also killed mercilessly. Eventually, only one person was left. This person was covered in injuries. He screamed in horror, "Come and save me. How dare you attack the people from the great desolate mansion? No one will be spared today." A terrifying killing intent spread out from the heavens and earth. When the surrounding people felt it, they immediately widened their eyes. A sacred sovereign, a true sacred sovereign had descended. Indeed, a huge hand descended from the sky and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A pair of gale wings appeared on his back. He used the laws of wind to increase his speed to the extreme. He dodged instantly. In the next moment, he looked ahead. The void shattered, and a figure wrapped in a boundless aura of desolation walked out from the void. It was a middle-aged man. The aura from his body was very powerful. He was at the beginning stages of the sacred sovereign realm. It's over. That kid is dead. Yes, no matter how strong he is, he can't fight against a true sacred sovereign. Murong Qingcheng, Shun Jingxiu, and the rest frowned. The sacred sovereign that appeared in front sneered. Go to hell. A desolate heaven seal flew over and enveloped Lin Xian. With a boom, the place turned into nothingness. The sacred sovereign sneered. A mere ant dares to fight against me? You overestimate yourself. Was he killed? The surrounding people were shocked. The difference was too great. Yes, it was difficult for anyone below the sacred sovereign realm to fight against the sacred sovereign, unless they had a heaven-defying sacred weapon. This kid was too arrogant. He deserved to die. Now that I've taken care of one of you, I won't let the three of you go. The sacred sovereign's gaze was fixed on Murong Qingqing and the rest. However, at this moment a voice sounded. You're just SSO. You're too weak. Did you not eat? What? He didn't die? The surrounding people were stunned when they heard the voice. They all turned their heads to look. They saw a figure walk out from the shattered void. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by laws. He was unscathed. How was this possible? Countless people were shocked. Was the other party not injured? What kind of physique was this? That was an attack from a Saint Venerable. Sure enough, the Holy Venerate's expression sank. You are not injured. It seems like you have a saint artifact on you to defend yourself. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for the other party to survive with his own strength. He must have a treasure in his hands. Is that so? Just because I can block your attack, does that mean I have a treasure? And you being able to kill me is your true strength? You really think too highly of yourself. I wonder if you'll still think the same way when I kill you later. Do you really think you can kill me? The saint sneered. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now go to hell. His figure flashed, and the desolate aura behind him turned into a stream of light, carrying him towards Lin Xian. Previously, it was just a casual attack from him, which was why his opponent was able to survive. Now he was going to unleash his full power. So what if his opponent had a saint artifact? He could still kill him. Looking at the Holy Venerate's fist, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He waited until the Holy Venerate was near him before he attacked. Similarly, he threw out a punch. The first move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. This punch was filled with boundless, baleful aura, as if it was going to destroy everything. Although his opponent was a true Saint Venerable, so what? Lin Xian was not afraid of the Holy Venerate. Boom! You are courting death. Go to hell. Seeing that Lin Xian did not dodge and still dared to fight back, the Holy Venerate was filled with disdain. He was confident that he could defeat Lin Xian with this move. However, when his fist collided with Lin Xian's fist, he regretted it. That was because he could feel an unparalleled power surging toward him. Even with his strength and physique, he could not withstand it. Boom! With a deep sound, the Holy Venerate was pushed back. He shattered the void, and his arm hung down. Several cracks had appeared on his palm. He was at a disadvantage in a contest of physique when he used all his strength to fight against Lin Xian. This was something that he could not imagine. The rest of the people were shocked. Oh my God, what kind of physique does this kid have? Why do I feel that he is going to defy the heavens? Exclamations and discussions could be heard. When Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingxiu saw this scene, they smiled. The corners of his mouth raised into a smile. They knew that Lin Xian would not be defeated. Guan Songhai, who was at the side, was also shocked. He could feel that Lin Xian had not become a true Saint Venerable. However, Lin Xian's current strength was not any weaker than the Holy Venerate. This really surprised him. One should know that although Lin Xian was only one step away from becoming a Holy Venerate, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. As I said, you are no match for me, Lin Xian said indifferently. Despicable kid, don't be so arrogant. The Holy Venerate roared and spat out a pagoda. There was a terrifying great Tao on the pagoda. Obviously, this was his sacred artifact. Lin Xian glanced at it, but did not care. To deal with me, you used your sacred artifact. I can only say that you are too trashy as a Holy Venerate. I feel that you are wasting resources by living. So, go to hell. The terrifying law of wind appeared on Lin Xian's body. At the same time, the law of lightning spread out. As the wind and lightning clashed, he turned into an extremely fast lightning and charged out instantly. You are courting death. The pagoda above his head took out a treasure saber and swept it in all directions. At the same time, his broken arm quickly healed. He used all kinds of divine skills to fight with his opponent. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. This was because he realized that whether it was his divine skills or sacred artifacts, Lin Xian could take them all with his bare hands. Furthermore, he did not get injured. The strength of Lin Xian's physique was beyond his imagination. On the 13th move, he was punched through, and his arm was blown off. In the 15th move, the pagoda above his head was sent flying by the Azure Dragon Seal. Then his entire body was split in half. Oh my God! The people around us are all dumbfounded. What did they see? A young genius was actually beating up a holy venerate. What kind of scene was this? The last surviving holy venerate of the great desolate mansion thought that he was saved. He even thought that he could kill his enemy. However, he was now in despair. The expert in his eyes, a dignified holy venerate, was actually unable to fight back. In the end, the holy venerate actually escaped. Seeing that the holy venerate had escaped, Lin Xian snorted. He waved his hand, and countless sword chi flew out. Sword controlling array. Hearing this, the holy venerate's soul that had escaped felt his scalp explode. This was because he felt spatial fluctuations coming from all directions. A biting cold aura appeared. The boundless sword chi completely sealed the space he was in. The biting cold law of wind controlling array made the world tremble. No! The holy venerate's soul tried his best to dodge. Chapter 42:18. Is he dead? A bona fide holy venerate was directly killed by someone. The surrounding people were flabbergasted. What kind of heaven-defying combat strength was this? Who would have thought that such a terrifying genius would appear before the Heavenly Tao discussion? They wondered which power this person belonged to. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Azure Dragon Phantom enveloped the few of them. Then, he tore open the void and disappeared. The spectators knew that a huge commotion was about to happen. The great desolate manor would definitely not let this matter rest. Indeed, the great desolate manor's 6th Dao sage descended and began to sweep through the crowd. However, the 6th Dao sage had already disappeared. They could only grit their teeth and snort. It would be best if they did not meet them during the Heavenly Tao discussion. Otherwise, they would let them know what regret and despair was. In an instant, the news spread and shocked the entire Heavenly Wind world. On the other side, Lin Xian left with a few of them. He sent a message to Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu. When there was no one around at night, they would meet again. Night fell. Lin Xian left behind a clone, and then his real body used the void escape to leave. Lin Xian flew over according to the address that Murong Qingqing and the others left. He saw Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu waiting for him. Lin Xian, big brother. Shun Jingqiu's eyes turned red instantly. Murong Qingqing also said, I was scared to death. Lin Xian said, don't worry. Even without the Great Sage Pagoda, I have the ability to protect myself. Let's go in. The three of them entered the palace, and Lin Xian set up a formation. In the next few days, Lin Xian stayed with the two of them, waiting for the Heavenly Tao discussion to begin. On this day, the entire sky was lit up. Countless terrifying auras descended, and everyone in every corner of the world stood up. Their expressions were solemn, because they knew that a sage king had arrived. This was a supreme aura that only a sage king could emit. Phantoms of 9 beasts roared in the sky. They were all ancient beasts and were extremely powerful. They were pulling a war chariot, breaking through the clouds and slowly flying over. A terrifying aura shrouded the world, causing everyone to tremble. A figure walked out of the war chariot. The demonic aura around him was even more terrifying. It was as if he was an ancient beast that had awakened. It was the Sage King of the myriad demons. After the soaring sky, Saint King arrived. He looked down on the world and accepted the worship of countless people. However, at this moment, a dozen great demons appeared in the void and knelt down on one knee. Now he only had 3 lives left. Damn it, a bunch of trash. So many of you can't even protect one person? The greater demons below were trembling. No one could stop the Sage King's anger. They could only kneel and beg for mercy. Sage King, please spare our lives. But that kid was too strange. We were careless and failed to protect him. Who was it? Sage King Fei asked coldly. Could it be that a Sage King had made a move? If that was the case, he didn't mind killing the kid personally. He wanted to let the kid know what it was like to bully the weak. However, the beast said that it was a young man who hadn't reached the Sage King level. His name was Sword Maniac. Not a Sage King, but a young one. Sage King Fei's face darkened. He had no excuse to make a move now. He couldn't interfere with the fight between the younger generation. If he interfered, he would be breaking the rules. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Where did this genius come from? How could he be so strange? He had to investigate this matter. Of course it was here. He couldn't say it. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Get in here." Those beasts brought the 9 Qilins into the war chariot. Then the 9 beasts roared. They quickly tore through the void and flew into the distance. I think Sage King Fei will vomit blood from anger. That's for sure. The genius under him could be incomparably dazzling, but he suffered such a loss as soon as he came. His heart will probably bleed. Do you think Sage King Fei will make a move? That's impossible. That kid looks very young. A fight between the younger generation doesn't need a Sage King to personally make a move. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget how Lin Wudi was killed. Indeed, many people fell silent when they heard that. Lin Wudi was such a dazzling, peerless genius. He would definitely become a Sage King in the future. He might even become a great god. Such a person didn't die in the fight between the younger generation, but was killed by a Sage King. It was really regrettable. Someone said, "Stop talking. Do you want to die?" Don't forget who the host is this time. That was the Acheron Palace. If they hear us talking about Lin Xian, all of us will be killed. These people's faces instantly turned pale, and they didn't dare to say anything. Not long after Sage King Fei Tian arrived, thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. The Sage King of Thunder God City also arrived. The great Tao of Thunder God City carried a majestic figure as he walked over. He was called Sage King Wanlei. His strength was terrifying, and he had the power to destroy heaven and earth. After Sage King Wanlei arrived, he gathered the sages of Thunder God. Then, he occupied a position in the world. Then, Endless Sword Chief fell, and a figure that looked like a sword god appeared. There were 2 ancient swords on his back, emitting a biting cold light. With a light wave, he could split a world. The Sage King of Myriad Swords Pavilion, the divine Ghost Sword King. It was said that his sword technique had unfathomable power. Other than that, the Sage Kings of Great Desolate Mansion, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and Limitless Sect also arrived. Sage King Wushuang also came. He had delicate features, like a 16 or 17-year-old youth. However, the Sage King aura on his body was not to be underestimated. Not only did he come, but he also brought a large number of experts and geniuses from Wushuang City. These Sage Kings all found a position in the world. They dominated a region. Some of the top clans also came, such as the Azure Dragons and Winged Dragons. Although they were not the Sacred City, their strength and foundation were not inferior to the Sacred City. The surrounding people were shocked. These were the Super Forces and Sage Kings. It was rare to see one on a normal day, but now they were seeing so many Sage Kings. It was truly a sight that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. The people from Acheron Hall are not here yet, right? Someone said, "What's there to panic about? They're the last ones to arrive." Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, countless Acheron diagrams appeared. Then one after another, Acheron figures appeared. The one standing in the center was the Silver Corpse Sage King. His aura made everyone's scalp tingle, as if their lives were about to be taken away. When Lin Xian saw this figure, he also frowned. A cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was the other party who almost killed him with a palm strike. There would be a day when he would personally avenge this grudge. Chapter 42:19. Following that, more families and holy cities arrived. The joyous Union Palace's prestige also arrived. She was called the Closed Moon Sage King. Not only did she come, but she also brought a few people with her. Xiener was among them. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. It seemed like Xiener wasn't in any danger. However, He was puzzled as he didn't see anyone from the Green Hill Nine-Tails race participating in the battle. As for the reason behind it, he didn't know. After waiting for another 3 days, the Silver Corpse Sage King stood up when he saw that no one had arrived. He said in a clear voice, welcoming everyone to the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. This is a grand event in the second astral world. Your names will be recorded in the Holy Hall in the future. This is an unparalleled honor. Therefore, you must give it your all in this Holy Heavens Tao discussion. Don't let down the Holy City's expectations of you. Many people clenched their fists when they heard that. This was an opportunity. If they could stand until the end, they would be able to obtain an unparalleled opportunity. They might be able to leave the second astral world and head to the legendary Holy Lands. Their future achievements might even surpass the Holy City. When they thought of that, they felt a surge of excitement. All right, let's not talk anymore. I now announce the start of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. A loud voice exploded between heaven and earth as the Silver Corpse Sage King formed a hand seal and pressed it against the void. The entire sky shattered and the earth shook. Everyone exclaimed as they didn't know what was happening. However, when they saw the Sage King's calm expressions, they calmed down. Even if there was any danger, the Sage Kings could sweep through everything. The entire heavenly wind world was enveloped by a terrifying law. Everyone discovered that changes had occurred in the ground. One arena after another had appeared. These were all arenas that had been passed down from the ancient times or even further back. They were able to withstand the attacks of sacred sovereigns and were specially prepared for the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. Everyone realized that some of the stages had dark red marks on them. Those were the blood that flowed from the battles of the geniuses in the past. Even after countless years, the blood hadn't changed. From this, one could imagine how powerful those people who had fought back then were. There were many stages and they were very wide. They covered the entire land. At the same time, the rules of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion were spread. There were 3 stages. In the first stage, the participants would be separated into different stages based on their cultivation. So they fought. Everyone had 3 chances to be defeated. After 3 times, they would be eliminated. Both sides of the battle also used the form of a challenge. There was no need to worry that no one would make a move. After all, everyone wanted to make a name for themselves in such a rare event. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to engrave his name on the Holy Hall. This was a supreme honor. Therefore, the battle would definitely be very intense. The competition was divided into 3 different areas. The first region was for those under 2,000 years old, and the second region was for those between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. The third area was for those over 5,000 years old. This time it wasn't based on cultivation, but age. However, no matter how strong a person under 2,000 years old was, he would only be an early stage holy venerate. Hence, everyone felt more at ease. That way, they would not encounter those middle stage holy venerables or even those late stage holy venerables. As for those old monsters, they all had their own battlefields where they could exchange blows. As for the second stage, no one knew yet. What they needed to do was to try their best to earn points in the first round so that they could get a higher ranking. He wanted to make himself even more dazzling. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion did not allow holy kings to appear. In other words, holy kings and holy kings' weapons were not allowed to appear. Anyone who violated the rules would be disqualified. There was another point. In the arena, life and death did not matter. Only victory and defeat were determined. In other words, the battle would not only be intense, but a large number of experts and geniuses would also be killed. Although it was very cruel, the world of cultivation was like that. Everyone who reached the peak had to go through the baptism of blood and slaughter to be able to stand out. After learning about the situation, everyone took a deep breath. Although the path ahead of them was very dangerous, no one retreated. Instead, they all clenched their fists. This time, they would definitely make a name for themselves in the starry sky. As the rules of the competition and the ancient arena appeared, everyone started to panic. Everyone took a deep breath. The Silver Corpse Holy King also announced the start of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. As his voice fell, figures flew out one after another from different parts of the world. They landed on the arena respectively. On the lightning god city's side, a woman bathed in lightning appeared. She held an ice and lightning sword in her hand that exuded a destructive aura. From the looks of it, she was a genius. On the demon city side, a man walked out. Flames danced around his body. He seemed to be a powerful genius of the vermilion bird race. On the myriad sword pavilion's side, a terrifying sword venerate descended upon them. Terrifying sword chi swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The other sacred cities and powerful families had also sent people to assist them. Every one of them was extremely powerful. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to sweep through an entire world. But now, they were all gathered together to fight for the peak. Around the heavenly wind world, there were 4 small worlds that were filled with people. They came from all over the second astral world to watch the battle. There were also some people who came to watch the battle in the starry sky. When these people saw the terrifying figures standing in the arena below, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, they were extremely dissatisfied that they could not enter. But now they understood. With their strength, they did not have the qualifications to enter. They could only watch from outside. Even Lin Xian saw Qin Xiener and Murong Qingqing walking out. It seemed that these sacred cities were all planning to use their strength in the first battle to tell the world how powerful they were. A man walked out from the Wushuang city side. He was also extremely terrifying. But it was not Linghu Chuexue or Fu Hongye. It was another stranger. But it seemed like he was also a top expert. On the Acheron Palace's side, they also sent sacred venerables to fight. This time, they naturally could not be defeated in the Tao discussion. Therefore, the people they sent for the first round were extremely powerful. On the other hand, the Great Desolate Mansion had their own strategy. They decided to hide part of their strength and send out some of their core strength. It was rare to send out a peerless expert in the later stages. But although he was the core strength, he was still a peak small saint. He was not far from becoming a sacred venerable. Basically, all the arenas were filled with people, waiting for others to challenge them. Soon, people flew up to challenge the arenas. When Lin Xian saw this, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Very well, it was time to reap the rewards. Demon City, Acheron Palace, Great Desolate Mansion. These were the 3 holy cities that had hunted him. He would not let any of them go. Chapter 42:20. Huang Yemo stood on the stage with a smile on his face. He felt that his chance had come. This time, he must show his strength to the world. Although he wasn't a saint venerable and was only at the peak of the minor saint realm, he was confident that no one in the same realm as him was his match. As long as he didn't encounter a true saint venerable, he was confident of winning. Buzz who's going to challenge me? His gaze rarely traveled in all directions. Suddenly, he saw a figure transform into a gust of wind and arrive at the arena. Oh, someone's coming. Huang Yemo squinted his eyes and looked forward. The opponent should be using the law of wind. His speed was pretty good, which made him a little interested. He carefully probed, but didn't find the aura of a saint venerable from the opponent. Huang Yemo heaved a sigh of relief. Great, this opponent's strength is at most on par with mine. That means I'm not afraid at all. Brat, tell me your name, because you only have one chance to speak. Huang Yemo said indifferently. Oh, is that so? The youth opposite him laughed. All right, listen carefully. My name is Sword Maniac. Sword Maniac? I think you're an idiot. Huang Yemo sneered. You dare challenge me? I'll kill you in one move. He sneered and slapped his palm forward. Countless law filled his palm. It was the law of wildfire. It carried a terrifying flame aura and slapped forward. Buzz a pair of dark golden wings appeared behind Lin Xian's back and spread out. It turned into a storm. This was the secret technique he obtained from the winged dragons. It allowed him to move at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he used the imperial sword technique of the sword dragons. A sword light slashed across. The two of them exchanged blows in a flash and stood in the air with their backs facing each other. Lin Xian immediately put away the nomological laws on his body and walked out of the ring. The spectators were stunned. What's going on? Is the battle over? The people of the great desolate mansion sneered. This kid must know that he's not a match for senior brother Huang Mo. He's going to admit defeat obediently. That's for sure. Who dares to go against the great desolate mansion? They looked up and laughed. However, they were soon stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that Huang Mo's body had fallen to the ground. Blood was flowing from his body and dyeing the entire stage red. What? He was injured. That's impossible. The people of the great desolate mansion widened their eyes and screamed in horror. What just happened? Why didn't they see it clearly? The elders and experts of the great desolate mansion frowned as they carefully examined the situation. In the next moment, their expressions turned extremely ugly. This was because they realized that there was no longer any life in the desert. 3 figures descended from the sky. They were the 3 judges. There were 3 referees in each arena. The 3 referees were chosen randomly from different holy cities and families. This would prevent anyone from cheating. They went up to take a look, then shook their heads and said that he had been killed. The sword maniac won the battle. Hearing this, the people of the great desolate mansion were completely stunned. The other people were also in an uproar. Heavens, this sword maniac was actually an expert. Moreover, to be able to kill a peak minor saint with a single strike, what was his cultivation base? Could it be that he was already a saint venerable? I don't know. I can't sense his aura. How mysterious. Everyone exclaimed. The faces of the people of the great desolate mansion turned ugly. To be honest, although they didn't send a saint venerable, they were very confident in Huang Mo. Moreover, there wouldn't be too many experts in the beginning. In this way, their chances of winning would be very high. However, they didn't expect that the sword maniac would be killed in the first battle. This was a provocation. He jumped up and stepped on their faces. Damn it, the people of the great desolate mansion were clenching their teeth so hard that they almost broke. The great desolate Heaven King's face turned gloomy. After all, the battle had just begun, and the reputation of the holy city was very important. Now, the opponent had embarrassed him. He said loudly, "Don't think that this is a joke. This is a very formal battle. Those who are able to participate in this battle are all top experts and experts. There were even some hidden and secretly cultivated people who would appear. Therefore, you can't afford to be careless here. Huang Mo's death is a good lesson. Do you all understand?" Yes. The people of the great desolate mansion quickly lowered their heads and remembered the great desolate Heaven King's teachings. We will treat this battle seriously and not make any mistakes. At the same time, they raised their heads and started to look for Lin Xian. They would remember this grudge. However, they realized that Lin Xian had already disappeared into the crowd. Damn it, he actually let that brat escape. It doesn't matter. He will definitely take action again. When the time comes, we will lock onto him and find someone to kill him when he goes up. He was targeted by the great desolate mansion again. However, Lin Xian didn't care. This time, he was here for revenge. He would never let go of these great sage cities. So what if he was targeted? He went into the crowd and started to look around the arena. He realized that Murong Qingsheng, Qin Xiener, and the rest had already won their first battle. Then, some of them walked down the arena while others continued to challenge. He looked at the Peerless City side and realized that the first unfamiliar man had also won. Then, Fu Hongyan also started to fight. Other than that, he also noticed some top experts. For example, Wan Jini and Chao Tiansheng had also successfully broken through to the Saint Venerable realm. He had to admit that these people's strength, talent, and opportunities were very strong. Other than that, there were also some young rising stars. Lin Xian only took a glance at them and didn't pay any more attention to them. These people weren't a threat to him. The ones who were a threat were the disciples of the previous generation, such as Huang Shisan of the Great Desolate Mansion. Back then, he was someone who competed with Fu Hongye. Lin Xian wasn't sure how strong he was now. Lin Xian's eye technique was powerful, so he could overlook the entire battlefield to observe. However, he was suddenly stunned. At the same time, there was a cry of surprise from a distant battlefield. Countless people looked over. Look, that's Fu Hongye. He actually met an opponent. Everyone was stunned. Fu Hongye was the chief disciple of the second generation of the Peerless City. At the same time, He was also a genius on the pilgrim list of the previous generation. He was very strong. Logically speaking, he should be able to kill his opponent easily. However, this time his opponent was extremely terrifying. He was actually able to threaten Fu Hongye. Lin Xian also frowned. Who was this person? He discovered that this person did not use the Holy City's unique lost skill. That was to say, the other party might not be from the Holy City. Of course, there was also another possibility. This was originally a secret expert nurtured by the Holy City. It was just that at this moment, in order to hide his identity, he displayed some other lost skills. The strength of this person's law was extremely terrifying. It shrouded the entire arena. Fu Hongye was actually suppressed. However, fortunately, after 50 moves, Fu Hongye suddenly erupted with power and injured the other party. That person directly left the arena and disappeared. Took the initiative to forfeit? Everyone was surprised. This was equivalent to a failure. There were only a total of 3 chances to fail. Such an expert easily admitted defeat. It was really too much of a pity. However, the powerhouses on the Peerless City side frowned. Damn it! Immediately retreating after failing to hit and hiding his strength. This was clearly a hunter. Chapter 42:21. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion was rarely held. However, it wasn't the first time that some of the elders had participated in it. Naturally, they had seen such things in the past. Every sacred city had some experts who were secretly nurtured. They were usually hidden, but they would take them out at critical moments. For example, the hidden experts would hide their identities and attack the other geniuses of the holy city. Although it wasn't honorable, it was used by many holy cities. They didn't expect someone to target Wushuang City. Who was it? The elders' faces turned cold. They immediately thought of the 3 great sage cities. They were the Thousand Demon City, Acheron Hall, and the Great Baron Mansion. After all, Wushuang City had previously fought with the 3 great sage cities. The relationship between the 2 sides was like fire and water. However, they couldn't rule out the possibility that it was another holy city. They had to be more careful in the future. On the other side, Lin Xian's face turned cold when he saw the situation. Damn it. It seemed like someone was targeting Wushuang City. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. He looked around. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the arenas was empty and a figure went up. The person's cold aura was terrifying. It was obvious that he was an expert from the Acheron Hall. Moreover, he was a holy venerate. Many people didn't dare to challenge him. Very well. Lin Xian's eyes flashed coldly. Let's start with this holy venerate. His body flashed, and he flew towards the arena. Lung Pao smiled when he got up. With his strength, ordinary people wouldn't dare to challenge him. However, he didn't expect a figure to appear in front of him. He wondered which holy city's expert was from. Lung Pao looked forward. However, he was stunned. He didn't sense any terrifying holy venerate aura from the other party. Could it be that this person isn't a holy venerate? He couldn't believe it. Is this person courting death? Naturally, the spectators also felt this scene and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, could it be that this brat wanted to court death? Does he think that he can challenge a holy venerate? Exclamations could be heard. Indeed, it was possible for geniuses to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. However, the people here were all geniuses. They were all stronger than those of the same level. It was very difficult to challenge those of a higher level. This was especially so when the other party was a holy venerate. Leaping levels to fight a holy venerate was simply impossible. Kid, if you obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow to me and admit defeat, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. Lung Robe's cold voice rang out. In his opinion, he felt that it was beneath him to be an opponent. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. How arrogant. How could a mere holy venerate be so arrogant in front of me? You look very young. You must be one of the geniuses of the previous generation. If I kill you, I wonder what kind of expression the Acheron Palace will have. Do you really think you can kill me? Lung Pao was stunned. Then he sneered disdainfully. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, an extremely terrifying aura appeared on his body. Endless cold laws condensed into a blade of light, which he held in his hand. The aura emanating from it froze the entire space. Gloomy slash. The black blade of light slashed down, streaking across the void. This blade was abnormally strange. Wherever it passed, black frost would condense. What a terrifying aura. This was the gloomy slash. Many people exclaimed, under this blade, a holy venerate would not be able to resist at all. It's over. That kid will probably be killed instantly. Puff! As expected, this blade enveloped Lin Xian's body and froze Lin Xian's body. Soon after, the frozen body split into two. Instant kill in one move. The surrounding people exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lung Pao also laughed. He did not know it was good for him. The people from the Acheron Palace snorted coldly. In their opinion, unless a powerful holy venerate came, it would be impossible to defeat Lung Pao. However, at this moment the situation changed. Lung Pao shouted angrily. He didn't know when, but many more lightning chains had appeared on his body, trapping him. The aura of thunder and lightning from it made his body numb. How could someone attack him? Who was it? The others were also surprised. Someone exclaimed, "Look, there was a figure behind Lung Pao." They looked carefully and saw a figure slowly appearing. He was holding the Law of Thunder in his hand, trapping his opponent. That kid didn't die? How could it be? Could it be that the one that was killed was just a clone? They were really shocked. Lung Pao's pupils constricted. Damn it, the gloomy slash. Many black runes appeared on his body and froze in all directions. Those thunder runes kept exploding, shattering the ice. At the same time, Lin Xian sneered. He used the Azure Dragon seal and slapped Lung Pao's back, sending him flying. Boom! 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 Half of Lung Pao's body exploded, and blood mist filled the air. It was extremely miserable. Everyone was going crazy. Heavens, what did they just see? A young minor saint actually injured a holy venerate. Oh my god, it can't be. Who is this kid? Damn it. The people from the Acheron Palace frowned when they saw this scene. What was Lung Pao doing? How could he be at a disadvantage in the hands of a minor saint? Lung Pao's expression was ferocious. He knew that he had been careless. The kid in front of him was much stronger than he had imagined. At least, he wasn't someone that an ordinary peak minor saint could compare to. He gritted his teeth and roared. The gloomy slash on his body quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, he turned his head. His pale face was filled with killing intent. Kid, how dare you hurt me? I will make you pay a painful price. The terrifying law on his body spread out, and the whole world turned dark. A cold aura spread out in all directions. Even those who were watching the battle from afar felt a sense of horror. At the same time, those who were at the extraterritorial temple shuddered. What a terrifying, gloomy slash. It seemed that Lung Pao was really angry. Could that kid block it? That was the anger of a holy venerate. At this moment, all the people in the world were watching the battle. Gloomy slash. Lung Pao roared. His speed was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. The gloomy slash in his hand quickly condensed and formed a palm. The gloomy slash on it kept spinning, and it shrouded Lin Xian. This attack was incomparably powerful. Even a holy venerate of the same level wouldn't dare to face it head-on. The surrounding people exclaimed, "He's too strong. No wonder he's a holy venerate." This strength was far from what a minor saint could compare to. Chapter 42-22. Looking at the approaching dark palm, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Instead of dodging, he made his move. Azure Dragon 9 palms. The roar of a dragon was heard as he threw out a palm strike. The phantom of the Azure Dragon collided violently with his opponent's gloomy palm. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard and exploded in the arena. It swept across the 9 heavens and pierced through the sky. The people outside the region screamed. Many of them were sent flying by the force. It was too terrifying. If there was no ancient arena, the world would have been destroyed instantly. So powerful. What's going on with this young man? He can actually fight against the sacred venerable. Has such a heaven-defying genius appeared? Exclamations were heard. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a figure was sent flying. Look, someone is injured. Who is it? They took a closer look and then sucked in a cold breath. Because the person who was sent flying was none other than Lung Pao. After one strike, Lung Pao's dark palm was broken. His palm cracked, and even his bones were exposed. He was sent flying by the force. His face was full of shock. Lung Pao's strength and physique were above his. Impossible. His mind went blank. Lin Xian struck out with his palm, followed by the other 8 strikes. A dragon's roar was heard between heaven and earth. The azure dragon 9 palms became stronger as it went on. With every palm strike, Cold Robe's body cracked a little bit. By the 8th palm strike, his body had been completely blown apart. He turned into a bloody mist. No one dared to believe that Coco was a true sacred venerable. The strength of her physique was definitely beyond imagination. Even if a sacred venerable stood there and did not use any techniques, a small saint would not be able to break through their defense. In other words, a small saint would not be able to hurt a sacred venerable without special techniques. That was the difference in strength. But now, someone had actually broken through the gap. He had actually defeated a sacred venerable. At this moment, more than a dozen sacred cities and the elders of the top families were all stunned. Countless gazes were looking in their direction. Even the Saint Kings opened their eyes. Their light transformed into long streaks of light as they looked in their direction. Who is this person? Go and find out. We must get information about him. News came one after another. Above the arena, blood mist filled the air as a soul let out a cold shriek. His soul was hugging a small black bead with a ferocious expression. Damn brat, go to hell. He launched a soul attack. The other party's physical body was strong. However, Xiao Chun was a holy venerate after all. His cultivation was suppressed. Even if the soul of a saint venerable did not specialize in cultivation, it was still much stronger than that of a minor saint. He wanted to use his soul to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian was disdainful. 9 azure dragon strikes, 9th palm. At the same time, he activated the dragon breathing technique, and the 9th dragon seemed to have been resurrected, transforming into a 9-fold divine dragon. It roared between heaven and earth. That dragon's roar contained an extremely strong power that directly separated the soul of the other party. Under the 9 palms, his opponent's soul was instantly destroyed. Damn it, how dare you! At this moment, a cold roar rang out. At the same time, a terrifying force swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. Did an expert sneak attack him? A pair of dark golden wings instantly appeared behind his back as he activated the law of wind to the extreme. However, this aura was really too terrifying. His law of wind could not completely leave. What kind of person was he? Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that he had to activate the void escape and perform a spatial teleportation. He sighed. Did he have to use his trump card so soon? However, at this moment, another cold snort rang out, startling Lin Xian. He did not use the void escape. A ray of light fell and blocked the terrifying impact of the law of wind. Then, another cold voice rang out. How dare you? Who allowed you to attack? As a judge, how dare you attack a contestant? Do you want to die? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian's figure flashed and directly went to the distance. He was bewildered. At the same time, the surrounding people also exclaimed. Countless eyes looked over. In the next moment, they all saw it. The person who attacked was an old man, and his identity was not ordinary. He was the judge of the arena with a flag on him. What was going on? Why did the judge attack a contestant? Damn it. Is there any justice in this world? Cries of surprise rang out. Lin Xian's face also darkened. The Acheron Hall's judge? It seemed that it was related to Cold Robe. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that the person who attacked was an elder from Peerless City. He was also the judge. At this moment, he was the one who saved Lin Xian. The Peerless City's judge said coldly, As a judge, how dare you attack a contestant? You have no right to be a judge. The other people were also discussing spiritedly. Even the elders from the other holy cities were also discussing this matter. That's right. Are there no rules at all? How can we compete in peace like this? I think it's better to set new rules. It was obvious that this was a big matter. If the judge was selfish, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the other holy cities. Therefore, at this moment, no one supported it. The faces of the people from Acheron Hall turned ugly. The elders were also shocked. To be honest, they were also heartbroken that Cold Robe was killed. However, if this matter was not handled well, they would be thoroughly embarrassed this time. If this matter was spread out, no one would look up to Acheron Hall. Even the other holy cities would not be willing to be with them. The Silver Corpse Holy King opened his eyes. He said, "Be quiet. I will handle this matter." He stood up, and a Holy King aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, the elders and experts from the other holy cities all quietened down. They all looked at their holy kings. As for the other holy kings, their eyes were cold. It seemed that they were all waiting for the judge to decide. If they were not satisfied, the holy kings would also attack. Elder Cold Robe, do you know the rules of a judge? The Silver Corpse Holy King's cold voice rang out. The elder judge's body trembled. He said, "I know, but this kid dared to kill my grandson." The crowd was in an uproar. So this elder was Cold Robe's grandfather. No wonder he attacked so angrily. However, the other party was too despicable. Why couldn't he attack somewhere else? He actually killed Cold Robe in the arena. Moreover, he was a judge. This was something that no one could tolerate. Sure enough, the Silver Corpse Holy King snorted. "I don't care what the reason is. Since you chose to be a judge, you have to follow the rules of a judge. If you violate the rules, you will be punished." After saying that, the Silver Corpse Holy King shot out a yellow spring diagram from his eyes and enveloped the elder. The elder's body trembled. He was a middle holy venerate and was extremely powerful outside. However, in front of a holy venerate, he was pitifully weak. He could not even withstand a glance from the holy venerate. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "Holy King, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life." Chapter 42:23. Was he dead? The other spectators felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. That was a sacred venerate, a mid-stage sacred venerate. How much did the sacred venerate have to pay to nurture such a person? But now the sacred venerate was killed just like that. He was really cold and decisive. However, the elders of the other sacred cities were cold and indifferent. This was the only way to let everyone know the rules. As expected, the Silver Corpse Sage King's cold voice rang out. The Tao debate was not a game. Everyone had to follow the rules, especially the elders and judges. They represented not only the sacred cities but also the heavenly Tao. If they couldn't do that, their souls would be destroyed. The other elders all felt their scalps go numb. To be honest, they also had juniors and disciples participating in the competition. They originally wanted to play some tricks, but after seeing this scene, they all forgot about it. How dare they play tricks at this time? They would end up in a terrible state. The competition continued. After the atmosphere froze for a moment, the scene became lively again. After all, every battle was very exciting. Lin Xian once again retreated into the distance and hid in the crowd. A cold smile appeared on his face. Although the Silver Corpse Sage King spoke as if he was the messenger of the heavenly god, Lin Xian knew that the Silver Corpse Sage King was a despicable and shameless person. The Silver Corpse Sage King was able to disregard his status and cultivation to attack a junior like him. He knew how despicable and shameless this person was. Moreover, he also knew that the Silver Corpse Sage King was doing this for the other sacred cities. As for not being allowed to play tricks, what a joke. Previously, the operation against Fu Hongye was a small trick played by the other sacred cities. Moreover, it was not just one operation. Lin Xian observed carefully and realized that every once in a while, an unfamiliar person would make a move. Those people were very powerful. They were all sacred venerates, and they specifically targeted the top geniuses of the other sacred cities. Every time they made a move, their moves were ruthless, and they were usually determined to kill in one strike. Lin Xian knew that these people belonged to different sacred cities. They specialized in hunting down young and promising geniuses. Moreover, many of them succeeded. Once they failed and could not win, these people would immediately give up and leave. This made it impossible for others to do anything. It could be said that he was the Grim Reaper walking in the mortal world. It seemed that he had to be careful, because there was no telling when someone like that would target him. At the same time, the people of the Great Sage City were gathering information. Not only did they have to collect information on some unfamiliar faces, they even began to collect information on Lin Xian. Asked the Silver Corpse Saint King from the Yellow Spring Palace. Have you gathered any information about that brat? A figure appeared and said in a low voice, reporting to the Sacred King, we've collected some. This kid was called Sword Maniac. His background was unknown, and he didn't know which sect he belonged to. However, he was very powerful. After coming to the Heavenly Wind World, he killed the nine-headed Qilin and then killed many experts from the Great Desolation Mansion. Even a holy venerate had died at his hands. We speculate that he is very likely a holy venerate who is hiding his cultivation. Other than that, he had a good relationship with Deep Sea Palace's Guan Songhai. He had even helped Murong Qingsheng and Shinjingqiu. We suspect that he is related to the Wushuang city. Moreover, the super skills that he used were imbued with the sound of dragons. We suspect that he is related to the dragons. Hearing this, the Silver Corpse Saint King's eyes flickered. The surrounding elders furrowed their brows tightly. This person was very strange. Where did he come from? One of the elders said, I guess that he might be a hunter as well. He was secretly trained by the sacred city. Could he be trained by the Wushuang city? It's very likely. Be careful. He might target us next. Sacred King, should we take action? Or should we change our strategy? Said the Wushuang Sacred King coldly. Follow the original plan. Send someone to keep an eye on this brat. I don't care if he is secretly trained by the Wushuang city. I must get rid of him. Once there's a chance, let our hunters go and kill this brat. An operation to target Lin Xian was quietly underway. Lin Xian naturally knew that the other sacred cities would definitely take notice of him after he displayed the strength of a sacred venerate. They might even start to investigate his identity and background. Therefore, he had to take action again to make things more complicated. Next, he would not only target the Acheron Palace and the Great Desolate Mansion, Demon City, Thunder God City, Myriad Sword Pavilion. He would take action against all the sacred cities that had once gone against him. Those who took action were all defeated. As a result, he was very famous now. The sword fanatic's name started to spread. Heavens, what's wrong with this sword fanatic? Why did he take action against so many experts? Do you guys think that he might be a genius secretly nurtured by some power? That shouldn't be the case. Normally, a hunter would have a specific target. It shouldn't be so big. He would definitely incur the wrath of the crowd. Sure enough, everyone was discussing among themselves. Even the people from the Acheron Palace were puzzled. Damn it, could it be that they guessed wrong? Let's ignore that brat for now, said the Silver Corpse Sacred King coldly. Lung Pao was killed and an elder attacked. This has caused our reputation to fall very quickly. Now, no one is optimistic about us. We have to fight a battle to raise the reputation of the Acheron Palace. Yes, we know. This is the arrangement. Those elders nodded quickly. Indeed, they were not ordinary sacred cities. They were the hosts of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. They were the masters of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. If they didn't perform well, it would be a slap to their faces. Therefore, they had to win the next battle. Moreover, they had to win beautifully. Soon, a young figure walked up. He was from the younger generation. He was not older than 1,500 years old. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the sacred sovereign realm. He was much stronger than Lung Pao. With him taking action, they would definitely win. Moreover, it was a signal. It meant that the Acheron Palace wanted to regain their reputation. The other sacred cities would give them face. Therefore, the people from the Acheron Palace were not too worried. It was Shuang. Many people exclaimed when they saw that person walk out. I know this person. He is very strong. He will definitely win the competition. That's for sure. The Acheron Palace is going to show off. Shuang snorted coldly. His body was emitting the aura of the yellow springs and terrifying blood-red light. He wanted to suppress everyone. However, at this moment, the appearance of a figure caused the atmosphere of the entire scene to become tense again. Many people screamed, Heavens, it can't be. Did I see wrongly? That's right. It's that person. He actually appeared again. Chapter 42-24. Screams could be heard as they realized that Lin Xian had entered the arena again. Shui Ying's face darkened, and so did the people from Acheron Hall. Damn it, it's that brat again. Does he want to die? Some of the elders gritted their teeth in anger. The Silver Corpse Sage King opened his eyes, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes. To go against him, he was courting death. Sage King, don't worry. Shuang was definitely stronger than Lung Pao. Therefore, he would not lose this battle. That is, no one can go against our Yellow Springs Hall. Lin Wudy was such a genius. Wasn't he the same? Had he fallen? Anyone who goes against us will go to hell. Shui Ying's face darkened. Brat, it's you again. All right, I wanted to kill you anyway. Since you're here, I'll take revenge for Lung Pao. I'll use your blood to pay tribute to his spirit. What's there to pay tribute to a lonely soul? If you're worried, I can send you to hell. Accompany him. Lin Xian sneered. Back then, the Silver Corpse Sage King had tried to kill him. This time, he would let the Silver Corpse Sage King know what pain was. He would kill the experts from Acheron Hall one by one. He would let the Silver Corpse Sage King see the geniuses that he had nurtured fall in front of him. What a sharp-tongued brat. I admit that you're powerful. However, Lung Pao lost because he was careless. Moreover, my strength is far above Lung Pao's. You have no chance of winning against me. Is that so? Lin Xian shook his head. You're too arrogant. I wanted to use only one hand, but it seems that I don't need to use that now. The surrounding people were going crazy when they heard this. Using only one hand? What a joke. Shuang was famous for his coldness and killing. His reputation was terrifying even among the sage sovereigns. As expected, Shuang revealed a cold smile when he heard this. You're really courting death. I don't know what you're relying on, but it's all over now. Boom! A blood-red rainbow instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. With a palm strike, a blood-red sword slashed down from the sky. The aura emitted from it was extremely cold, causing the eyelids of the surrounding sacred venerates to twitch. Although this blood eagle was less than 1,500 years old, he was even more terrifying than some experts who were more than 2,000 years old. This was a true expert, a genius. Lin Xian struck out with the Azure Dragon Seal to contend with it, and the two collided, tearing apart heaven and earth. Then, the two figures quickly retreated. They stood at two different corners of the arena. Lin Xian laughed. You keep saying that you're strong, but from the looks of it, you're just SOSO. He was a little stronger than the cold robe trash from before, but not by much. Shui Ying's face turned cold. To be honest, he could sense that the other party was not a sacred venerate. However, the other party's physique and strength were not any weaker than a Saint Venerable's. It was strange. He guessed that this kid must have some special body tempering method, or perhaps it was a special kind of physique. Kid, you must have some special physique and bloodline that can make your physique comparable to a sacred venerable's. It's indeed rare. However, you're still a puny, sacred venerable. A true sacred venerable not only had a strong physique, but also had a strong soul, divine ability, and law. Every one of them had surpassed a small saint. So, I'll let you see the power of a true sacred venerable. The law of blood and the law of Yellow Spring spread out from his body, forming two weapons in his hands. The Yellow Spring blood spear. The two short spears had a cold sharpness, like the fangs of an ancient savage beast. It was abnormally terrifying. As soon as the two weapons appeared, an extremely terrifying cold storm swept out in all directions. This caused those experts to frown. In the distance, Shen Jingxiu looked at the scene in Wushuang City, and she was also worried. On the other side, Murong Qingqing of Kunlun Pavilion's eyes flickered. Obviously, they all knew how powerful Blood Eagle was. As soon as the short spears appeared, Blood Eagle grasped them. Then, his aura became even more terrifying than before. He waved the spears gently. It was as if he had four heavens. The Yellow Spring gushed out. Under his feet, the water of the Yellow Spring spread out, completely covering the entire arena. In the next moment, his body merged with the water of the Yellow Spring, and he appeared behind Lin Xian in an instant. The short spears in his hands stabbed out fiercely. The void was torn apart. This attack was aimed at the back of Lin Xian's heart. If he was stabbed, he would definitely be seriously injured. A pair of dark golden wings appeared behind Lin Xian's back. An endless storm rose up, turning into wind blades and heavenly sabers, slashing towards the space behind him. The void behind him shattered in an instant as he clashed with the other party. A sonorous sound rang out, and endless flames appeared in all directions. Lin Xian used the unique skill of the winged dragons. Coupled with his law of wind, it was truly incomparably sharp. The moment they exchanged blows, it was earth-shattering. With the law of wind and lightning, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. On the other side, Shuang was not a speed expert, but with the water of the Yellow Spring, he could appear anywhere in the Yellow Spring. It could be said that his movement technique was unpredictable, like a messenger from hell. In an instant, the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. It was just a matter of a blink of an eye. The surrounding people were shocked. The people of the Acheron Hall were also nervous. Damn it, this person was more powerful than they thought. He wondered if the Blood Eagle would be able to withstand it. This sword maniac was really powerful. He could exchange so many blows with Shuang. This time, he would not create another miracle, right? Discussions broke out one after another. The corner of Guan Songhai's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw this. Although he had not known Lin Xian for a long time, he knew that Lin Xian's strength was very terrifying. He had even created many miracles. It should not be a problem to defeat Shuang. On the other side, in the space where the limitless sect was, Chao Tianxing's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. Let me see how much your strength has grown while you've been gone. Obviously, he already knew Lin Xian's identity. He was looking forward to Lin Xian. On the field, the two of them exchanged blows fiercely. There was not a single space that was intact. Shui Ying's face was completely cold. Not being able to take down his opponent after hundreds of blows was already a slap to his face. He was the truly powerful lord of the Great Sage, so he was ready to launch a sure-kill attack. Blood mist, death of the Yellow Spring. As his voice fell, the law of the Yellow Spring filled the short spike in his hand, and endless blood flowed out. A terrifying killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. Not good. This was a lost art. The combination of two laws could increase the power of the attack by several times. Perhaps no one of the same level could withstand this attack. At this moment, many people were worried about Lin Xian. Chapter 42:25. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out with a piercing cold light. He took a deep breath, and the great dragon's sword soul in his body roared. The dragon's breathing technique was used by him. A terrifying aura filled the air, as if the ancient dragons between heaven and earth had been resurrected. Because the surrounding people felt this aura, all of their expressions changed. Heavens, what a terrifying aura! What kind of bloodline did this kid have? At this moment, the expressions of the people from the three great dragons also changed drastically. They realized that the Dragon Dao aura that Lin Xian displayed was even stronger than before. Could it be that this kid was from the Emperor clan, the nest of 10,000 dragons? Under everyone's shocked gazes, the laws on Lin Xian's body quickly condensed. It formed sword chi, accompanied by a cold voice. Sword kinesis technique. The sword kinesis technique of the sword dragons was already very powerful. At this moment, when it was used by Lin Xian, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. As tens of thousands of sword chi fell, the entire world was completely broken apart. It couldn't withstand those sword chi at all. It collided with the other party's divine ability. A violent explosion sounded, as if tens of thousands of beasts were fighting in the sky. That terrifying aura made everyone's scalp go numb. Even some powerful sacred venerables became incomparably solemn at this moment. So strong, it was simply a battle between dragons and tigers. They didn't know who would win in the end. Discussions sounded one after another. Then, they saw two figures emerge from the shattered branches that filled the sky. One was surrounded by sword light, like a sword god, unstoppable. The other was surrounded by the aura of the Yellow Spring and Shui Sha. He kept retreating, shattering the void. Was the blood eagle pushed back? Heavens, he was even injured. Everyone saw that every time Shui Ying retreated, a crack would appear on his body. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. How was this possible? The eyes of the experts of the Yellow Spring Hall almost popped out. Shui Ying was an expert that they had carefully selected to turn the tide. But now, he was actually suppressed by someone, and it was by that detestable kid from before. It was really hard for them to be confident. Lin Xian looked at the disheveled figure, and a cold smile appeared on his face. You are nothing more than this. The Acheron Palace is nothing more than this. The surrounding people felt as if they had gone crazy. Countless cries of surprise rang out. At this moment, not only the heavenly wind world, but also the surrounding worlds, the outer regions, and even the distant starry skies. In the countless worlds of stars, the people who were watching through the array formations were all stunned. This young man actually dared to say such arrogant words. This was no longer just aimed at Shui Ying. Instead, it was a slap to the face of the entire Acheron Hall. The other party was provoking the holy city. When the people from the Acheron Hall heard this, their faces turned ashen as their killing intent surged. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill the other party. Shui Ying's face was also ferocious. He would not allow himself to be defeated like this. Roar! With a roar, an extremely cold and gloomy aura emanated from his body. In the next moment, his body began to change. Two types of precepts intertwined on his body. His body was completely enveloped by the picture of the underworld and became abnormally cold. A pair of blood-red wings appeared on his back. At this moment, it was as if he had really turned into an Azura that had walked out from hell. Brat, you should be proud to be able to make me reach this step. Shui Ying's voice rang out between heaven and earth. The surrounding people turned serious. Someone exclaimed, could this be the legendary Acheron blood spirit body? This was also a type of super strong physique. It was very famous. Who would have thought that Shui Ying would be able to refine it? Did he use his final trump card? The people of the Acheron Hall heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Shui Ying would not be defeated. Shui Ying's face was incomparably cold. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. How could he possibly lose to a little saint? How could he possibly lose to a little saint? For someone as prideful as him, this was completely unbearable. Therefore, he had to use his final trump card to kill the other party. Oh, a super strong physique? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He indeed felt that the strength of the other party's physique had far surpassed the previous one. However, he did not care at all. Looks like you still haven't given up. Since that's the case, I'll make you truly despair. Speaking of this, Lin Xian's aura changed again. The sword chi disappeared and was replaced by a violent aura. It was as if a supreme king had shrouded the entire area. Next, he was going to use the Tiger Demon Fist. Buzz! Shui Ying sneered. He stepped on the soles of his feet and soared into the sky, flying forward. After using his super strong physique, he wanted to engage in close combat with the other party. He wanted to tear the other party apart with his own hands. Lin Xian did not dodge and also rushed forward. It seemed like he wanted to engage in close combat. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to physique. The surrounding people were stunned. It can't be. The two of them want to engage in close combat? Shui Ying relied on his super strong physique to engage in close combat. That sword maniac should be an expert in the sword Dao. However, his physique should not be too strong in close combat. Is he going to give up his advantage now? Everyone was puzzled. The people of the Acheron Hall also snorted. What a stupid kid. Let's see how he's going to die next. When Shui Ying saw this, he also smiled coldly. He did not know what was good for him. He stretched out his palm. Acheron palm. The Acheron Dao diagram in his palm flickered continuously. When he struck out with his palm, the powerful force directly pierced through the void. At this moment, the entire world shook violently. Tiger Demon Fist? Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a roar. His palm suddenly turned black, like a black tiger. There were extremely terrifying Dao runes flickering on it. The Tiger Demon Fist came from the mysterious world of Green Hill Cave. Previously, there was a palm that swept through everything. It was extremely powerful. Lin Xian's cultivation of the tiger demon fist should be related to that long black arm. At this moment, his right hand was also incomparably black and emitted a strange light. A ferocious aura of a king emerged from it. The first style of the tiger demon fist, Army Destroyer. When he struck out, it became the only thing in the world. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Everyone was stunned. The scene froze again. The incomparably powerful Xue Ying, who displayed his super-strong physique, was penetrated by a punch. After a long time, the crowd exclaimed, "It can't be." Xue Ying's physique was destroyed. It can't be. That's the Acheron blood spirit body. That punch just now was too terrifying. It could definitely destroy a world. What kind of fist technique was that? Exclamations and discussions sounded one after another. Blood Eagle's eyes were wide open. His original arrogance had turned into fear. He had already used his strongest trump card, but he still could not do anything to his opponent. Chapter 42-26. This scene caused an uproar in the world. Those from the Acheron Hall stood up and roared at the sky. "Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. They must be crazy." Those around them took a deep breath. It seemed like they had to re-evaluate this person called Sword Maniac. His strength was far beyond their imagination. Lei Shencheng and those from the myriad demon city looked solemn, while those from the great desolate mansion looked on with flickering eyes. One of the Taoists looked cold. He was Huang Shisan. He said coldly, "A rising star with decent strength, but he's no match for me. My only opponents are Fu Hongye and a few others." He was extremely domineering. On the other side, Wan Jinyi from the Myriad Sword Pavilion was glaring coldly. "Sword Maniac, you better not meet me. Otherwise, I'll let you know who's the real sword expert." Discussions broke out one after another. Those from the Acheron Hall were gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to break. The Silver Corpse Saint King said coldly. His eyes were also filled with killing intent. "Don't bother about this kid. He's too powerful. Someone will kill him sooner or later. Let's adjust our strategy." The elders under him started to adjust their strategy. On the other side, Lin Xian left the arena. He didn't target the Acheron Hall in the next few fights. However, Lei Shencheng and the Myriad Demon City were suppressed. Those who died in Lin Xian's hands were in trouble. Many of them gritted their teeth and wanted to kill Lin Xian. At this moment, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body was getting stronger and stronger. A ray of light fell from the sky like an immortal light. It turned into a scroll with the names of all the participants carved on it. Those who failed turned grayish-white, while the others emitted a golden glow. The ranking was based on the number of victories. The higher the ranking, the more victories one had. Lin Xian, Sword Maniac, was also on the ranking. Countless people looked up to him. Most of those who were ranked at the top were sacred venerables. They were all very powerful sacred venerables. For example, Fu Hongye and the others were at the top of the ranking. Wan Jinyi and the others were slightly behind. However, someone exclaimed at this moment, because they realized that another person's name had changed. He had rushed to the top. He had obtained a dazzling result. 9 Qilin. How did his result become so powerful? That's right. He only had 10 hearts previously. Now he had 30 stars. Everyone cried out in surprise. They realized that the 9-headed Qilin had won a match, and that person had 30 stars. He had won 30 matches in a row. 9 Qilin's result. The 30 perfect victories that he represented were all given to the 9-headed Qilin. What's going on? Being able to win 30 matches in a row was enough to show that that person was very powerful. That was definitely a saint venerable. But to think that he would lose to the 9-headed Qilin. 9 Qilin was a genius, but he was a genius sacred venerables. Could it be that he was also a powerful dark horse? Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a cold smile appeared on his face. The 9-headed Qilin might be strong, but it wasn't his turn to shine in the holy heavens. According to his guess, the person who was fighting with the 9-headed Qilin should be an expert that the Demon City had secretly trained. At this moment, this powerful being had purposely given the battle results to the 9-headed Qilin. He wanted to push the nine-headed Qilin to a peak so that everyone could look up to it. Artificially created battle records? Lin Xian snorted coldly. As expected, some of the holy cities had already begun to use despicable means. The other holy cities naturally understood this point. Hence, after this incident, several holy cities adopted this method. After all, this was the purpose of secretly nurturing people. For example, Wang Jini had won 2 matches in a row, and the 2 people he had defeated were both record holders of 30 consecutive victories. As a result, he now had a winning streak of 60 matches. His ranking instantly skyrocketed, placing him among the geniuses of the previous generation. In fact, he wasn't too far away from Fu Hongye, Huang Shisan, and the others. Countless people started to congratulate him. Many of them laughed and said that the 9th young master was indeed very strong and had unparalleled talent. If this continued, his future achievements would be limitless. That's right. The 9th young master was just a small saint. Once he became a sacred sovereign, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. In the future, we would have to rely on the 9th young master. These people were all followers of the 9th young master. The nine-headed Qilin laughed after hearing this. He was like a supreme, immortal god looking down on the world. He made people look up to him. However, at this moment, a cold and mocking voice was heard. Do you really think you're a big shot? Why don't you think about how you got your battle records? Do you have the face to stand in such a position? As soon as the voice was heard, everyone's expression changed. Although they knew that there must be some tricks behind this, they didn't dare to say it out loud. But no one dared to say it out loud. Wouldn't that be slapping the demon city's face? As expected, the faces of the people from the demon city darkened. The nine-headed Qilin snorted coldly. Who dares to talk about me behind my back? Get out here. Let's see if I don't kill you. Is that so? Are you very strong? I'm right here. Try and kill me. On an empty arena, Lin Xian walked up and looked at the nine-headed Qilin. Come on, 9th young master. Your ranking is so high, way higher than mine. I challenge you now. Do you dare? When the surrounding people saw this, they were stunned, because they realized that the person who came up was the sword fanatic. Heavens, is this death god here again? It can't be. Didn't he go against the Acheron Hall previously? Is he here to slap the demon city's face now? Can he really leave alive after offending so many saint cities? You guys don't know this, right? This sword fanatic killed the nine-headed Qilin when he first came to the heavenly wind world. Now, he's here purely to suppress the nine-headed Qilin. What? Is there such a thing? The crowd was shocked and started discussing. When the nine-headed Qilin saw the other party, his face turned ugly. Damn it, he would never forget this person. He was the one who killed him. To think that he would dare to come out now. Damn it. The nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth. The eyes of the other powerful people from the demon city lit up. This is great. This is a good chance. Let's kill him quickly. Some of them stood up. Lin Xian was not afraid. Why? Nine-headed Qilin, you don't dare to come out. Since you don't dare, you can kowtow to me and beg for mercy. I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Lin Xian's voice was loud and clear. It spread across the world. Even the people at the extraterritorial stand heard it. They took in a cold breath. That's too arrogant. The nine-headed Qilin snorted and said, Your battle record is too low. I don't want to fight with you. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. My record is low? Yes. I only have a 20-match winning streak now, but so what? This record was won by my own hands, match after match. Among them, I've killed more than 10 Saint Venerables. What about you? What's your battle record? Don't you know how many battles you've won? The person who lost to you is a secret expert that your 1,000 demon city has been nurturing. He pretended to lose to you. Do you really think that you're a peerless expert? Chapter 42:27. Lin Xian's words were filled with disdain. Nine-headed Qilin almost vomited blood when he heard it. The others were shocked when they heard it as well. The people from Demon City snorted. Do you want to die? We'll make sure you die a horrible death today. They were furious because this was something that every holy city had silently agreed to. However, Lin Xian did not know what was good for him. Since he did not follow the rules, there was no need for him to exist. The other experts from the Holy City also had cold killing intent in their eyes. They also felt that this was a good opportunity to kill Lin Xian because his winning streak was not very high. He had only won 20 matches. However, half of them were obtained by killing Saint Sovereigns. This meant that the Saint Sovereigns from the Holy City were killed by Lin Xian the moment they attacked. If such a person did not go out, more Saint Sovereigns would fall in the future. The people from Great Desolation Mansion also lost 2 Saint Sovereigns. Hence, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Someone gritted his teeth and said, "Send out our hunters to kill this kid. I don't want to see him again." The other elders also nodded. However, at this moment, a figure stood out. "I don't think we need to do anything. This kid is not ordinary. Let Demon City deal with him." Hearing this, the elders turned their heads. When they saw the figure, they frowned. "Nine Nether, this is not your style of speaking." This man was called Nine Nether. He was very powerful. His original form was an earth dragon. He said, "I know this person. He is more terrifying than you can imagine." "Oh, you know him? Tell us, who is he?" These people were shocked. Until now, they still did not know the identity of this sword maniac. Nine Nether said, "I don't know who he is, but I've seen him in the Grotto Heaven test. He passed the test and entered the vast Grotto Heaven. He can be said to be a top genius." "What? He could enter the secret realm created by the vast Grotto Heaven?" The surrounding people were stunned. This secret realm was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Only top geniuses could enter. For example, Nine Nether had entered. No wonder this sword maniac was so terrifying. He was an expert of this level. Some of the elders took a deep breath. If that was the case, it would not be easy to get rid of this sword maniac. At the very least, it had to be an expert at Nine Nether's level, and there was a risk involved. Therefore, they nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let the people from the Myriad Demon City make a move." At the same time, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Limitless Sect, and the others also received the news. Among them, Wan Jinni said, "Old Zhang, don't worry. Although he has also joined that Grotto Heaven, I am not afraid. That was because all the top experts had already become Saint Venerables after coming out, but the other party had not. This shows that his talent is no match for mine. Even if he's lucky enough to not die this time, as long as he meets me, he'll definitely lose." On the Demon City side, Nineheads Qilin didn't even enter the arena. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to because he knew that he didn't have the strength to face the other party. Therefore, he would not let the other party continue to live and be arrogant. They sent out a secretly trained expert, who was also a hunter. It was a mysterious figure in a blue robe. He came to the arena, and the blue saber in his hand emitted a piercing light. After coming up, he did not say a word and directly charged towards Lin Xian. With a slash of the saber, the terrifying laws were vast and mighty. It was like a vast ocean, causing the wind and clouds in all directions to change. What a terrifying saber technique. The surrounding spectators' expressions changed when they sensed the terror of this saber. Obviously, this was also an expert, and a Saint Venerable expert at that. Lin Xian sneered. "Nine-headed Qilin, you're really useless. You don't even have the courage to come up. Forget it. Then you're not worthy of being my opponent at all. As for this person, he should be a hunter from the Myriad Demon City. You want to kill me? But that's impossible." He snorted coldly. Thunder surged from his body and surged over from all directions, turning into a huge thunder tiger. It stood indomitable and charged towards the saber light in the sky. As soon as he came up, he used the Tiger Demon Fist. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. The saber light collided with the phantom of the demonic tiger, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the next moment, the saber directly split the phantom of the tiger, and then fiercely slashed towards Lin Xian. This person is so terrifying. His strength is above the sword fanatics. It's over. It seems that this sword fanatic is really in danger this time. That's for sure. He recklessly went against the sacred city. His ending will definitely be very miserable. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Lin Xian sneered. Did they send out an even stronger person? He clenched the Tiger Demon Fist and quickly rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The army destroyer struck out, causing heaven and earth to tremble. It directly shattered that ray of light. Then he charged forward and continuously collided with the opponent's saber. Every collision, it was like a lightning tribulation. The killing intent in the blue-robed man's eyes was really terrifying. His saber technique was extremely terrifying. Every slash could split open a world. He and Lin Xian entered the battle. The two of them exchanged more than 30 moves, and they were evenly matched. Suddenly, at this moment, the blue-robed man revealed a sinister smile and changed his saber technique. Endless blue laws erupted from his saber technique and swept towards Lin Xian. Sea de mon saber. As his cold voice fell, a blue saber light slashed down from the sky. When it came to Lin Xian's side, it suddenly split open. The violent aura of destruction filled heaven and earth. At this moment, countless large cracks appeared in the entire world and spread towards the surroundings. What a terrifying, destructive power. This was a slash of destruction. Countless people gasped. They felt that the sword fanatic couldn't block this attack at all. Murong Qingqing and the others were also nervous. Damn it, the speed of the change of this saber was really beyond everyone's expectations. Even Guansong Hai revealed a look of worry. On the other side, Nine Nether, Wan Jiani, and the others revealed a cold smile. It should be settled. As expected, he couldn't be compared to them. Chao Tianxing looked at this scene calmly. The blue storm in front of him gradually disappeared. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared. However, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this scene. Could it be that he was killed? The beasts of the monster city also snorted coldly. Needless to say, he must have been killed. Moreover, his heart and soul were destroyed. Not even a drop of blood was left. This was the result of going against the monster city. Countless people's faces instantly turned pale. He was too strong. The strength of the holy city wasn't something that a single person could provoke. Chapter 42:28. Is it over? How pitifully weak. Unable to withstand a single blow. The blue-robed man sneered as he sheathed his saber. He turned around to leave, but he was stunned the next moment. The reason for that was because he could sense a strange energy appearing in the air. The smiles of the people around him froze. What's going on? What's that energy? They looked around frantically, and they saw a bolt of lightning tearing through the void and walking out from the spatial crack. A dragon's roar that made people tremble rang out. At the same time, there was a cold voice. The show has just begun, and you want to leave already? How is that possible? Countless people looked at the scene, dumbfounded. The people of Demon City exclaimed, "It's that kid, he's still alive." No way. The Saint Sovereign would have died from that attack. How could he have survived? That energy is the energy of a dragon. Could he be one of the Dragon Clan's people? What's going on? The people around them discussed among themselves, and many of them looked at the Dragon Clan in the distance. The three Dragons Clan's people also had strange expressions on their faces. To be honest, they did not know who the other party was. However, they did not believe that such an attack could kill the sword maniac. After all, this guy had obtained the blue dragon horn. Is he still alive? Even many of the saint rulers were shocked. To be honest, they had made a mistake in their judgment. What a mysterious person. Liyue Sage King was shocked. Silver Corpse Sage King's face turned cold. Sky Soaring Sage King's face also darkened. He transmitted his voice and gave the order to kill. On the other side, Peerless Sage King smiled. He now knew who the person was. Sure enough, his junior brother still came. He did not immediately reveal his true identity, but hid himself to fight against the Sage Kings. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. He's still alive? Wan Jiani, Nine Nether, and the others' faces turned ugly. Damn it, they had mocked the other party for being weak and unworthy of being their opponent. But now, they had made a mistake in their judgment. It was a slap to their faces. This made them very unhappy. The blue-robed man's eyes narrowed. He was very confident in the power of his attack. He didn't believe that there was anyone who could stop him. Even if there was, it couldn't be the person in front of him. However, the other party had survived, and the aura on his body had become even more tyrannical than before. Could it be that the other party wasn't injured before? When he thought of this possibility, his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that he had a top-grade Saint artifact for defense? Damn, brat, what did you do just now? Was it a Saint King level weapon? You're cheating. The blue-robed man let out a roar, and the others were also in an uproar. The eyes of the people from the demon city lit up. Yes, that's right, he was cheating. He was asking the referee elder to probe his defense. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the other party had really used a Saint King level weapon to defend himself? Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. I cheated? Truly despicable and shameless. It's fine if your myriad demon city is despicable, but now you actually want to pour dirty water on me. Very well, the 3 judging elders, please. In the sky, 3 elders appeared, and they were divided into 3 sides. Their expressions were incomparably cold. To be honest, they were still very resistant towards Lin Xian. After all, one of the judging elders had already been killed because of Lin Xian. Therefore, when facing the other party, they were very careful. Lin Xian said, "Dare I ask the 3 judging elders? Just now, did you sense a Saint King level aura?" The 3 of them looked at each other, and then one of the elders said coldly, "We didn't sense it." The other 2 nodded. "We also didn't sense a Saint King level aura." "Thank you for upholding justice," Lin Xian said with a fist and palm salute. Then, he revealed a smile. "You heard it. I didn't use any Saint King level Saint artifacts. You're just too confident in yourself. You think you can hurt me with your strength? What a joke. I'm not someone you can imagine." Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. This scene made the blue-robed man vomit blood. Damn it, how could it be? Was the other party's strength already so strong? Damn it, I don't believe it. Blue Ocean One Blade. The blue-robed man slashed out with his long blade. With a clang, between heaven and earth, crazy laws descended. It turned into an even more frightening blade light. Earlier, it had been a destructive blade light. However, at that moment, it was extremely sharp. It was capable of slicing anything in half. Lin Xian snorted and stretched out his palm. It turned black again. Tiger Demon Fist, second style, sky-shattering. As soon as his voice fell, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions with him as the center. It was as if the world was about to end. This scene was really too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the previous blade. Suddenly, the blue blade light in the sky was enveloped by the cracks, and there was a cracking sound. Then it was torn apart. Was the peerless blade broken? Countless people were in an uproar. No one expected Lin Xian to be so strong after showing his true strength. How could it be? I must be dreaming. The blue-robed man's pupils shrank. He knew the power of the blade. Even if Lin Xian could block it, he would be injured. However, the other party had easily broken through this set. Why? Are you shocked? Surprised? Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry. The more shocking part is yet to come. At this point, he took a deep breath and threw out a punch. Tiger Demon Fist, third style soul suppression. Another punch was thrown out. The black fist seemed to have turned into a black tiger. It roared between heaven and earth, and the aura it emitted distorted the void. Feeling the terrifying power surging towards him, the blue-robed man's pupils shrank. The blue-robed man's pupils shrank. Damn it! He frantically retreated, but discovered that it was already too late. He could only passively block and use the long blade in his hand to the extreme. Streaks of terrifying saber light shot out one after another. Every single one of them was as terrifying as heavenly thunder. There were tens of thousands of them in the sky, dancing wildly and slashing towards the sky. The momentum was mighty. It was incomparable. I don't believe that I can't cut it. He roared at the sky. At this moment, it was as if he wanted to open the sky. Boom, boom, boom. However, the Tiger Demon Fist was really too terrifying. It could really suppress everything. The blade lights that filled the sky were all shattered. A shadow of a ferocious tiger pressed down on the blue-robed man. No! The blue-robed man's pupils shrank. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. In the next moment, He was enveloped by the tiger phantom. Boom! The entire ancient arena let out a violent roar. Countless cracks appeared around the arena and spread towards the surroundings. At this moment, the arena was almost split apart, but it endured in the end. The surrounding people were blasted away by the nomological storm. They all held up their holy domains and frantically resisted. Chapter 42:29. When everything disappeared, everyone looked carefully. In the next moment, they saw that there was at least a shadow of a black tiger that suppressed everything. Below, it was a seahorse that was close to 1,000 meters long. At this moment, it was crushed into two halves. Blue blood dyed the ground red. The blue-robed man's true form was actually a seahorse. It was unbelievable. Damn it, how could it be? The people of Demon City looked terrible. Many of them stood up and roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What? You finally showed your true form. You still dare to say that you're not from Demon City? Damn it. The seahorse kept roaring and trying to break free from the seal. However, it was suppressed. The people of Demon City were also roaring. Damn it, let go of him. Lin Xian glanced at them and said, So you admit that he's from Demon City? The people around were also shocked. That's not right. This guy didn't come from Demon City. I remember that he walked out from the crowd. Yeah, he didn't emit any demonic aura from the beginning. He hid it well. I thought that he was a human expert. That means that he's really from Demon City. And it seems that he was secretly trained. Demon City actually hid such an expert. What's their purpose? Could it be that he's really a legendary hunter? Exclamations and discussions could be heard. The people of Demon City looked terrible. They all came back. An elder snorted coldly. He told the young geniuses to shut up. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Why aren't you roaring anymore? Don't you want to save his life? Kid, what are you trying to do? Finally, an elder stood up and said coldly. Lin Xian said, It's simple. I just want to know what's the relationship between him and Demon City. All right, I can tell you that he's from Demon City. However, we didn't plan to let him participate. So, he hid his identity and came here secretly. We didn't know about it before. Now that I've told you his identity, you can let him go. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were in an uproar. This person really was an expert from the Demon City. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard this. Very good, he finally admitted it. He waved his hand, and the black tiger phantom roared and tore the seahorse's body into pieces. Even its soul was swallowed by the tiger. The enormous body shattered and disappeared. Damn it, you actually dared to kill him. The elder of the 1,000 Demon City was furious, and his body emitted boundless cold, killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? He killed me, so why wouldn't I kill him? Did I promise you that I wouldn't kill him? Damn, the 1,000 Demon City elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He realized that Lin Fan really didn't say anything, which meant that he had been conned. Damn brat, just you wait. If there's a chance, I definitely won't let you off. Are you threatening me? Very well. I'm going to go against you guys today. If any of you from the 10,000 goblins dare to come out, I will kill you. I want to see what qualifications you have to threaten me today. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold, killing intent. The Soaring Skies Saint King was one of the people who had participated in the hunt for him back then. How could he let the 1,000 Demon City off? Lin Xian's voice was incomparably cold, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The 1,000 Demon City elders snorted coldly. How could this brat control the competition? Therefore, they did not care about this at all. However, they soon realized that they had been mistaken. The other party had grasped the laws of wind and thunder, and his speed was extremely fast. No matter who it was, as long as it was someone from the 1,000 Demon City, the other party would immediately enter the arena and kill his opponents with the fastest speed possible. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 8 experts from the 1,000 Demon City had died in the hands of the other party. Among them, there were even 2 saints. This caused the 1,000 Demon City to go crazy and their hearts to bleed. The Soaring Skies Saint King's eyes shone with a sharp blade light as he glared at Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian was shattering continuously. He could feel the might of the Saint King. What? The Saint King wants to strike? Bring it on! Didn't you three great sage kings join forces to kill Lin Wudy before? Since you can kill a genius once, you can continue to do whatever you want. Lin Xian's voice resonated throughout the entire universe. Come at me! Lin Xian's voice resonated throughout the universe. The soaring sky Saint King's face turned cold. He snorted coldly and retracted his gaze. On the other side, the silver corpse Saint King's face was also ugly. Damn it! I can't let him continue to be arrogant. Old Zhang from the Thousand Demon City gritted his teeth. They asked who had the confidence to kill him. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads. To be honest, they did not have the confidence. However, at this moment a figure walked out. I'll kill him. This person's voice was abnormally strong and carried a terrifying power. This was a demonic ape, an earth demonic ape. It had boundless strength and was a mutated species of heaven and earth. His strength had reached the level of a saint. The soaring sky Saint King frowned slightly. According to the information we just received, this person is very strong. He had joined the Grotto Heavens test and even succeeded. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than Wan Jiani and the others. Hearing this, the surrounding elders of the Thousand Demon Cities sucked in a breath of cold air. Was the other party so strong? No wonder he could kill so many experts. The earth demonic ape frowned as well. However, he still said, I have some confidence. After knowing that Lin Xian's situation was so terrifying, this fellow still wanted to make a move. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. However, the Sage King shook his head. Don't make a move first. There's no need to reveal our trump cards in advance for this fellow. Let's wait. Following this, the Thousand Demon Cities side actually did not send out anyone. This truly shocked everyone. Could it be that the Thousand Demon City was afraid? One person was actually suppressing a saint city. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Lin Xian also did not make a move. He even stared at the Thousand Demon Cities side. As long as the other party made a move, he would immediately make a move. Being entangled by such a person, the Thousand Demon City felt very sullen. They were probably already the laughingstock of the world. Damn it, those people gritted their teeth. The soaring sky Saint King's eyes were also cold. To be honest, he thought that the other party would tactfully leave to provoke the other saint cities. That way, they could send out people to fight. However, it seemed like the other party was really going against them. He did not participate in any battles and only stared at them. It was useless no matter what he did. He really did not know what was good for him. I'll play with him. The soaring sky Saint King coldly snorted. He called Sikong Lai over and let him go. Hearing this, the elders were stunned. Was the Sage King going to use his trump card? No matter, he had to use it anyway. This matter was also a difficult opponent. It was best to let Sikong Lai take action. This way, the world would know the consequences of offending the Thousand Demon City. Those elders nodded. Then, they opened a spatial gate and walked in. Not long after, they came out. A young man followed behind them. This person had a pale face and wore a black robe. He had a cold smile on his face. His long and narrow eyes shone brightly. Is it my turn to go on stage so soon? Chapter 4230. This time, there's a reckless guy who dares to provoke us. He has already killed many saint sovereigns and has set his eyes on us. He has disgraced our sacred city. Go down and kill him. Hearing this, Sikong Lai was stunned. There's such a guy? Who is it? Fu Hongya? Huang Shisan? He frowned slightly. In his opinion, only such a person could give the sacred city such a headache. However, the elders shook their heads slightly. No, it's not him. That guy. He pointed at a figure in the distance. So young? Sikong Lai frowned slightly. The next moment, he was even more stunned. Old man, are you sure? This guy isn't even a saint sovereign. Indeed, he isn't. However, he has already killed 4 of our saint sovereigns and 10 peak minor saints. All of them died in his hands. Do you think he's weak? Sikong Lai took a deep breath. He's so powerful. I finally know why I summoned him. I know. Leave it to me. Sikong Lai nodded. The next moment, he floated forward. Look, someone from the demon city has come out again. It seems like they're not going to tolerate it anymore. Countless people exclaimed. Everyone's gazes shifted over. Lin Xian also flew up. Again? Is he courting death? He landed on the arena, looked at the figure in front of him, and shook his head. Get lost. You're too young. You're no match for me. Kid, you're very arrogant. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. However, you're too reckless. You'll die if I attack you. Then he rushed forward. Lin Xian snorted and threw out a punch. It directly enveloped Xikong Lai. The next moment, a thunderous sound was heard. Xikong Lai's body was blasted away. It can't be. He's killed in one move. The surrounding people were stunned. What's the demon city doing? Why did they send such a weak person? Could it be that they were planning to wear down the sword fanatic by taking turns to tire him out? The surrounding people were also discussing. Lin Xian was also stunned. It shouldn't be. What the hell is the demon city doing? The next moment, he was stunned. The others exclaimed, Look, what's that? They saw that the body that had been split into 4 pieces did not die. Instead, it quickly reassembled, and then 4 figures stood up. Every one of them looked like Space-Time Hunter, and the other party had actually split into 4. Was it a doppelganger? Many people cried out in alarm. This wouldn't do either. This type of doppelganger couldn't be resisted at all. After the 4 of them came out in an instant, they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and threw out another punch. However, in the next moment, he was surprised to find that the strength of these 4 people was actually the same, blocking his attack. However, his power erupted and blasted the 4 of them away once again. This time, even more figures stood out. 4 of them were split in half. In other words, all 8 of them stood up. What was going on? A few Holy City elders cried out in alarm. This wasn't a clone, but rather a split. Every time his body was destroyed, he would be able to form a completely new body. Could it be that he was the Space Breaker Beast? When these words were spoken, the other elders were also shocked. They had long heard that there were thousands of demons in the 1,000-demon city, and it was incomparably strange. There was a type of demon beast that had this kind of splitting ability called the Space Breaker Beast. Now it seemed that it was this person. The Space Breaker Beast could form a new body when its body was injured. It was simply immortal and indestructible. Indeed, it was basically impossible to kill it. As long as a bit of its flesh and blood was left, it could fully grow and instantly recover. Unless one's strength surpassed everything and could destroy the Space Breaker Beast completely, not leaving a single drop of blood. However, in order to do this, one had to be an extremely terrifying existence, at least a peak Saint Venerable or Saint King. It was impossible for such a person to appear on this battlefield. For a moment, everyone cried out in alarm, not knowing how Lin Xian was going to block it. Lin Xian also frowned. A Space Breaker Beast, huh? The other party's bloodline was really strange. Xikong Lai revealed a smile and said, Useless brat, this will only increase my strength. Is that so? Of the 8 of you, one must be the main body, right? If I kill your main body, won't you die without a doubt? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a trace of shocking light. In the next moment, his gaze became dim. However, he soon discovered that the 8 of them did not have a main body at all. Their main bodies and clones were all the same. This made him frown. Were they all the same? Were there really no clones? Xikong Lai, who was opposite him, laughed loudly. How could this brat have already found out? Indeed, any one of me can be the main body. What can you use to kill me? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. He was too strong. He was really immortal and indestructible. How could there be such an existence? Unless there was a heaven-defying difference in cultivation. However, Space-Time Lai was a Saint Venerable, and Lin Xian was only a small saint. The difference between the 2 of them could not be made up. Now that he had such a bloodline, it was impossible to defeat him. It seemed that the Sword Maniac had really lost this time. Yes, but with the Sword Maniac's strength, it was still possible for him to escape now. However, failure was inevitable. With this failure, the Sword Maniac would have the Space Breaker Beast to hunt him down in the future. He would soon be eliminated. Discussions sounded one after another. They did not expect the tables to turn. The Sword Maniac fell into a predicament so quickly. However, they still underestimated the determination of the Demon City. Not only did they want Lin Xian to fail, but they also wanted to kill Lin Xian completely. In the arena, 8 space-time hunters took action, attacking Lin Xian from 8 directions. Lin Xian quickly dodged. However, 8 against 1, he could not dodge in the end. He could not easily use the void escape. So he had no choice but to slap out with his palm. The Azure Dragon Seal instantly sent a few of them flying, and new people appeared from the broken bodies. In the end, there were already hundreds of figures standing in the arena. Each of their auras was incomparably strong. It made people's scalps tingle. The more they fought, the stronger they became. How could they fight? Boy, tremble and despair. This is the result of daring to go against the Demon City. The space-time hunters walked over with a sinister smile. More than 100 figures covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Kill! With a roar, he formed a seal with his palm. Between heaven and earth, thunder filled the air, completely enveloping the entire space. He did not believe that he could not kill his opponent this time. The people who were pierced by the thunder quickly changed, and in the end, there were more than 10 million of them. Damn it, even the thunder could not kill them. Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy. Now it seemed that only the power of the great dragon sword soul could be used. However, if he could not hit them in one strike, it would be useless. After all, any body could continue to split, which meant that he had to think of a way. He had to catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Chapter 42:31. In everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was doomed. In fact, Lin Xian had indeed fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. However, he did not panic. At this moment, he was accumulating his strength. He wanted to defeat all of his opponents in one fell swoop. Facing thousands of figures, he fought and retreated. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. However, a trace of golden light flickered in his eyes. He was using his ocular technique, but he was secretly using it. Moreover, it was not very powerful. He wanted to subtly influence his opponent's soul and not let him discover it. Now that his opponent had the upper hand, he must be very arrogant. He wanted to make use of this point to make the other party arrogant to the extreme. He wanted to make his opponent completely crazy. As expected, seeing Lin Xian retreating, Xikong Lai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Kid, go to hell. Thousands of figures all rushed over, completely enveloping Lin Xian. The entire arena was also completely covered. These figures seemed to have turned into locusts, lying on Lin Xian's body, and began to madly absorb Lin Xian's power to strengthen these figures. Lin Xian could not move. He could feel his power draining away, but he smiled. Great, it's finally working. These people all rushed over without a care for anything else. In the next moment, the light flickered. The great dragon sword soul roared, and countless sword chi formed a sword Dao world. It directly enveloped these people completely. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. In an instant, those figures were attacked, and their bodies cracked. However, the sinister voice said, "It's useless. You can't kill me. You'll only make me more and more." Lin Xian did not say anything. He activated the great attack Sword Soul with all his strength and slashed wildly. Gradually, Space-Time Hunter's expression changed. Damn it, what's going on? He found that his figure had fallen into a pool of blood. Before he could reform a new body, he was destroyed again. Moreover, these sword chi carried a biting cold aura that prevented those wounds from healing. He found that his figure was gradually decreasing. Damn it, his opponent still had such a biting cold sword chi. He wanted to retreat. However, he found that the entire Sword Dao world had already enveloped everything. He had no way out. What shocked him even more was that his entire body had entered the sword to the world. Not a single part of him was left behind. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. No matter how arrogant he was, he would still be careful and leave one of them outside just in case. But now he didn't stay. This was too surprising. Damn it, what's going on? When he saw the strange light in Lin Xian's eyes, he knew he was in trouble. You used an eye technique on me. That's right. Looks like you're not that stupid. I did use an eye technique on you. Therefore, you won't be able to escape. Damn it. I'll fight you to the death. Space-Time Hunter roared. Since he had no way out, he could only fight with his back against the wall. Countless terrifying laws appeared on his body, and the remaining figures charged over together. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Everything was over. Endless sword chi exploded, and everything was over very quickly. Everyone was wiped out, and their blood was wiped out by him. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. At this moment, the terrifying space breaker beast was completely slain by him. The spectators outside were also stunned when they saw this scene. They only saw countless figures pouncing toward Lin Xian, and then sword chi surged out of Lin Xian's body, completely enveloping the entire arena. After that, they couldn't see anything. What kind of battle had happened? How was it? The people from the Demon City sneered. How dare you question the strength of the lashing spacebreaker beast? You really don't know what's good for you. Indeed, they weren't worried at all. Only those old monsters could kill the lashing spacebreaker beast. No one in the younger generation could do it. But when the sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, the surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? They found that there was only one person in the arena, and that was Lin Xian. Space-time rift, then where did he go? No way did he hide? Exclamations rang out. The people from the Demon City were also shocked and doubtful. They roared, "Kid, where did you take Sikong Lai?" Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. He had already been sent to hell. What? That's impossible. Everyone was stunned. The people from the Demon City were even more shocked. Soaring Sky Saint King also opened his eyes. His gaze was rarely seen in all directions as a huge soul pressure pressed down on them. It seemed that he was searching, but not long after, his expression became incomparably ugly. What was going on? He really couldn't sense Space-Time Lai's aura. Could it be that he was really killed by him? The three referee elders also descended from the sky and began to search the surroundings. Then, they said that Space-Time Lai's life was unknown. This battle was won by the sword maniac. His life was unknown. Everyone gasped. That was a space breaker beast. It could split into countless bodies. How could he disappear? Now that he wasn't here, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed. Not even a drop of blood was left. Thinking of this possibility, everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of method did this sword maniac use to be so powerful? Great! Murong Qingcheng, Shun Jingxiu, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Wan Jiani also frowned. The other party's sword chi was so strange. As an expert of the sword Dao, he felt a sense of threat. The people of Demon City were completely stunned. I'll fight it out with you. Many people rushed out. Lin Xian sneered. Fine, I'll send you to hell together. These people stopped in midair. They didn't dare to fight with the other party at all. For a moment, they couldn't advance or retreat. They were in an abnormally sorry state. A bunch of trash. You don't even have the courage to fight with me. Get lost. Lin Xian roared and looked disdainfully at the surroundings. Everyone returned. Flying Sky Saint King coldly shouted. All the people of Demon City had returned. After that, they didn't make another move because this time, they were truly frightened. Originally, even the Divine King thought that the Space Breaker Beast's attack was absolutely foolproof. But now, the Space Breaker Beast was actually killed. Were they going to send out a stronger trump card? They weren't confident. So for a period of time, the people of Demon City seemed to be asleep. No one spoke, and no one attacked. A man and a sword suppressed Shen Cheng's head. This was probably the first time in history. The surrounding Demon City's people also had solemn expressions. Until now, they still didn't know which faction this person belonged to. However, the other party's methods were too terrifying. Demon City was actually afraid of him. As for the other Demon City's people, many of them also died in the hands of the other party. However, everyone realized that the other party didn't attack all the Demon City's people. Instead, he attacked a few Demon City's people. Could it be that this person had a grudge with those Demon City's people? In an instant, they thought of a possibility. Chapter 4232. Could it be that this matter was really related to Peerless City? Everyone started guessing. Wushuang City dares to go against us? The Acheron Palace's silver corpse, Sage King, received the news, and his eyes flashed coldly. Looks like it's time for us to send our hunters to teach Wushuang City a lesson. They sent out their own hunters. Even the great desolate mansion sent out their hunters. In an instant, these hunters moved in the dark, keeping an eye on Wushuang City. Soon, someone exclaimed. Wushuang City also felt the pressure. People like Shi Bufan and Wang Xiaofeng from Stillwater Sky City were being hunted. Retreat quickly. Fu Hongye shouted coldly, telling them not to fight back. These people had no choice but to retreat. Even Ghostly was severely injured by a slash. In an instant, countless people were in an uproar. They could see that someone was targeting Wushuang City. Lin Xian naturally saw it too. A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. These people were so reckless. It seemed like he had to continue, but before that, he had to do something because he had killed a lot of people. Therefore, at this moment, he had a lot of winning streaks. He had won 50 matches in a row. This was an equally dazzling record. So once he appeared, he would be targeted by countless people. Although he was confident in himself, this was a Dao debate after all. There might be a terrifying expert. So Lin Xian decided to give away his winning streak first. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, waiting for an opportunity. Soon he sent a message to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing smiled and walked down, while Lin Xian went up. In the surroundings, those people were all stupefied when they saw this. It couldn't be right. This guy was actually going to make a move against the favored daughter of heaven? Even the people from Demon City were stunned. This guy was going to attack Kunlun Pavilion? It shouldn't be. Wasn't he from Wushuang City? Could it be that their judgment was wrong? The people from Kunlun Pavilion were also stunned. But soon, they widened their eyes in disbelief. After Lin Xian went up, he said calmly, "So it's Fairy Murong. I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you're really amazing. I hope that fairy will show mercy." Murong Qingqing threw out a palm strike. Lin Xian didn't resist and immediately retreated. Fairy's palm strength is so good that I am ashamed of my inferiority. Then he turned around and walked down the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded, and I cursed the heavens. What was the meaning of this? Was he admitting defeat just like that? Damn it, he was giving away his winning streak. Some of the sacred cities instantly understood what was going on, and they gnashed their teeth in anger. They couldn't say anything. They were willing to do this kind of thing. Moreover, Lin Xian made them vomit blood. Lin Xian said, "I learned it from Wan Yao Cheng." The people from the Demon City were about to go mad with anger. Just like that, Murong Qingqing obtained Lin Xian's 50-match winning streak and instantly entered the 100-match winning streak. This was a very difficult task. After all, everyone here was an expert and a genius. A 50-match winning streak was already heaven-defying. A 200-match winning streak could be said to be a legend. At this moment, Murong Qingqing completed a 100-match winning streak. She was the first to do so. In an instant, countless people looked up to her. Damn it, we have to speed up. Wan Jinni too. Hurry up and get the hunters to come back and give him his winning streak. He also wanted to achieve a 100-match winning streak. The great desolate mansion, Lei Shincheng, and Acheron Hall were the same. The battles became even more intense. Lin Xian didn't have any more winning streaks. His eyes shone with a cold light. Very good, it was time to start hunting again. This time his target was Acheron Hall. This time he was going to beat Acheron Hall into submission. Murong Qingqing returned to the place where the Kunlun Pavilion was located with 100 consecutive victories. The elders of Kunlun Pavilion were also confused. Qingqing, do you know that person? To be honest, they naturally knew that they were giving away their winning streaks. Murong Qingqing smiled and said, "Maybe I know him." The elders of Kunlun Pavilion didn't ask further. After all, it was a good thing for them. On the other side, the people of Wushuang City were also surprised. Who is this person? Why do I feel that he is on our side? Wushuang Sage also smiled mysteriously. He didn't say anything because he felt that it wasn't the right time yet. However, when he looked down, he frowned. He said, "You guys should pay attention. The hunters from Sacred City have already made their move. If you encounter an extremely strong enemy, you must protect yourself. Losing 1 or 2 matches isn't scary. The people of Wushuang City also looked serious. Indeed, they had suffered a fierce attack previously. Some of the genius disciples of the third generation had also lost. Even some of the disciples of the second generation had been affected. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted from the distant battlefield. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. It attracted everyone's attention. When the people of Wushuang City saw this, their faces changed. Not good, it's junior sister Shun. Damn it, are these people attacking again? They realized that an extremely cold aura had suddenly exploded from the battlefield where Shun Jingxiu was. 2 white bone claws covered the sky and covered the earth. They could tear everything apart as they suppressed Shun Jingxiu. Junior sister Shun was in danger. Fu Hongye and the others' eyes instantly turned red. They had already lost Lin Xian. They couldn't let Shun Jingxiu be in danger. In an instant, they rushed to the side, but they couldn't enter the arena. After all, there were rules in the competition. Lin Xian naturally noticed this scene. He was still thinking about who to attack, but now he saw someone attacking Shun Jingxiu. A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he walked closer. The person who was attacking Shun Jingxiu was extremely skinny. He looked like a skeleton. At this moment, 2 white bone claws appeared. They had a cold aura that drowned everything. This person was so strong. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect such a terrifying expert to be hidden in this battlefield. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, this person was much stronger than the average sacred artifact. Moreover, he was using a secret technique. He could feel that this person was crazy. He didn't hesitate to destroy his own foundation to attack Shun Jingxiu. In the sky, 4 white bone claws appeared at the same time and forced Shun Jingxiu back. The terrifying power made people's hearts palpitate. Shun Jingxiu steadied herself. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, but a Dharma appearance appeared behind her. It was surrounded by chains of the great Tao. It was as if an ancient deity had been resurrected. This battle had attracted the attention of countless elders in the holy city. Even the saint rulers had opened their eyes. They stared at the Dharma appearance that day. Many of them were puzzled. Over at the Acheron Hall, the Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes lit up. She was indeed mysterious to be able to summon such a phenomenon. From the looks of it, her fortuitous encounter was not small. However, it was a pity that she was going to lose this time. Lin Wudi was already dead. There was no need for anyone related to Lin Wudi to live in this world. They could all go to hell. In the arena, the white bone claws shone again. Blood dripped from the corner of the skinny man's mouth. His body was swaying. Chapter 42-33. Not good. Shun Jingxiu is in danger. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Qiu'er. Retreat quickly. Shun Jingxiu wanted to launch an attack to defend herself. But when she heard Lin Xian's words, she retreated without hesitation. The cosmic form behind her stretched out 2 palms to block in front of her. It was like 2 mountains blocking all the attacks. Shun Jingxiu was pushed back and spat out another mouthful of blood. But she had already left the battle area. She actually left? Many people were shocked. Even the people from Wushuang City were discussing. They were also worried. They did not expect Shun Jingxiu to retreat. She was so decisive. The people from Acheron Hall were left with a grim expression. Damn it. They did not manage to keep her here. It was a pity, but her cosmic form was indeed out of their expectations. There was no hurry. There were plenty of chances. They had already figured out her strength this time. They would not let her escape next time. The Silver Corpse Holy King said coldly. On the other side, the 4 skeletal hands returned to the man's body. The man's face was pale. He stared at Shun Jingxiu and revealed a cold smile. You actually escaped this time. The next time I meet you, I will kill you. Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City turned pale. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Next time? Do you think you can live until the next time? A terrifying sword intent was released from his body, causing everyone to be frightened. The skinny man was stunned. But then he laughed. Don't you know the rules here? You can't fight outside the arena. Try attacking me. I can guarantee that you will die miserably. He He walked down the arena. He came to Lin Xian's side with a hint of provocation. "Kid, I will not give you the chance to attack." "Is that so?" Lin Xian laughed. "Do you really think that I am willing to attack you? When you attacked previously, you exploded with power that surpassed everything. It has already burned your foundation. You are destroying yourself. Trash like you is not worthy of me attacking you. However, I've already guessed your background. If I let you witness the fall of your Acheron Hall's peerless genius, I'll be able to kill you. I don't know how you feel about it." At this point, Lin Xian turned around and walked away. "People of Acheron Hall, you're dead meat. Do you want to die?" A terrifying killing intent erupted from the skinny figure's eyes, but he was unable to make a move. Lin Xian smiled. "Looks like you know the rules very well. You won't be able to stop me outside the arena." Damn it. He had said those words to prevent the other party from attacking him. Who would have thought that he would end up slapping his own face? The skinny man was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. The people around him were really surprised. Heavens, looks like this sword maniac is going to attack the Acheron Palace. Does he think that our Yellow Springs Hall is a pushover? When the people from Acheron Hall heard this, they snorted coldly as well. Since the other party dared to come, they had a way to get rid of him completely. Lin Xian arrived near the Yellow Springs shop and said coldly, "Come on, you bunch of despicable and shameless people. Is there anyone who dares to come out and stand with yours truly? I heard that there's someone called Nine Nether in your Yellow Springs shop. Get out here." The moment these words came out, everyone was speechless. Was this a challenge? They wondered if the Acheron Hall would reply. Who was Nine Nether? He was a stranger. Some people were surprised. However, some of the top experts narrowed their eyes. They knew this person. His strength was unparalleled and extremely terrifying. He had even participated in the test of the paradise and succeeded. He had even broken through to the Saint Realm. A person like this was far from those Saint Realm saints from before. The sword maniac was challenging someone like this right from the start. When the elders of Acheron Hall heard this, they were enraged. Nine Nether stood out. "You don't know what's good for you. Challenging me? That's good. It's time for me to show off my strength." After saying that, he flew forward. The silver corpse, Saint King, did not stop him. He felt that Nine Nether would not be defeated. He knew Nine Nether's strength very well. Nine Nether's true form was an earth dragon. He had entered a few ancient ruins and obtained many powerful trump cards. There were not many people who could defeat Nine Nether. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Following that, a figure landed on the arena like a comet. He waved his hand. "Get up here and die." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You actually dare to come out? This is really beyond my expectations. Looking at your identity and strength, you should be a top genius of the Acheron Hall. If you die, I wonder what the Acheron Hall's reaction will be. I'm looking forward to it." The two of them faced each other head-on. Their auras were extremely terrifying. The moment they appeared, the laws on their bodies tore the nine heavens apart. Countless cracks appeared. "Sword Maniac, you are very strong because you have also participated in the test of the paradise. Unfortunately, your strength and talent are nothing in front of me. I have successfully broken through to the Saint Realm, but you haven't. This is the difference between us. Is that so? I didn't break through to the Saint Realm because I don't need the cultivation of a Saint Realm to kill you. I can also kill you as a small saint." Lin Xian's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Countless sword chi revolved around the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was an extremely spectacular scene. On the other side, Nine Nether also made his move. An endless cold aura appeared behind him. It was as if he had rushed out from the netherworld. He turned into 5 demonic shadows, flickering in the sky. These 5 demonic shadows were extremely terrifying. They were like dark clouds that covered the 9 heavens. The 5 demonic shadows roared, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Then they quickly charged over. How terrifying! Why do I feel that he can kill a Saint Realm expert with just a casual attack? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Get lost!" With a roar, thunder surged on his body. Accompanying it was the sound of a dragon. It was as if a sea dragon had been resurrected. At this moment, the bodies of the surrounding people trembled. Their blood and chi froze. The three dragons in the distance also sucked in a breath of cold air. Their opponent's dragon roar had shocked them. At the same time, the five demonic shadows in the sky split open one after another. They turned into dark clouds and rolled up. A dragon's roar had destroyed an ultimate technique. It was really unbelievable. Lin Xian took a step forward and sneered. Don't embarrass yourself with such insignificant skills. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. Why is this kid so strange? That's the Acheron Palace. Some of the elders frowned. These five demonic shadows were extremely terrifying. Even the elders had to be careful when facing them. However, they were shattered by the opponent's roar. How strong has he become? Nine Nether's face sank. His eyes were burning with black flames. Interesting. Your strength is beyond my imagination. It seems that I have to take you seriously. Yishuan thought. I hope you won't disappoint me. Nine Nether sneered. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. Chapter 42-34. Endless demonic runes surged out of his body. Nine Gloom roared as if he was wearing a layer of ancient armor. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. In the next moment, he seemed to have turned into the god of war. What kind of armor is that? But it doesn't look like it. Why does it feel like a super strong physique? What is Netherworld's original form? Isn't he an earth dragon? Why does he have such a physique? Sounds of discussion rang out. They all felt that this physique was very strange. This doesn't seem to be a cultivation technique of the Acheron Hall. Some people were surprised. In the legends, earth dragons could travel through the earth and had been to many ancient ruins. He had many trump cards in his hands, so this might be a supreme superpower that he obtained from an ancient ruin. Kid, do you think you can win against me with that little bit of strength? What a joke. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Nine Gloom's aura surged like the sea. Then he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. Boundless black flames danced, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was like the palm of the king of hell, covering the sky and covering the earth. Nine Gloom flames. How terrifying. Many people trembled when they felt the cold flames. Flames usually had a violent and scorching aura, but the nine Gloom flames were cold. Wherever it passed, it would freeze everything. Lin Xian was tense. He knew that the other party was an expert, so he didn't let his guard down. A pair of dark golden wings appeared on his back, surrounded by a terrifying storm. At the same time, there was a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the sky. Every sword chi was like a divine sword. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he had turned into a sword god. Kill! He charged forward, turning into a wind shadow and disappearing instantly. When he reappeared, a sword chi flashed between heaven and earth and slashed directly at the black palm. Buzz! Sword-wielding technique. The sword chi swept in all directions. The black flaming palm stopped abruptly and enveloped the sword chi in the sky. In the next moment, a sonorous sound rang out. The two types of laws and superpowers clashed continuously. The wind and clouds changed. Poof! Poof! The black palm covered everything and swallowed all the sword chi. However, not long after, it kept trembling and cracks appeared on it. A stream of sword chi pierced out, riddling the palm with thousands of holes before shattering it. How could this be? Nine Nether's pupils shrank. Even after he used the nether body, he still couldn't resist his opponent's divine ability. What kind of sword chi was this? His face was incomparably cold. At this moment, the golden wings on Lin Xian's back flapped once more, and he turned into a bolt of lightning that shot over. At the same time, he slowly formed a seal with his palm. Azure Dragon Seal. The phantom of an azure dragon emerged from his palm and roared between heaven and earth. As he breathed in and out, it was as if he had been resurrected. Dang Nine Nether did the same. Once again, he waved his nine nether palm. It collided with the dragon's shadow, and a rumbling sound rang out. After a violent collision, Nine Nether was forced back. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. His body also landed heavily on the ancient arena, causing it to shake nonstop. You! You dare to hurt me? You're courting death. Nine Nether was thoroughly enraged. Previously, he was so high and mighty. In his opinion, he had successfully broken through to the Saint Venerable realm. How could a mere minor saint be his match? Therefore, he was disdainful. However, he was at a disadvantage in both exchanges. Even now, he was injured by his opponent. He couldn't bear it. The surrounding people were all stunned. How could this be? Was his opponent so strong? The people of Yellow Spring Palace shook their heads frantically. Impossible. It must be Nine Nether's carelessness. Just wait and see. That brat will definitely be torn into pieces. Nether Spear. The boundless Nine Nether flame danced and turned into a long spear that was held in Nine Nether's hand. Wherever the spear passed, the space would constantly crack, as if it had turned into the abyss of hell. The long spear continued to thrust out, turning into a bottomless abyss that charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the Azure Dragon Nine Palms. The terrifying phantom contended with it, and the battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, on the other side of the arena, which was behind Lin Xian, the void suddenly split open, and a white bone claw suddenly fell. That white bone claw turned into a heavenly blade and slashed towards Lin Xian. The dark golden phantom wings on Lin Xian's back were cut off. This attack landed on his body and sent him flying, injuring him and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt a burning sensation on his back, as if half of it was about to split open. Fortunately, he had a divine body, so he was able to block this attack. Otherwise, if it were any other sacred venerables, they would probably be split in half instantly. He was able to block it. Nine Nether's face darkened when he saw this scene. The other people exclaimed. They were too strong. They couldn't block the means of these two people at all. Just looking at it made their scalps tingle. The people of Yellow Spring Palace sneered. Just wait and see. Nine Nether would soon use all kinds of secret techniques. This brat wouldn't be able to block it at all. This was just the beginning. Lin Xian was also enraged. He stepped on lightning and transformed into a beam of sword light, charging over as well. It was the Azure Dragon Seal again. It also carried the power of thunder and charged towards the other party with a violent aura. The two of them fought at lightning speed. It was impossible to see clearly. One could only see the sky full of laws and spatial cracks dancing in the air. At this moment, the void behind Nine Nether suddenly split open. A sword shadow flew over and slashed Nine Nether's body. Nine Nether was sent flying. The battle armor on his body was split open, and no blood flowed out. Damn it! Nine Nether roared. His eyes were red. Lin Xian sneered. How does it feel to be attacked from behind? I'll learn it from you. He knew the sword controlling technique. Sword chi appeared and disappeared unpredictably. This was to teach the other party a lesson. Damn it, the wrath of the heavens. Nine Nether roared and waved his spear. Endless black flames burned on it, and it was incomparably cold. Thousands of spear lights swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on again. Instead, he used the wind shaking the nine heavens again. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and his speed was extremely fast. Brat, what's the point of just dodging? If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Seeing that the other party's speed was very strange, Nine Nether roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'm dodging? Why don't you say that you can't keep up with my speed? As soon as he said that, more than a dozen sword lights slashed over from all directions and draped over the other party's body. Fortunately, Nine Nether had some defense and used the battle armor on his body to the extreme. However, he still retreated continuously, his blood and chi churning. Damn it, Yellow Spring! Nine Nether roared and shot out a yellow spring diagram that covered the nine heavens. At this moment, he was going to use the Holy City's secret technique to kill the other party. The yellow spring gushed out with an incomparably cold aura. It spread in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Chapter 42:35. The map of Acheron hung down, and the endless Acheron water filled the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void cracked. Nothing could withstand it. The Acheron water rushed towards Lin Xian at an extremely fast speed. Some of the water was extremely corrosive. No matter how strong one's physique was, even if one had armor to defend against it. The space around the arena was completely covered. In the end, there was nowhere to hide. The Acheron water was everywhere. He was completely surrounded. Even the upper valley arena was corroded. Everyone was shocked. The Acheron water was too terrifying. As expected of Nine Nether. Even with a sacred weapon, he might not be able to withstand it. Seeing this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He said coldly, "Do you think you can trap me like this? I'll show you my secret skill." In his right palm, there were endless black runes that wrapped around his fist. In the next moment, his entire fist turned black. Tiger Demon Fist. A low voice was heard. The fist was swung as if a demonic tiger had been resurrected. It tore the void apart, and the mineral water was instantly torn apart. Useless kid. No matter how strong your physique is, you won't be able to withstand it. Nine Nether laughed, but soon his pupils shrank. How was this possible? He realized that the black fist had torn apart the Acheron water. Impossible. How could his fist block this kind of power? However, just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian tore apart the Acheron water, and then used the secret skill, Army Destroyer. The terrifying power blasted on the opponent's body, and he was sent flying. Wherever it passed, large cracks would spread continuously, and it would almost explode. Half of his body was cracked. At this moment, his face was full of shock. Impossible. What kind of fist technique was that? He was too shocked. The people from the Acheron Hall were also shocked. The elders of the other holy cities sucked in a breath of cold air. However, a few people who had participated in the Grotto Heaven trial gasped. Why was it so similar to the heaven-piercing palm that this fellow executed? However, only a few people had seen it before. Back then, the heaven-piercing palm could even seal a sacred ruler's weapon. The others didn't know at all, and those who knew shook their heads frantically. They didn't believe that no one would be able to learn such an absolute art. Although Nine Nether had participated in the Grotto Heaven test, he did not come from Green Hill Cave. Therefore, he had never seen the black palm before. At this moment, his eyes were red. I don't believe it. Again, the endless water of the yellow springs exploded once again, covering the sky and the earth. This time, the corrosive power was even more terrifying, causing the surrounding people to retreat. In fact, as soon as the aura came out, it caused the world around the array formation to shatter. I don't believe that you can withstand it this time. Lin Xian sneered. His opponent's yellow spring water was indeed terrifying. It could corrode everything. Even if it was the Azure Dragon Seal or the Wind Shakes the Nine Heavens, it would still be difficult to resist. If he wanted to contend against it, he would have to use the Nine Yang Divine Body or the Great Dragon Sword Soul with all his strength. But no matter what, he would be instantly recognized. Lin Xian didn't want to reveal his identity yet, so he decided to continue using the Tiger Demon Fist. The Tiger Demon Fist was extremely frightening. It was very similar to the black palm that reached the heavens. Back then, that palm was immune to all kinds of divine abilities. The corrosive power of the yellow springs was also a kind of divine ability, so Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. The second style of the Tiger Demon Fist, Sky Shattering. The surrounding yellow springs water instantly collapsed. It couldn't withstand the attack at all. The third style of the Tiger Demon Fist, Soul Suppression. Another cold voice rang out, and a ferocious black tiger appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the divine monument was suppressing him. Sensing the aura, Nine Nether's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! He quickly retreated. However, he found that the black monument was completely staring at him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Get lost! He roared at the sky. He used his absolute art to block it. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound was heard, and there was a burst of bright light. Everything disappeared. When the light dissipated, everyone saw that Nine Nether had been suppressed by the divine monument. His body was bleeding terribly. What? Was he defeated? Nine Nether was defeated? It was unbelievable. Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Acheron Hall were also stunned. How was this possible? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He walked forward. Suddenly, His eyelids twitched as he felt a fatal danger. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that although Nine Nether seemed to be seriously injured, there was an extremely terrifying power hidden in his body, and it seemed that it could erupt at any time. Damn it. This guy actually dared to set up a trap. Then he would beat him at his own game. As he walked, he secretly created a clone. His true body instantly used the void escape technique and disappeared. Throughout the entire process, his body was surrounded by sword light, so no one noticed it. Even the sages didn't pay attention to him. They were all focused on Nine Nether. Interesting. The Flying Sky Sage King and the Desolate Sky Sage King sneered. The eyes of the people of the Acheron Hall turned red. The Silver Corpse Sage King said, "Don't be anxious. Just watch patiently." Hearing that, these people were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that he could turn the tables? Just as they were puzzled, Lin Xian's clone had already arrived in front of them. He said coldly, "You're worthy of being called a genius with such strength? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you." Nine Nether, who was suppressed on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying blade light. This attack was really too sudden, and the blade light was too terrifying. It was enough to sweep through everything like a peerless blade. In an instant, Lin Xian's clone was split into two. What? He could still fight back? What a terrifying attack. He wasn't injured at all. Many people instantly screamed, "It's over. The sword maniac is seriously injured. The sword maniac has been fooled." Exclamations were heard one after another. The expressions of Murong Qingcheng, Shun Jingxiu, and the others instantly changed. They were extremely nervous. The peerless Sage King was also stunned. There was a cold light in his eyes, and it sank. "Ha-ha!" Nine Nether shattered the illusory stone tablet and stood up. There was a hint of savagery in his eyes. "What an idiot. Did I kill you so easily? Brat, you're too weak to fight with me." His arrogant voice resounded through heaven and earth. The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the Acheron Hall also smiled. "Great, so it was a trap just now. I knew it. How could God and Nine Sons lose? That sword maniac didn't know what was good for him and still wanted to challenge Nine Nether. It seems that he's dead meat now. Don't worry, with senior brother Nine Nether's strength, he won't let that kid die so easily." Chapter 42-36. Nine Nether was smug and arrogant as he strode forward. Even if he didn't kill the other party, he would still be severely injured. Next, he would torture the other party. However, at this moment, a piercing sword light came from behind him and instantly split him apart. A miserable cry was heard. This time, the surrounding void was completely shattered. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Who attacked again? Wasn't the sword maniac already killed? Nine Nether also couldn't believe it. His soul swept behind him. The next moment, he roared in horror. "How is it possible? You're not dead." Lin Xian walked out from behind him. "Do you think your little trap can trap me? What a joke." Lin Xian attacked forcefully. His sword chi was like a dragon, directly hitting Nine Nether until he kept retreating. Many sword wounds appeared on Nine Nether's body. He was severely injured. "Retreat quickly." In the distance, the eyes of the people from the Acheron Hall turned red when they saw this scene. They really didn't expect Nine Nether to be defeated. The other holy cities were even more shocked. Nine Nether gritted his teeth and roared. He retreated into the distance. He was defeated. He was unwilling to accept it, but as long as he could leave the battlefield, then the other party wouldn't be able to attack him anymore. Lin Xian attacked with the wind shakes the nine heavens. The terrifying law of wind swept the surroundings and blocked his path. "Get lost!" Nine Nether roared. His hands turned into black flames as he attacked continuously. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. However, Lin Xian's sword chi flew over and extinguished all the flames with a crack. Nine Nether vomited blood and was sent flying. At the same time, he attacked with the chain of thunder and wrapped it around Nine Nether. It made it impossible for the other party to escape. "No, damn it, don't you dare." The people from the Acheron Hall in the distance went crazy. The silver corpse holy king opened his eyes and shouted coldly, "Enough!" When a holy king spoke, everyone had to give face. Even if they won, they couldn't kill. However, Lin Xian didn't care. How could he stop just because the other party said so? He snorted coldly and sent out a sword chi. It carried an aura that could destroy everything and destroyed the other party's soul. Was he dead? Everyone went crazy. The other party actually killed 9 nether in front of a Saint King. The people from Acheron Hall roared. The silver corpse Saint King's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. The other party actually dared to not give him face. Did he want to die? The pressure that belonged to a Saint King surged out, and it rarely reached the 9 heavens. At this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian said coldly as he naturally felt the immense pressure. What? You're a dignified Saint King, and also the host this time. Could it be that you want to break the rules? Lin Xian sneered. The silver corpse Saint King's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. He snorted coldly and sat down unwillingly. He couldn't attack, but he definitely wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. He was too arrogant. He didn't even take a Saint King seriously. What was this kid trying to do? Was he trying to defy the heavens? That despicable fellow, I'll go and kill him. Many people in the Yellow Springs shop gnashed their teeth. Even the hunters in the crowd started to move. The man who attacked Shinjingxiu earlier was so angry that he vomited blood. Previously, he didn't care about Lin Xian's threat. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would really let him witness the death of a genius. That was the top genius of Acheron Hall. If he died, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, he couldn't help but want to attack. However, Lin Xian didn't give these people a chance. He didn't have any intention of joining the battle. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle with a cold smile. This made everyone who wanted to kill him vomit blood. They were the ones who set the rules, but they didn't expect that they would be trapped by the rules. Damn it, if he dares to kill our genius, we'll kill his genius. The elders gritted their teeth and said, Saint King, let's attack. He must be related to Wushuang City. We'll kill Fu Hongye and Linghu Chueshue. Saint King Wushuang nodded, and the hunters moved. However, Fu Hongye's side didn't attack. However, Linghu Chueshue's side was in danger. Linghu Chueshue was over 2,000 years old. However, he was only 2,300 years old. However, he had already arrived at another battlefield. This battlefield was for people between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. The people here were all Saint Venerables. Furthermore, they were all extremely terrifying Saint Venerables. An extremely terrifying elder made his move and charged at Linghu Chueshue. He was holding a large black bell in his hand and was shaking it nonstop. The bell's chimes shook heaven and earth. Terrifying sound waves swept in all directions. This battlefield naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Oh no, they're attacking eldest senior brother. The faces of the people from Wushuang City became extremely ugly. They were gnashing their teeth. Even Saint King Wushuang's face turned cold. Lin Xian's face darkened. These people saw that they didn't have a chance to attack him, so they turned to attack someone else. He started to worry for Linghu Chueshue. After all, the enemy Linghu Chueshue was facing was extremely powerful. Linghu Chueshue received the attack. He was knocked back repeatedly and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. A terrifying light burst forth from his eyes as he unleashed an unparalleled secret technique to block the incoming attack. However, that old man only smiled sinisterly. It's useless. Go to hell. Oh no, that old man is a late-stage Saint Venerate. Sensing that old man's aura, the crowd's expressions all changed. They began to worry for Linghu Chueshue. A terrifying attack. The large black bell directly pressed down. It was trying to completely suppress Linghu Chueshue. Everyone despaired. The people from the Acheron Hall revealed sinister smiles. However, at this moment of crisis, the sword in Linghu Chueshue's hand burst forth with an incomparable light. Boom! 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 A loud and clear sound echoed in all directions. When the light dissipated, the crowd was stunned. they discovered that Ling Hu Chueshua had been injured. However, the old man opposite him had been sliced in half. How could this be? Had Ling Hu Chueshua reached late-stage Saint Venerate? They had all gone mad. Saint King Wushuang laughed. How could his eldest disciple be weak? Damn it. The people from the Acheron Hall clenched their teeth and gave the order to kill. That old man's body healed, and he stood up. However, he had still underestimated Ling Hu Chueshua. After revealing his true strength, Ling Hu Chueshua did not show any leniency. Each and every one of his attacks caused heaven and earth to tremble. In the end, that late-stage Saint Venerate was directly killed. Ling Hu Chueshua's entire body was burning with blood. However, his aura was incomparable. The crowd was astonished. Ling Hu Chueshua was most definitely a late-stage Saint Venerate. Furthermore, he was an extremely terrifying existence among late-stage Saint Venerates. Countless people cried out in alarm. Was this the strength of Peerless City's eldest disciple? He was truly too powerful. The people from the other holy cities also became incomparably serious. In the second battlefield, the strength that Ling Hu Chueshua had displayed in his age group had truly astonished everyone. Chapter 42:37. As expected, Ling Hu Chueshua did not stop there. Instead, he continued to kill his enemies. He continued to kill many powerful sacred sovereigns, and the Acheron Hall suffered heavy losses. 3 sacred sovereigns died in his hands. Similarly, the great desolate mansion and demon city lost 2 sacred sovereigns as well. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Ling Hu Chueshua's battle record exploded once again. He was originally ranked in the 50s of the second battlefield, but now he was ranked in the 30s. Moreover, his ranking was still rising. He had also broken through the 100 battle winning streak. Is this guy trying to get into the top 10? The surrounding people were going crazy. One should know that most of the people in this battlefield were from the older generation. After all, some of them were 4,000 to 5,000 years old. Those who were 2,000 to 3,000 years old were the top disciples. However, no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to fight against those elders. However, Ling Hu Chueshua seemed to have broken this rule. When Peerless Sage King saw this, he smiled. The disciples of Peerless City cheered excitedly. Great! Our senior brother is mighty. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Some people really don't know what's good for them. He looked at the Acheron Hall with a gloating expression. The people of the Acheron Hall were going crazy. At the same time, the people of Demon City and Great Desolate Mansion were vomiting blood. They could only compete with each other and look for an opportunity. At this moment, Peerless City was once again in the limelight. Lin Xian was also looking for an opportunity. However, his body suddenly trembled and his face changed. Not good. After the continuous battles, his strength had increased again. The seal that was originally suppressing him was about to break. If he broke through, he would be punished by the heavens. It would be an attack that could destroy the world. Lin Xian's face turned pale. The surrounding people were also shocked when they saw this. What's going on? What's wrong with this kid? Is he injured? He must have been too arrogant. How could he not be injured? It would be best if he was seriously injured. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, cold laughter could be heard one after another. They felt great. If this kid's injuries were to explode, they would have one less powerful enemy. The people of Peerless City were also shocked. Peerless Sage King frowned. He transmitted his voice and asked, Junior brother, what's wrong? Lin Xian said, I can't suppress my cultivation anymore. I might break through to Holy Venerate. Peerless Holy King was speechless. If others wanted to break through to Holy Venerate, they would be overjoyed. However, the other party was still trying to suppress him. If word of this got out, the geniuses here would probably vomit blood from anger. However, as soon as Lin Xian explained, he understood that Lin Xian's situation was different. He was suppressed by the Great Tao and could not break through. If he tried to break through by force, he would be punished by the heavens. He could only go to planet Xiuan, a world with powerful enemies. It seems like I'll have to help you. Peerless Saint released a clone. He quietly came to Lin Xian's side. Then, Lin Xian entered the mysterious small sword world in his body. The peerless Saint King said, "I'll use the peerless seal to suppress your cultivation for now. This way, you don't have to worry about anything and can attack to your heart's content." Then, he used the peerless seal on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian realized that the feeling of breaking through had disappeared, which made him heave a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. If he broke through while fighting, it would be a big joke. "Senior brother, can I go to planet Xiuan if I win the competition?" Lin Xian asked. Peerless Saint King smiled. "Well, I'll give you some hope. You can fight first. Anyway, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to go to planet Xiuan." Peerless Saint King smiled mysteriously. Then he left. The people around could not see Lin Xian, so they asked, "Where did that kid go?" "Who knows? Maybe he was too injured and ran away." "Sigh, what a pity." But thinking about it, he was able to kill so many experts. How could he not be injured? Previously, he was just holding on. Sigh, a genius of the generation has fallen. It's a pity that he did not die on the battlefield. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingxiu were also worried. However, after Peerless Saint King returned, he sent a voice transmission to the two of them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. "That's great. That kid is seriously injured and probably won't appear for a while. He might even die from his injuries." Many people laughed. The people from Demon City also sent out their own geniuses to rejoin the battle. Great Baron Mansion and Acheron Hall did the same. Huang 16 came to the arena and sent a sacred venerable flying in 3 moves. In the next 3 battles, he won within 5 moves, which attracted the attention of many people. The people from Great Baron Mansion smiled in satisfaction. Old 16's strength has improved quite well. It seems that he will definitely be able to make it to the top 30 this time. If we nurture him well, he might even become a Saint King. They were very satisfied, and Huang 16 did not let them down. Soon, he won 20 consecutive battles, defeating his opponents within 5 moves. Everyone knew that another hidden genius had appeared. Who dared to challenge him? Huang 16 stood there with his sword pointing in all directions, exuding a domineering aura. At that moment, many people fell silent. They did not even dare to look him in the eye. There were too many dark horses in this world. Previously, there was an expert like the Sword Maniac. They thought that if the Sword Maniac did not appear and disappear, those geniuses would be able to make a comeback. Who would have thought that there was still a hidden expert? Huang 16 appeared. He did not make a move before, but now he dominated the world. There was really a second Sword Maniac. What's there to be arrogant about? Why didn't he make a move when the Sword Maniac was here? Now he's here. In the distance, Wang Xiaofeng and the others gritted their teeth. They were very dissatisfied with the other party's arrogance. However, the other party did have the right to be arrogant. Why? Is there no one who dares to challenge me? How disappointing. Huang 16 roared. This feeling of looking down on the world is really great. I've only been away for a short while, and someone can't wait to show off. When the tiger is not around, the monkey will be king. Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. A cold snort was heard. Then, a stream of light landed on the arena. The surrounding people were stunned. Who's so arrogant? Who dares to challenge Huang 16? However, when they saw the figure, they were all stunned. Isn't the Sword Maniac seriously injured? He probably won't be able to participate in the competition for the rest of his life. How is it possible that he's back? In an instant, countless people exclaimed. The faces of the experts from the great sage city turned ugly. The killing god is back. The eyelids of the people from the great desolate mansion twitched. Huang 16 was also stunned. His face darkened. So it's you. To be honest, the other party was indeed very strong. He had to treat him seriously. Lin Xian said, "Yes, it's me. Didn't you say that no one wants to challenge you? Fine, I'll challenge you now. Make your move." As soon as he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone knew how powerful the Sword Maniac was. Although Huang 16 did not fight much, he seemed to be able to dominate the world. The two of them would definitely fight fiercely. However, the people from the Acheron Hall were indeed worried. They were full of confidence in 9 Nether. However, the result made their hearts bleed. Chapter 42:38. The crowd went crazy when they heard that. What did that mean? Did the great desolate mansion have no confidence in Huang 16? Otherwise, why would they ask Huang 16 to go back? Huang 16's face darkened. Did their elders not believe in him? Damn it. He gritted his teeth and did not leave. Lin Xian laughed when he saw that. Why are you still here? Your elders are calling you back for dinner. Hurry up and leave. You trash. What did you say? Huang 16 roared. Don't be too arrogant. I'm not afraid of you. Today, I'll fight you to the death. I'll show everyone who's stronger. Huang 16 raised his right hand, and a desolation sword appeared in his hand. It shone brightly. Old 16, come back quickly. The elders of the great desolate mansion shouted again. Huang 16 turned around and looked into the distance. He gritted his teeth and said, Old Zhang, trust me. I'll definitely kill this kid. Please give me a chance. What? The elders hesitated. To be honest, they did not want Huang 16 to return. After all, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. However, saving their lives was more important. However, at this moment, the Silver Corpse, Saint King, said, Let him fight. Otherwise, this will become his inner demon. He would never be able to advance in his life. Indeed, everyone had been through this stage. They knew that if they could not defeat a strong opponent, they would be defeated. They would be suppressed for the rest of their lives. It was a terrible feeling. Therefore, the elders of the Acheron Hall did not stop him. Instead, they said, Be careful. Don't worry. I won't let him continue to be arrogant. Huang 16 was extremely confident. Kid, no one, be it Saint Venerables or experts, could last more than 5 moves from me in the previous battles. Killing you will not be an exception. Huang 16 displayed an unparalleled domineering aura, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. The people of the great desolate mansion nodded. It seemed like there would be no problem. After all, this sword maniac seemed to be injured. Perhaps he had not recovered yet. He was only temporarily suppressed. This way, he would not be able to unleash his full strength. His time of death has finally come. Not more than 5 moves? In the arena, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He stretched out 3 fingers and said, If I can't finish you in 3 moves, I won't fight again for the rest of my life. Wow! Even more arrogant. Everyone thought that Desolate 13 had become even more arrogant. Unexpectedly, the sword fanatic was even more arrogant. Finish the battle in 3 moves? Wouldn't he be too arrogant? Some people frowned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, Huang 16 was also a top-notch expert. Could such a person be defeated in 3 moves? Desolate 16's expression darkened. The other party actually dared to look down on him, which made him very unhappy. Kill! With a roar, the Baron's sword in his hand slashed down with a terrifying aura. It slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't waste any time either, saying that he would kill his opponent in 3 moves. He would not be soft-hearted. With an angry roar, he went all out. The first move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. The black fist blasted out, directly hitting the Baron's sword. The terrifying power shattered the Desolate sword, and the terrifying aura swept towards Desolate 16. Boom! Desolate 16's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He quickly retreated, but in an instant, half of his body was shrouded by the power and turned into a bloody mist. What? He was severely injured in 1 punch? The surrounding people went crazy. Why did the sword fanatic seem even more terrifying than before? The people of the great desolate mansion also had ugly expressions. Could it be? Did they make the wrong decision again? They wanted to shout for Desolate 16 to come back, but it was too late. After Lin Xian's first move succeeded, the second move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Heaven's Fall, appeared again. Damn it! Sensing the change in Lin Xian's fist technique, Desolate 16 roared. A pagoda rushed out of his body, emitting a desolate aura. At the same time, he spat out 2 shields in front of him. He didn't believe that he couldn't block it. These were all extremely terrifying weapons. Their defense was super strong. However, under the second move, everything was torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Desolate 16's body also cracked under the heaven's fall, turning into a bloody mist. Ah! Desolate 16 raised his head and roared, his voice filled with endless fear. He turned into a bloody ray of light and flew into the distance. The arrogance he had before was all gone. Killing the enemy in 5 moves? He threw all those thoughts to the back of his mind. He wanted to escape because he realized that Lin Xian was too strong. He was no match for Lin Xian. Desolate 16 had actually fled. The spectators were all stunned. The experts of the sacred city were also shocked. The people of the great desolate mansion were also nervous. However, Desolate 16 was decisive. He ran away when he couldn't win. This still gave them hope. Don't you think it's too late for you to run? The third move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Soul Suppression. Lin Xian roared and unleashed his strength to the maximum. A whistling sound was heard. It shocked the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the shadow of a black tiger descended from the sky and suppressed Desolate 16, who was running away. Desolate 16 fell onto the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't run away? Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Acheron Hall were also looking terrible. They felt despair. Was another prodigy going to fall? Desolate 16 roared crazily. Damn it, kid, let me go. My brother is Desolate 13, a top expert of the previous generation. You're dead meat if you touch me. How dare you threaten me? I don't care who your brother is. Even if your ancestor is a sage king, I won't let you go today. Lin Xian sneered and slapped Desolate 16. Desolate 16's face was shattered. He couldn't say a word. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Xian laughed. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just cripple you. I'll turn you into a piece of trash. Desolate 16 still had a glimmer of hope, but when he heard Lin Xian's words, he lost all hope. Lin Xian was a demon. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. At the next moment, he felt a terrifying intense surge into his body, directly destroying his foundation. At the same time, his soul was severely injured and became extremely weak. He was finished. The cultivation and strength that he had cultivated for thousands of years were all destroyed. He had become a piece of trash. This was worse than killing him. Get lost, piece of trash. I don't want to kill you. Lin Xian kicked Desolate 16 away. Desolate 16's body was like a kite with a broken string as he fell into the distance. He landed in front of the elders of the great desolate mansion. The elders of the great desolate mansion gritted their teeth. They went forward to check on Desolate 16 and found that he had become a piece of trash. What a terrifying move. The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian was going to fight to the death with the great desolate mansion. The Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at Lin Xian. No one had ever dared to provoke them like this. Lin Xian was courting death. However, Lin Xian didn't care. When these Sage Kings wanted to kill him, they didn't expect this to happen. He snorted coldly. At the same time, a roar came from the second battlefield. Then a figure that looked like a demon flew over. He looked down at the 8 barren lands. Who dared to cripple my brother? Chapter 42:39. A cold voice rang out, sending chills down everyone's spine. Everyone looked up in fear and exclaimed, Huang Shi-san, he's going to fight? He was from the same generation as Fu Hongye, even though he was 2,030 years old. Hence, he was assigned to the second battlefield. Fu Hongye was 1,800 years old and was still in the third battlefield. What? You're not happy? I'll kill you like a dog in the next battle. Lin Xian's voice was so cold that everyone almost fainted. Is this kid really that reckless? What a reckless kid. Huang Shi-san's face was cold, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He was about to fight. However, a few elders flew over and said coldly, Huang Shi-san, please follow the rules. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Despicable. Huang Shi-san didn't attack, but roared at the sky. Kid, just you wait. Do you think the rules can protect you forever? I'll make you wish you were dead in the next round. Desolate 13 turned around and walked away from La. The surrounding people exclaimed, What does this mean? Can Huang Shi-san fight in the second round? They didn't know, but if this was true, then this sword maniac was really in danger. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The second round? I'm looking forward to it. However, some people obviously couldn't wait until the second round. The desolate Heaven Sage King was preparing to send a super hunter to kill Huang Shan. Even the Demon City and the Acheron Palace were preparing to go all out. Peerless Saint King sent a telepathic message to Lin Xian, asking him not to make any more moves to avoid any danger. Lin Xian nodded. It's about time. The rest will be left for the second round. Hence, he didn't attack. Although he had given the record to Murong Qingqing before, he had made up for it by killing a couple of top warriors later on. He had also won 100 battles in a row. Hence, he wouldn't have a problem advancing to the next round. Lin Xian didn't attack anymore. Instead, he kept watching. There were a few people he paid attention to. For example, Wan Jiani and Chao Tianxing. Those who went to the second battlefield with him were too terrifying. The Acheron Palace and the other great sage cities saw that Lin Xian wasn't attacking, and they were about to vomit blood. Damn it! They were preparing to kill Huang Shan together, but they didn't expect that they would punch the air. They clenched their teeth to their teeth, but they couldn't do anything about it. From the looks of it, this guy wanted to enter the second stage safely. Did he think that he could escape after entering? Just wait, the second round will be his death. I'll let him know what hell is. These Saint Kings gnashed their teeth. Finally, after another half a month, the ancient arena slowly disappeared, and the battles came to an end. Knowing that the first trial was over, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Is over. S. SSS. At this moment, the entire heavenly wind world was filled with the smell of blood, causing people to faint. The people in the extraterritorial observatory were terrified as well. These dead geniuses and experts could easily sweep through a region in the outside world. But now that he had fallen, was it worth it? The experts and elders of the Saint City also had ugly expressions on their faces. But in the end, they took a deep breath and dispelled the sadness in their eyes. Although the losses were heavy, it was worth it. The path of martial arts was bound to be extremely dangerous. Only those who lived and grew could become the ultimate powerhouse. The faces of the people from the Great Sage City, the Yellow Spring Palace, the Great Desolation Mansion, and the Demon City grew even uglier. This was because their side had suffered even more losses. Nearly half of their people had been killed by Lin Xian. Many of them were top-notch geniuses who had the potential to become Saint Kings in the future. But now he's fallen. Next was the recuperation period. Everyone had 10 days to recover. 10 days later, the second stage would be opened. As for what the second stage would be, it was still unknown. They could only raise their cultivation and strength to the peak to deal with any possibility. On the 9th day, the Silver Corpse Holy King walked out and announced, "The first stage is over. Those who have achieved 50 consecutive victories will pass the second stage." When the announcement was made, there was an uproar. That was because some of the survivors would be eliminated. After all, they had not achieved 50 consecutive victories. The conditions were too strict. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Those who entered the second stage were definitely the strongest of the experts. The Tao discussion is a matter of the second heavenly boundary. Although most of the participants are experts from the Saint City, we have invited some wandering cultivators. However, the second stage is too difficult for wandering cultivators. It needs to be done in groups. Therefore, these wandering cultivators can join the Saint City. They can complete the second stage together. When the announcement was made, everyone understood. At the same time, the hunters who had appeared as wandering cultivators walked out. They then walked in all directions. It seemed that they were truly going to return. When the people from the Saint City saw this, their eyes flickered. They were not going to give them a chance. They were going to let their hunters return under some guise. Lin Xian naturally knew this. He immediately snorted coldly. However, he had also appeared as a hunter. Therefore, he had to choose a sect. It seemed like the second stage was not an individual battle. Could it be a group battle? It seemed like it was time to return. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The others were also paying attention. They wanted to know which faction this kid belonged to. However, they were not sure. Among them, Meng Qing walked out and said, "Sword Maniac, why don't you join the Blue Dragon race? We can definitely help you pass the second stage." When the words came out, everyone was shocked. Could it be that this guy was related to the dragons? The winged and sword dragons also hurried out and sent out invitations. They knew that Sword Maniac had the blue dragon horn. If they could get closer to him, they would gain endless benefits in the future. Therefore, the three dragons were competing with each other to invite him. Everyone was stunned. What was this kid's relationship? Guan Songhai represented the Azure Sea Pavilion to invite him. Even Qin Xiener came out to invite him. Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingxiu also came out to invite him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes were red with envy. Who didn't want to be treated as a VIP by the great sage city? Their dreams were actually fulfilled by a young man. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, "It was hard to refuse everyone's invitation. I'm embarrassed to reject anyone. How about this? I'll leave it to fate. Let's see who God wants me to choose. After this sword spins, I'll join whichever faction the sword peak is facing." Lin Xian waved his hand, and a sword light spun in the sky like a fiery wheel. Finally, the sword tip pointed towards Peerless City. Of course, he was secretly controlling it, because he felt that it was time to return. Seeing this, the people from Peerless City were stunned. Such a top expert was going to join them? If that was the case, their chances of winning the second stage might be higher. Peerless Sage King squinted his eyes and laughed. This kid wanted to come back, but he still used so many tricks. Chapter 4240. The people from Thousand Demon City in Acheron Palace were filled with murderous intent when they saw this. They had guessed that the other party was related to Wushuang City, and it seemed like it was true. Damn it, I'll send all of them to hell this time. Their eyes were filled with coldness. The Silver Corpse Sage King walked out and said, "The second stage will begin tomorrow, and I'll tell you the rules of the second stage. The second stage. All of you will enter a unique space where you will fight. There is no age restriction, but Sage Kings and Sage King level weapons are not allowed to appear." Everyone was in disbelief when they heard this. What? No age restriction? Does that mean all the people from the first and second battlefields can come? Oh my God! Although they were all sacred venerables, the people from the third battlefield were all early sacred venerables. The first and second battlefields were different. The second battlefields were mostly mid-sacred venerables, and there were a few late sacred venerables. The first battlefields were all late sacred venerables, and they were all old monsters who had lived for more than 5,000 years. If they fought, they would most likely die. Who could stop them? In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. However, the eyes of the experts from the great sage city flickered. It was obvious that they already knew about this rule. Said the Silver Corpse, Saint King, in a low voice. Everyone quieted down, and he continued. The Sage Heavens Tao discussion is not only a test of talent, but it is also a risk to survive in the myriad of worlds. Therefore, the second stage of the battle is to make it as realistic as possible. Only those who can survive in the complicated battle are the geniuses and experts that we want. Moreover, you don't have to fight alone. You can form an alliance, and it's up to you. I will give each of you a command medallion, but each command medallion will be different. There are 3 types of tokens: heaven, earth, and mortal. Only by gathering all 3 types of tokens can you pass the second stage. You have 1 month in the second stage. Everyone was stunned. Not only did they have to survive against those old monsters, but they also had to gather all 3 types of tokens. There was also a 1-month time limit. Oh my God, this is an impossible task. Lin Xian was also stunned. He asked, "What's wrong with senior brother?" If that was the case, there would be very few people who could pass the second stage. The Peerless Sage King sighed and transmitted his voice. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Originally, they didn't expect too many people to pass the second round. He didn't plan on letting too many people pass. Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? Could it be related to going to planet Xiuan? No matter what, he has to pass. The other sacred cities also inquired about this matter. However, after learning about it, these people quieted down. He was afraid that the second trial would be even more brutal than the first. All right, once you enter the second stage, you won't have any chance of admitting defeat, so it's not too late to back out now. A cold voice sounded. However, those participants' gazes were resolute. Although they knew that the road ahead was dangerous, so what? They had encountered so many dangers along the way. It wasn't easy for him to come this far. So how could he give up? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they had to fight hard. So no one gave up. Very good. The silver corpse, Saint King smiled when he saw this. He would rest for another day. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, it will begin. Everyone went back and gathered together to discuss countermeasures for the second stage. After all, the second stage wasn't an individual battle. It was a group battle, so the distribution was very important. Most of the sacred cities had to select a few geniuses, which meant that even if they got the token, they would give it to those geniuses first. They had to ensure that those geniuses successfully appeared. Peerless City was also discussing this matter. Lin Xian was surprised to find that Peerless City didn't send too many people this time. There were only about a dozen people in total. Although there were quite a number of people, compared to the other sacred cities, it was much smaller. That was because the other sacred cities only had a few dozen people. The difference in numbers was 2 to 3 times. However, Peerless Holy King didn't care. He was very confident. Lin Xian also found out that the participants this time were all direct disciples, which meant that they were trained by Peerless Holy King. There were a total of 7 people. Other than that, there were also Lin Xian and Shen Jingxiu. That was a total of 9 people. There were also 2 advanced sacred venerables of the older generation. Altogether, there were 11 people. Although the number of people was small, Peerless Holy King was very confident. The other sacred cities also quickly made their preparations. The night passed quickly. When the sun rose the next day, everyone took a deep breath. They all stood up. The great sage kings also walked out. Silver Corpse Holy King stood above the 9 heavens. He said, "Open it." These holy kings formed hand seals and pressed down on the void. The entire void let out a loud roar. Soon, an ancient phantom appeared. It was indomitable, like an immortal king. He held a mirror in his hand. The mirror was drawn into a whirlpool door. Silver Corpse Holy King said coldly, "Walk in, and you will enter the second stage." With that, the people from Acheron Hall rushed in. 47 people from Acheron Hall entered. Each of them was extremely powerful. After they entered the 1,000 Demon City, Thunder God City, Great Desolate Mansion, and other sacred cities all entered. Peerless Holy King also took a deep breath. He said, "You all go in too." With the 2 older generation figures taking the lead, Lin Xian and the others also soared into the sky and walked inside. Looking at the disappearing figures, Acheron Hall, Great Desolate Mansion, and other sacred cities had cold, killing intent in their eyes. This time, they would not return. After everyone left, the holy kings formed hand seals again. The mysterious mirror in the sky shone brightly. Then, it formed a light screen. When the surrounding people saw the scene in the mirror, they exclaimed. It was the person who had just entered. Indeed, the mirror had transformed into the person who had just entered the room. Not only that, the mirror formed 24 light screens. Between heaven and earth, everyone could see it. Even those from the extraterritorial region could see it clearly. So this is what the second stage looks like. Although they had entered, they could clearly see the situation of these people. They wondered what kind of intense battle would break out next. Lin Xian took a deep breath after entering. He knew that it would be very dangerous. However, when he appeared, he was stunned because he realized that there was no one around. Random teleportation. He was surprised. If that was the case, he had to meet up first. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Fortunately, everyone would be randomly teleported. Therefore, he was not afraid that there would be a situation in the early stages where they outnumbered him. They had already thought of such a situation, so they had thought of a strategy to deal with it. Lin Xian took out his token and sent a voice transmission. They began to gather. Chapter 42-41. The geniuses who were scattered all over the place also started to move quickly. At the same time, the elders of the great sage city were watching the battle silently. They were extremely nervous. After all, they couldn't control the situation inside and could only watch from the outside. Suddenly, someone exclaimed as they realized that someone had fallen. The one who was killed was a sacred venerate from the seven-star tower. The one who attacked was Huang Shisan from the great desolate mansion. He was extremely terrifying and no one could escape from him. The people from the seven-star tower looked terrible, but they couldn't do anything about it. Next, everyone watched the battle anxiously. In this space, Lin Xian frowned. He had a strong advantage, and that was his God's Eye of Heaven strike, which allowed him to see more space than others. When he used his Heaven-grade God art, he had a strange feeling that he was being stared at by countless people. Could it be that the people outside could see what was happening inside? Lin Xian was surprised, although he wasn't sure. However, it was better to be careful. Endless thunder filled his body and covered his golden eyes. Then he used his Eye of Heaven strike to look around. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Xian's body swayed, and he quickly dodged. Where he originally stood, an extremely terrifying crack appeared, splitting everything apart. It was a ray of light that was more dazzling than the sun. It was indestructible. Fortunately, Lin Xian reacted quickly and dodged it. The person who attacked in the dark was also surprised. He actually dodged it. However, when Lin Xian turned around and the person saw Lin Xian's face, he smiled bitterly. "It's you, sword maniac." He turned around and fled without saying a word. To be honest, he didn't know who Lin Xian was when he launched the sneak attack, but now he saw it clearly. He knew how terrifying the sword fanatic was, so he was very decisive when he fled. Lin Xian frowned and waved his hand. A ray of sword light shot out like thunder. It directly sent the person flying, causing him to vomit blood. "No, don't kill me. I didn't know it was you. I'm willing to hand over my token. Please spare my life." This person was an expert from the Limitless sect. At this moment, he was very decisive. Lin Xian took the token and snorted coldly, "Scram." If it was outside, even if the other party was from the Limitless sect, he would not have let them off. But here, he didn't go overboard. At least, he didn't kill the other party. He knew that the Yellow Spring Hall, the Great Desolation sect, and the Demon City would definitely team up. Even Lei Xinqing and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion would join hands. Therefore, Peerless City had a lot of enemies. If they wanted to fight back, they had to join forces with other forces. So now, he was looking for some allies that he could unite with. At this moment, a mirror appeared in the sky and shrouded the area below. It was obvious that it was a sacred artifact. It seemed that someone had already started looking for it. At the same time, several pairs of eyes appeared in the sky. Evidently, these were all terrifying eye techniques. Lin Xian, on the other hand, relied on his heavenly secret divine eyes to move quickly. He has already defeated several people. He had also obtained quite a number of tokens. However, he still hadn't managed to gather all of them. After all, everyone had different tokens. There would be a lot of overlap. Moreover, he planned to continue attacking even if he managed to gather all of them. This was because he wanted to eliminate as many people from the holy city as possible. When the experts outside saw this scene, they were shocked. This sword maniac is actually so fast. Yes, he has already obtained 6 tokens. Why do I feel that he can instantly locate the enemy's location? Could it be that he has a powerful eye technique as well? These people were puzzled. Even the Sage Kings frowned. They seemed to want to see through the light screen. However, Lin Xian had a layer of lightning defense on his body. Moreover, they couldn't interfere with the situation inside the space. Therefore, they could only stare. Next, the other geniuses started attacking quickly. They had obtained many more tokens. Some of them were killed. Some of them only lost their tokens and didn't die. Therefore, they just needed to snatch the tokens back within a month. Therefore, they became even crazier. For a time, all kinds of battles broke out. Suddenly, the ancient mirror in the sky lowered its gaze and shrouded Lin Xian. At the same time, countless laws were sprinkled in the surroundings, forming a seal. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the lips of some people in the distance. Found it. They were people from the demon city. At this moment, 3 figures rushed over. Are you going to attack me? Lin Xian sneered. He threw a punch at the seal, causing it to tremble non-stop. At the same time, the expressions of the 3 great demons who were rushing overchanged. Not good. Speed up. He seemed to be fighting back. A pair of wings of shrouding heaven appeared behind one of them and wrapped the 2 of them. The wings moved gently and directly tore through the void. Their speed increased by several times. The other person was wrapped in the wings. His palms were constantly forming seals, causing the mirror in the sky to continuously hammer down light. An unparalleled power erupted from the mirror, causing the world to constantly collide with each other. So much so that some people nearby also sensed it. Their faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated. Someone was attacking. What a terrifying attack. Exclamations could be heard. At the same time, the people watching from the outside naturally noticed this as well. The swordsman was targeted. A great battle was about to break out. They were extremely nervous. And in the space, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The sword chi on his body burned, making him look like a sword god. With a sword, he split the seal. However, Lin Xian didn't leave. Instead, he was waiting. These people wanted to kill him. He was here to send these people to hell. The 3 great demon saints were very fast. They arrived in an instant. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't escape after breaking the seal, the 3 of them were stunned. Then, their faces darkened. Kid, you actually dare to wait here. You're really impatient. Well, I'll take you down today. Earth-shattering power erupted from the 3 of them. The light of laws shot into the sky. It was as if the 3 volcanoes had been resurrected. Lin Xian didn't say anything and directly used the tiger demon to attack. Army Destroyer, Sky Shattering, Soul Suppressor. The 3 attacks were endless. Between heaven and earth, a tiger's roar sounded. It was abnormally terrifying. The 3 great demon saints naturally knew how powerful it was. They roared and attacked together. The 3 of them used their terrifying, unique skills. Among them, the person with the wings of shrouding heaven on his back turned his wings into 2 heavenly blades. A terrifying light flashed. Another person controlled the mirror and used a soul attack. The last person let out a roar as he punched out with a terrifying fist, causing the world around him to collapse. Chapter 42:42. The people outside exclaimed when they saw this scene. The sword maniac shouldn't be able to block it this time, right? Boom, boom, boom. The 3 divine powers collided with the tiger demon fist. Rays of light exploded, and the terrifying laws shocked the world. Then, the 3 divine powers were torn apart, and the 3 beast overlords were sent flying. The spectators outside sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing incomparably shocked expressions. The sword maniac was too powerful, right? The 3 beast overlords in the space also had ugly looks on their faces. The other party was able to fight against them, and the 3 of them were able to injure them. A cold light burst out from their eyes, and they attacked with all their might. With a roar, their bloodlines were fully activated. The terrifying wings of shrouding heaven fluttered between heaven and earth. The ancient mirror kept growing bigger and bigger, like a mountain descending, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The last beast overlord even waved his fist, shattering the void. It had the power to wipe out thousands of troops. These were the 3 ultimate moves, but they were easily broken by Lin Xian. The 3 of their bodies split apart, turning into rain that scattered between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond their expectations. The 3 of them probably didn't expect it even when they were dying. The attack formed by the 3 of them was broken so easily. They were really weak. After Lin Xian killed the 3 of them, he took their storage rings. Then, a large black hand grabbed at the void. He directly controlled the mirror. The mirror wanted to fight back, but Lin Xian slapped it. His heavenly secret divine eyes shattered the soul imprint on it. The 1,000-demon city was really courting death. Lin Xian snorted. He directly controlled the mirror and began to search around. He was looking for the people of the Thousand Demon City. The spectators outside exclaimed in surprise. The faces of the people of the Thousand Demon City turned ugly again. Would the nine-headed Qilin be in danger? That's right. Lin Xian was indeed looking for the people of the Thousand Demon City. Originally, he had a heaven-level divine power, but once he used it, he was afraid that he would be exposed. But now, with this ancient mirror, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. His soul power flowed in continuously, allowing him to scan his surroundings. Soon, he saw the phantoms of a few demonic beasts. Kill! Lin Xian controlled the mirror and flew out. Soon, he arrived in the sky and shot a shocking bolt of thunder at the mountain range below. A crazy roar came from below. A lizard suddenly transformed. Its tail was drawn in the shape of a 1,000-mile mountain range, sweeping across the sky. However, it was easily pierced through by Lin Xian. After 3 moves, the giant lizard was blown apart. After seizing the token and storage ring, Lin Xian continued on his way. Next, he attacked fiercely, killing 5 terrifying demonic beasts. Finally, he met a person. When he saw this person, a smile appeared on his face. Nine-headed Qilin. Nine-headed Qilin's expression was extremely ugly. There were only 2 people beside him. Logically speaking, with his status, it was impossible for him to have so few guards. But after all, it was a random teleportation. After he arrived, he did not have time to gather others. But now, he was found by Lin Xian. This made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. When Nine-headed Qilin saw Lin Xian, his face turned green. He turned around and ran. Lin Xian shot out a bolt of thunder, which turned into a sea of lightning and completely sealed the entire space. In the next moment, he walked forward. Why? You want to leave so soon after seeing me? Where's your arrogance from before? Damn, brat, if you dare to do anything, you're dead. The experts of the Thousand Demon City are nearby. Nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth and roared. Outside, the people of the Thousand Demon City were also stunned when they saw this scene. Soaring Sky Sage King even stood up, his eyes bursting with a cold, murderous intent. A terrifying aura shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone trembled. His cold voice sounded. Sword Maniac, you're dead. The 3 dragons' faces darkened. Peerless Sage King even sneered. Why can't you keep your cool? If you're afraid of death, why let him in? Besides, it's useless for you to scream here. Go in if you dare. Damn it. Soaring Divine King was about to vomit blood. He couldn't control this space, so naturally he couldn't go in. Besides, there were so many Sage Kings. If he broke the rules, he would be attacked. He sat down coldly and gritted his teeth. If anything happens to Nine-headed Qilin, he's dead. The Sword Maniac will definitely die. Whoever dares to protect him will be going against the Demon City. I'll definitely destroy his soul. His cold voice made everyone know that the Thousand Demon City was really angry this time. I wonder what will happen to Nine-headed Qilin? Does this Sword Maniac dare to make a move? In the space, Lin Xian looked at Nine-headed Qilin and laughed. You still dare to threaten me? Looks like you don't know what's good for you. Go, the 2 of you kill him. Nine-headed Qilin roared. Beside him were 2 demon sages. One was shining like the sun, while the other was cold like a demon. These 2 were powerful guardians. Roar! The one on the left was a flaming sparrow. It opened its mouth and spewed out divine fire that burned the 9 heavens. The one on the right spewed out terrifying demonic clouds that covered the sky with a cold aura. When the 2 of them attacked, it was really terrifying. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, the Tiger Demon Fist and Blue Dragon Seal exploded again. The dragon roared, and the tiger roared. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked. The sky, full of divine fire and terrifying demonic clouds, were all shattered. The 2 of them also exclaimed, Not good. Ninth young master. He's too strong. We should hurry and escape. Nine-headed Qilin's expression became extremely ugly. Can we escape? As expected, thunder and terrifying sword chi kept appearing around Lin Xian. The sword chi cut off everything. The 3 of you don't have to surrender. If you kneel down obediently, I can consider leaving your corpses intact. Nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth. He knew that the Thousand Demon City had targeted the other party. The other party would definitely not show mercy. Therefore, he said that the two of them had to hold on for a while. He was going to use a secret technique. He gritted his teeth, and the illusion of a nine-headed sky snake and a Qilin appeared on his body. At the same time, he spat out a huge seal. There was a Qilin coiling around the seal. It was abnormally terrifying. Could it be a treasure left behind by a legendary powerhouse of the Qilin race? When the spectators saw this, they exclaimed. They didn't expect nine-headed Qilin to have such a trump card. When the two demon sages saw this scene, they also took a deep breath. This was the only way. Therefore, their eyes turned red. They were going all out. The laws on their bodies exploded, and they let out terrifying roars. The two of them used their secret techniques and rushed over again. Umph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The wind and thunder laws condensed in his hand, forming a huge and indestructible sickle. When the sickle slashed down, it destroyed everything. Soon, screams were heard. The two demon sages couldn't even block a single move. They were directly killed. Their souls wanted to run, but they were directly enveloped by two balls of golden flames. They burned rapidly. Ah! The miserable screams made one's scalp tingle. Nine-headed Qilin was stunned. They can't even block a single move? He gritted his teeth and spat out blood, staining the Qilin seal. The Qilin seal exploded with an unparalleled radiance. A terrifying roar was heard from it. It was as if a Qilin had been resurrected and rushed into the sky. Chapter 42-43. Great! The nine-headed dragon was overjoyed when it saw this. It turned into a stream of light and tried to leave with the Qilin seal. However, at this moment, a large black palm slapped over and enveloped him. Damn it! The nine-headed dragon roared and blew at the Qilin seal as it charged forward. It wanted to fight against the other party. The Qilin charged into the clouds and wanted to tear the black palm apart. Boom! The two collided and terrifying laws swept in all directions. Countless large cracks spread rapidly. I blocked it. The nine-headed dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, I can fight against the other party. However, he soon realized that he was too naive. There were strange runes on the black palm, and it directly blasted the Qilin's attack away. The black palm closed and grabbed the Qilin directly. At this moment, another palm slapped over. Like the phantom of an azure dragon, it rushed towards Qujin. The nine-headed dragon screamed in pain, and its body was instantly torn apart. No! Outside, the people of the demon city roared crazily when they saw this scene. The nine-headed dragon couldn't block such an attack at all. He would definitely be killed. The nine-headed dragon only had 3 lives left. Now he only had 2 left. Can he still fight against it? Damn it. Why don't those people dare to come? The nine-headed dragon was indeed killed. The azure dragon heart was definitely not something he could withstand. However, his bloodline was special, and he could revive after death. Not long after, the nine-headed dragon phantom appeared on his body. After he was revived, his expression became extremely ugly. Damn it, I will definitely take revenge. He ran away again. However, the azure dragon seal. Once again, it came over. The nine-headed dragon screamed crazily. Lin Xian sneered. You want to beg me? I'll give you a chance. The nine-headed dragon gritted its teeth. I'm a peerless genius. I'm usually high and mighty. How could I beg for mercy? However, he only had 2 lives. The other party could completely destroy him in 2 moves. In order to save his life, he could only grit his teeth and kneel on the ground. Please let me go. I will never go against you again. Ha ha ha! Lin Xian threw his head back and laughed. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he looked up at the sky. Did you see that? The peerless geniuses of the myriad demon city that you have groomed are now kneeling before my feet. I wonder how you feel about that. The people outside were all stupefied. The nine-headed spirit was actually kneeling and begging for mercy. This was truly out of their expectations. Furthermore, Lin Xian's unrestrained provocation shocked them even more. The greater demons of the myriad demon city roared madly. They were originally ferocious, demonic beasts. Usually, they were the ones who suppressed others. No one dared to provoke them. However, at this moment, they were being crazily slapped in the face. Even their most outstanding disciple was kneeling at the feet of that person. Damn it! Those elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The flying sky, Saint King's eyes exploded with a terrifying saber light that pierced through everything, causing the surrounding sky and earth to shatter. The nine-headed Qilin was also roaring crazily inside. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you targeting our myriad demon city? He really doesn't understand. Lin Xian sneered. You people from the demon city use your power to bully others. Do you think you can bully others just because you have the upper hand? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being bullied. I'm here for revenge. As he said that, Lin Xian struck out with soul-suppressing strike. The terrifying black stone tablet descended, completely suppressing the nine-headed Qilin. Lin Xian struck out with a dragon-shaped sword qi that entered the nine-headed Qilin's body, completely sealing him. The nine-headed Qilin felt his strength disappear and became terrified. What are you trying to do? I'm already kneeling and begging for mercy. Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry, I won't kill you now because you're still useful. I'll give you a big gift. He waved his hand and kept the nine-headed Qilin. The people outside were all stunned. Lin Xian didn't attack directly. This was simply too shocking. But thinking about it, they knew that the nine-headed Qilin was probably feeling worse than death right now. They didn't know what Lin Xian was planning. On the other hand, the people from the myriad demon city were all discussing. Lin Xian was here for revenge. Who was he? They had offended many people because of their 5 Yang's might. But so what? No one should be able to go against them. The flying divine king's face darkened as well. He was thinking about who Lin Xian was. Suddenly he thought of someone, but soon he shook his head. Impossible. That guy was poisoned by the yellow spring diagram. He shouldn't be alive. Even if he was alive, he shouldn't be so strong. So, he really didn't know who Lin Xian was. Lin Xian left after suppressing the nine-headed Qilin. He didn't kill him, because he was going to use the nine-headed Qilin to threaten the myriad demon city. Who knew it might be useful, but now he should meet up with the people from Wushuang City. He continued to activate the ancient mirror above his head to search. In other places, the other people were doing the same. They were also searching for the other party and fighting for the token. In the boundless mountains, for flashes of lightning unceasingly flickered and transformed into 4 human figures. They were the 4 experts of the Thunder God. At this moment, they were looking at a figure by the waterfall in front of them, and a smile appeared on their faces. Someone was there, and he was alone. They directly rushed over and fought in all 4 directions, completely surrounding that person. Looking at the other party's appearance, they should be from Peerless City. A cold smile appeared on their faces. They had enmity with Wushuang City. So, did they see the people from Wushuang City? Kneel at our feet obediently and accept our judgment. We can leave you with an intact corpse. In front of them, a young man was sitting on a rock under the waterfall. He was fishing with a fishing rod. Seeing the 4 figures around him, he raised his head and frowned. People from Leishan City, you scared my fish away. Get lost, otherwise die. A cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. The 4 people from Lei Shunchang were stunned. Then they sneered in disdain. What did this kid say? Tell us to get lost? Tell us to die? Ha! Who does he think he is? If you were Fu Hongye or Ling Hu Chue Xue, we would leave immediately. But you're not. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Looks like you're tired of living. Some people were always so reckless. The young man rose to his feet. The fishing rod in his hand was still swaying gently. A low and deep voice was heard. 1,000 mountains, absolute flight. After the voice sounded, the surrounding scene changed. Thousands of illusions of mountains appeared around the waterfall, blocking their path. At the same time, some piercing rays of light tore through the void, shattering the entire void. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, The four sacred venerables from Lei Shin City were pierced through thousands of times by those black shadows. Blood dyed the sky red. Chapter 42-44. In just an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The bodies of the four people also turned into a bloody mist. How could this be? The four of them roared in horror. What happened just now? Wasn't the opponent's divine ability too terrifying? Since you've disturbed my fishing, then you'll become my fish. The young man's eyes once again burst out with a terrifying light. Not good. This is a hidden expert. Run, the four sacred venerables from Thunder God City. Just as they were about to turn and run, a cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. 10,000 paths, no trace. Crack, crack. Time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. The four sacred venerables also stopped in their tracks. Then they shattered like glass. Their souls were directly shattered. They could not believe that the opponent actually had such a terrifying divine ability. The people who were watching the battle outside were also stunned. Oh my God, who is this person? He could actually kill four experts of the same level so easily. His means were simply heaven-defying. He was from Wushuang City. Impossible. Other than Fu Hongye and Linghu Chueshue, was there anyone else in Wushuang City who was so terrifying? The people of the Thunder God City all had ugly expressions on their faces when they heard the commotion. Damn it. They had lost four experts in an instant. They raised their heads and looked at Wushuang City. They weren't the only ones looking over. Everyone was looking over. Wushuang Sage's lips curled into a smile. Did these people think that he did not have any trump cards? What a joke. Wushuang City did not send any hunters before this. It was not that they were not strong enough, but that some people needed to use them at a critical moment. For example, the strength of the second stage was enough to shock these people. In front of the waterfall, the young man killed four sacred venerables of the same level as him, as if he had done something insignificant. He also raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as if he could see through the void. I am Wushuang Sage's third disciple, Lu Yuan. His voice spread in all directions. The spectators' pupils shrank. Wushuang Sage's personal disciple. They did not expect that other than Linghu Chueshue and Fu Hongye, there was actually such a terrifying disciple. They wondered if Wushuang City had any other trump cards. Everyone was shocked. In fact, it was not only Wushuang City. Other sacred cities also had some powerful geniuses. For example, the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Other than Myriad Swords Pavilion, there was another person with terrifying strength. Lu Xuanxin. He was a secret genius nurtured by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Now he had revealed his talent. At this moment, he was facing the three great sage lords. With a single slash of his sword, he forced the three great sage lords to retreat. Third, the great sage knew that he was no match for them and took out the token to save his life. Get lost! Lu Xuanxin waved his hand, and three tokens floated in the air and flew toward him. A smile appeared on his face. This time, he was going to let the heavenly, smiting myriad worlds know how powerful it was. The third great sage retreated, his face pale. To be honest, they were unwilling to accept it, but what could they do? The other party's strength was far above theirs. They couldn't withstand that sword strike. If there were a few more sword strikes, their souls would probably be destroyed. Truly terrifying. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying expert aside from Wang Jiani? Just as the token was about to fly into Lu Xuanxin's hand, the situation suddenly changed. Between heaven and earth, a horrifying sound wave rang out, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. In the distance, the three great sage lords who had yet to retreat felt an intense impact on their souls, as if they were about to be torn apart. What a terrifying sound. Who was it? They came back to their senses and looked into the distance, only to see Lu Xuanxin roaring. Sword Qi burst out from his body, shrouding his body like a ray of light. At the same time, he sneered and said, "Who dares to attack me?" No one appeared between heaven and earth, but the sound wave was even more terrifying. Lu Xuanxin snorted coldly. "You don't know what's good for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. The sound of the sword rang out, and a dazzling sword light appeared, crisscrossing. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, completely sealing off the entire space. With one slash, heaven and earth were destroyed. Finally, the sound wave disappeared. A figure walked out of the cave. To think that he could block my sound wave. Interesting. That person was half human and half demon. He was extremely terrifying. After the 3 great sage lords saw the sword Tao, their pupils shrank. They didn't expect it to be the Azure Sky Rock. This was an extremely frightening expert. He didn't know if this genius from the Myriad Swords Pavilion would be able to resist those people outside. Seeing this scene, they were also shocked and started discussing. Inside the space, Lu Xuanxin narrowed her eyes and sneered when she saw the other party. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a demonic beast. A mere demonic beast dares to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel down and accept your death. Along with her voice, the entire space was completely pierced by sword chi. The terrifying sword chi seemed to want to tear the 9 heavens and 10 lands apart. The Azure Sky Rock was originally disdainful, but when he saw the terrifying sword chi, his pupils shrank. I didn't expect you to be able to master the mysterious heaven sword formation. No wonder you're so arrogant. The Azure Sky Rock was indeed shocked. The mysterious heaven sword formation was a very terrifying sword formation in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. It was very difficult to master. It was said that even the 10,000 Swords Pavilion couldn't master it. He didn't expect the person in front of him to have mastered it. It had been 3,000 years since it appeared. Now that he had mastered it, it was truly terrifying. I didn't expect you to be a sword genius. Since that's the case, then forget it. I don't need to compete with you. I'm pressed for time. With that, a pair of terrifying wings appeared behind the Azure Sky Rock. He spread his wings and was about to fly. Now wasn't the time to fight. However, Lu Xuanxin sneered. You think you can come and go as you please? Once my sword formation is out, I'll use you as a sacrifice. At this point, the terrifying sword chi in the surroundings kept on ringing. One after another, sword shadows appeared between heaven and earth. They were like divine swords that could split the heavens and earth. The sword chi that filled the sky slashed forward. You're courting death. The Azure Sky Rock's face sank. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. Very well, then I'll see if the mysterious heaven sword formation is as powerful as the legends say. With a roar, he carried the heavens on his back and charged over. A picture of the heavens formed on his back. It was abnormally terrifying. It was said that the Azure Sky Rock could carry the heavens away. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. One was a terrifying, mutated beast, while the other was using a lost technique, the mysterious heaven sword formation. The power of the two was unparalleled. The 3 lords of the great sage in the distance were instantly sent flying. They looked at the scene in the distance with pale faces. Fortunately, they had decisively handed over their tokens. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. The spectators outside were also shocked. They didn't expect that there would be hidden geniuses in the second stage. They already knew about some experts in the first stage. They originally thought that the second stage would be a battle between them. They didn't expect that the people in the second stage would be even more terrifying. Every one of them was incomparably terrifying. Whether it was the Azure Sky Rock or Lu Xuanxin, they were both extremely terrifying. However, some people frowned. The mysterious heaven sword formation was indeed extraordinary. The Azure Sky Rock was probably in danger. No way, right? The picture of the Azure Sky Rock couldn't suppress the sword chi. Some people couldn't believe it. Chapter 42-45. Not long after, the blue sky, painting shattered, and was torn apart by the sword chi. The Azure Sky Rock's body was also pierced by the sword chi, and blood splattered out. Countless people exclaimed in shock. Lu Xuanxin sneered. You're nothing much. With a roar, the black heaven sword formation became even more terrifying. Sword chi danced in the air, trying to tear the Azure Sky Rock apart. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The azure sky rock transformed into its true form and launched a peerless attack. It tore apart a corner of the sword formation and quickly fled. However, it was very miserable. Half of its wing was cut open. Blood flowed and dyed its huge body red. Fortunately, it was talented. It activated its bloodline and directly fused with the heavens and disappeared. The spectators were shocked, defeated. The incomparably terrifying azure sky rock was actually defeated. Is this the legendary Black Heaven sword formation? It's too terrifying. Did you run away? I'll definitely kill you next time. Lu Xuanxin snorted coldly, retracted the sword formation, and flew into the distance. Suddenly, she saw a terrifying sword light cutting through the void in the distance. It's senior brother Wan. She was overjoyed and couldn't help but speed up. Soon, she saw a few figures standing in front of her. One of them had an aura that was even stronger than hers. It was Wan Jiani. Senior brother Wan, Lu Xuanxin shouted. The people in front turned their heads. Wan Jiani also smiled. Junior sister Lu. He waved his hand. Lu Xuanxin flew over. The two sides met up, and the people around them praised. Senior brother Wan and senior sister Lu are unparalleled when they join forces. No one can fight against us. The group of people attacked aggressively, and no one dared to stop them. They collected the tokens very quickly, and in the end, they only wanted to eliminate the enemies. Finally, they saw a figure in front of them. One of them slashed at the sky with sword chi, but the other party dodged it. They were surprised that the other party could dodge it. No one could block it before. They knelt and begged for mercy, but the other party didn't seem to be like that. Interesting. I finally met an interesting opponent. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion smiled. Lin Xian frowned. Although he had the ancient mirror, there weren't many people from Wushuang City. There were only 11 of them, so it was more troublesome to gather them. However, he did not expect to run into people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. When the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sent out a sword chi, he instantly dodged it. In the next moment, he was surrounded by 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people. Lin Xian's eyes glinted coldly. You want to fight? He ignored the others and stared at Wan Jiani. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also stunned. They didn't expect it to be the other party. They were greatly surprised. They knew about Lin Xian. After all, the sword fanatic had caused a ruckus and eliminated many experts. Wan Jiani's eyes also emitted a biting cold killing intent. Although he didn't know the other party was very threatening. It was better to get rid of such a potential enemy as soon as possible. The people who were watching the battle outside were stunned once again. Then they burst into exclamations. They did not expect that the two great powerhouses would meet so quickly. No matter if it was the sword maniac or Wan Jiani, they were both extremely terrifying. Besides, there was also Lu Xuanxin, who had made a name for herself. When the two sides met, an unparalleled battle would definitely erupt. Some people from the sacred city let out a cold smile. Great, this kid is definitely dead. Indeed, Lin Xian was alone, while the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had many people, not to mention two great sword experts. In a one-on-one battle, who would be stronger, him or Wan Jiani? Some people started to discuss. The elder from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. How could he be a match for Wan Jiani? He couldn't even defeat Lu Xuanxin. That's right, who does he think he is? He will definitely die when he meets the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The elder from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was very confident. Lu Xuanxin also narrowed her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. She also sneered. You must be the sword fanatic. You were so arrogant before and even dared to attack the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Now, how are you going to die? Lin Xian glanced at her and said coldly, Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Get lost. Let Wan Jiani talk to me. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party at all. In his opinion, only Wan Jiani was worthy of his attention. Lu Xuanxin's face sank completely. He dared to look down on her. Unforgivable. An unparalleled aura erupted from her body. Kid, you dare to provoke me? Senior brother, one doesn't need to do anything. I can deal with you. As she spoke, she strode forward. With every step she took, countless sword chi formed under her feet. After 5 steps, the sword aura that filled the air sealed the entire space, completely shrouding Lin Xian. It was about to start. Everyone was excited. They didn't expect Lu Xuanqin to make a move so soon. Lin Xian also revealed a look of surprise when he sensed the sword chi. His strength is not bad. He looked at her again and said indifferently, "Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. My name is Lu Xuanqin. Remember that I will be your nightmare for life." Lu Xuanqin shouted angrily, and endless sword chi exploded. "You really don't know what's good for you to go against our senior sister Lu." The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion behind her sneered. Wan Jinyi didn't make a move. In his opinion, Lu Xuanqin was enough to kill her opponent. Lin Xian struck out with the blue dragon seal. A dragon's roar was heard between heaven and earth. A huge dragon danced quickly and collided with the terrifying sword chi. Like a comet colliding, the sound of the heaven-shaking squad was heard. The sword chi was all sent flying. However, even the blue dragon shadow was penetrated. One could imagine how terrifying Lu Xuanqin's sword chi was. Kill! The sword chi turned into seawater and surged in all directions. Lu Xuanqin's face was gloomy. She wanted to kill her opponent as soon as possible. Lin Xian was also surprised that his opponent could block his blue dragon seal. He was really surprised. Interesting. He struck out with the blue dragon 9 palms again. Terrifying power exploded. Every palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Both sides were evenly matched. Interesting. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion behind him were all shocked. They knew how terrifying Lu Xuanqin's strength was. Her simple attacks were enough to kill a Saint Venerable of the same level. However, her 2 strikes couldn't do anything to her opponent. The people watching the battle outside were also surprised. This sword maniac was indeed strong. They wondered who would win this battle. The situation seemed to be getting more and more confusing. Lu Xuanqin gritted her teeth. Her opponent's strength was beyond her imagination. Lin Xian said, "Your name is Lu Xuanqin, right? I'll remember it. You're worthy of my full strength." The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion didn't believe that Lu Xuanqin didn't use her full strength. Lu Xuanqin snorted coldly. "Don't be so arrogant. I didn't use my full strength just now either. I'll let you see my ultimate skill." As she said that, she formed a seal with her palms. Countless sword chi flew out and formed a sword array around her. Chapter 42-46. They could feel the power of the sword formation. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He felt a sense of danger, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had never seen this kind of formation from the other saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion before. In fact, he didn't know that this formation had been around for 3,000 years, and no one had mastered it. Lu Xuanqin was the first. When the 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw this scene, a hint of envy and jealousy appeared in their eyes. This showed how powerful Lu Xuanqin's talent in the sword Dao was. Slash! Lu Xuanqin roared. Suddenly, the black heaven sword formation began to rotate, transforming into thousands of sword chi that charged forward. The world shattered, and terrifying laws rushed into the sky, accompanied by a shocking killing intent. Everyone was stunned, and the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also clenched their fists. The fist was too powerful. The sword maniac would definitely die. Lin Xian took a step forward and waved the Tiger Demon Fist to resist. He used the Army Destroyer, Sky Shattering, and Formation Spirit one after another. Then, the 4th divine ability appeared. Demonic Transformation. The roar of a tiger sounded between heaven and earth, and the demonic clouds churned with an extremely terrifying aura. The 2 divine abilities collided between heaven and earth. Lu Xuanqin's palms kept forming seals, and the black heaven sword formation changed, forming millions of sword god phantoms that quickly charged out. They tore the Tiger Demon Fist apart. Lin Xian used the laws of wind and thunder. Countless storms on his left formed a wind sword that bloomed with incomparable light. On his right, an ice and thunder sword formed with a destructive aura. The wind and thunder swords slashed forward. They collided with the phantoms. At the same time, Lin Xian also formed seals with his palms. He used the laws of the five elements to form the five elements sword formation. Boom! At this moment, his sword intent erupted, and a terrifying sword light cut through the void, forcing all the millions of sword god phantoms to retreat. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were stunned. The spectators outside also sucked in a breath of cold air. The sword maniac was indeed a top swordsman. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Lu Xuanxin's Black Heaven sword formation changed again. It turned into a sword shadow that reached the heavens and slashed down, breaking apart the wind and thunder sword and the five-element sword. Even Lin Xian was surprised. His figure flashed as he used the wind shakes the nine heavens and quickly dodged. At the same time, he said, "Your swordsmanship is much stronger than I imagined. No wonder you dared to stand against me. However, it is still impossible for him to defeat me." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. In the next moment, an astonishing sword intent burst forth. Obviously, he was going to go all out. Hearing this, Lu Xuanxin was shocked. Did the other party want to die? However, when she felt the sword intent, her expression changed. How was that possible? Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? She was completely enraged. She formed a seal, and the mysterious heaven sword formation erupted with a violent force. It swept out. One sword shadow after another formed between heaven and earth. The power formed by the combination of these sword formations was incomparably mysterious. First slash of the Black Heaven. The giant sword that reached the heavens was held by a hand. Then it slashed down crazily, as if a god was really angry. The power of the mysterious heaven sword formation was terrifying again. Probably not many sacred venerables could withstand it. Only the older generation could withstand it head-on. When the spectators saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed. Indeed, Wang Jinyi's nerves were also tense. To be honest, he felt threatened now. Lu Xuanxin was younger than him. If she was allowed to grow for another 100 or 200 years in the future, she might really surpass him. This shocked him greatly. Could its powers still be increased? Lin Xian was surprised. He saw that Lu Xuanxin had already activated the Sect Convergent Sword. It was obvious that she had strengthened the power of the formation. Thinking of this, he also waved his hand. An abiding cold aura burst out. A flying sword appeared in his hand, which turned into tens of thousands of sword chi and rotated crazily around him. Sword kinesis technique. At this moment, as he moved, all the sword chi began to tremble violently. At the same time, a low dragon roar sounded from within his body. Those sword chi seemed to have transformed into huge dragons that suddenly roared towards the sky. The terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble violently. At this moment, even the people in the distance looked up. There were peerless experts fighting. Go quickly. They were scattered all over the world, but at this moment, they were gathering in the same place. What a terrifying sword chi. What a terrifying power. Lu Xuanxin was also surprised. To be honest, other than Wang Jinyi, she didn't care about anyone else. She didn't expect this sword maniac to be such a threat to her. So what? She was extremely confident in the mysterious heaven sword formation. This was a sword technique that no one except her had mastered. With a roar, a flash of light appeared in her eyes. Then, the giant sword slashed down crazily. Boom! A gigantic sword clashed with countless terrifying sword shadows. Then, tens of thousands of thunderous roars erupted. The world completely shattered, and the surrounding people of the myriad sword pavilion kept retreating. They couldn't withstand this power at all. On a mountain peak in the distance, the azure sky rock's eyes were filled with shock. This was the aura of the mysterious heaven sword formation. Who was fighting with the other party? He had experienced the power of the mysterious heaven sword formation before. Even he couldn't withstand it. Now, an even more terrifying swordsman had appeared. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. The mountain peak that he was originally standing on also cracked. Crack, crack, crack. In the sky, Countless cracks appeared on the heaven-reaching sword, like a spider web on one side. Then, with a cracking sound, the sword light turned into countless laws and scattered in the sky. The heavenly sword shadow was directly shattered. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so powerful. How was this possible? The elders of the Myriad Sword Pavilion were stunned. That was the mysterious heaven sword formation. How could anyone break it? Lu Xuanxin kept retreating, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face was full of shock. She couldn't believe that it was the mysterious heaven sword formation. It was her most powerful ability. But now it had been shattered. Damn it! What kind of sword technique is this guy using? Why is his sword intent so powerful? At this moment, he felt like he was in a dream. He roared like crazy. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless sword chi descended again, sending Lu Xuanxin flying. Then he said, "You're not my match. However, your strength is not bad. Judging from your talent in the sword Dao, you might be above the Myriad Sword one. Why don't you submit to me, and I'll take you in as my disciple?" To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised. Although he wasn't as strong as her, he didn't expect her to be so young and beautiful. It really shocked him. He could tell that this sword technique was very terrifying. Even the Myriad Sword one wouldn't be able to do it. Otherwise, the other party would have already used it during the previous battle. With such talent in the sword Dao, he had the heart to cherish talents. "You want to take me in as your disciple?" Lu Xuanxin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Was he older than her? What kind of joke was this? She was a top genius, and she felt that he was slapping her in the face. Chapter 42-47. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Kill me if you can. Lu Xuanxin gritted her teeth and said. Lin Xian shook his head. Your sword will be even stronger in my hands. The people from Wanjin Pavilion went crazy when they heard that. Even the saint ruler of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had an ugly expression on his face. What a load of nonsense. Wanjini rushed up with a murderous aura. He said, Junior sister, don't listen to him. He wants to destroy your cultivation. This guy is too despicable. Let's kill him together. Together? Lu Xuanxin was stunned. The spectators were also shocked. No way. Wan Jinni came in. Is he not confident? To be honest, Wan Jinni's face turned cold when he saw Lin Xian's strength. He was confident. However, it was very troublesome. He might even be able to defeat him. However, he might not be able to kill him. He had to get rid of such a person as soon as possible. Therefore, he decided to join forces with Lu Xuanxin. This guy is too despicable. We can definitely kill him if we join forces. However, Lu Xuanxin hesitated. Although she was arrogant, she had never thought of joining forces with others. In her opinion, geniuses would not bother to join forces with others. Unless it was a team battle. She really didn't want to fight two against one like now. So she said, before she could finish, Wan Jinni said, No buts. If I let this guy go, there will be endless trouble. In order to survive, she had to kill him. How shameless. Lin Xian sneered when he heard that. This Wan Jinni is indeed ruthless. Now he wants to join forces to kill me. Wan Jinni, are you not even qualified to fight me one-on-one? How dare you call yourself a sword genius? In less than 3 years, you will be surpassed by this junior sister of yours. Kid, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death today. Wan Jinni pulled out his sword. He activated 10,000 swords, and an extremely terrifying aura burst out. This power was even more terrifying than Lu Xuanxin's. Lu Xuanxin did not make a move, but the 6 experts from Wan Jinni pulled out their swords and fought in 6 directions. They followed Wan Jinni's orders and would not let Lin Xian escape. Lin Xian's face darkened. Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill their wish. Although he was in a very dangerous situation now, facing 2 top-notch experts and 6 experts from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, he was still in a very dangerous situation. However, he was still not afraid. At most, he would use his trump card to reveal his identity to everyone. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up. A terrifying sword intent appeared on his body. It soared straight into the clouds. From the looks of it, Lin Xian was also about to make a move. However, at this moment, a voice rang out from the sky. Bullying with numbers. Do you really think that there's no one left in Wushuang City? As soon as he said this, the faces of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion members changed. Even Lin Xian was stunned. The people from Peerless City had arrived. Who was it? Was it Senior Brother Fu or Senior Brother Ling Hu? He raised his head and saw that it wasn't her. Instead, it was a man in green who descended from the sky. His face was unfamiliar. However, Lin Xian knew that this was one of the senior brothers of Peerless City. When Wan Jinni saw that it wasn't Fu Hongye, he sneered. Just anyone dared to come and seek death. Kill him. As soon as his voice fell, the 6 experts unleashed a terrifying sword chi and rushed towards the other party. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He didn't know the strength of this young man in green. The young man in green said coldly with a calm gaze. Thousands of mountains flying away. Countless mountain peaks appeared between heaven and earth, enveloping the 6 sword saints. Then, black phantoms flew out from the mountain peaks. They were like sharp blades, covering the sky and earth. There were at least 10 million of them. In an instant, the 6 sword saints retreated. Countless bloody holes appeared on their bodies. Their bodies were dyed red with blood. In the blink of an eye, they were seriously injured. So powerful, everyone's pupils constricted. Wan Jinni was also stunned. Lin Xian was the same. He took a deep breath. What a terrifying supernatural power. It seemed that this person should also be a top-notch genius. Who are you? Wan Jinni gritted his teeth and asked. He didn't expect Peerless City to have such an expert other than Ling Hu Chui Xue and Fu Hongye. I'm Lu Yuan, the 3rd disciple of Peerless Saint King. Wan Jinni, you're a top-notch genius on the pilgrim list. How can you be so despicable now? You want to fight me with numbers? You can try now. Lu Yuan stepped in the air, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. Wan Jinni's face was very ugly. They originally had an absolute advantage. However, Lu Yuan's appearance directly injured the 6 sword saints, causing them to lose their advantage in an instant. It was just Lu Yuan. If they really fought, Wan Jinni wasn't afraid at all. However, in the next moment, his face became extremely ugly. That was because at that moment, another ethereal voice sounded. Oh, someone wants to bully Peerless City? As soon as this voice was heard, everyone's soul trembled violently. They felt that their souls were about to split open. Even Lin Xian took a deep breath. What a terrifying soul expert. Moreover, it was someone from Peerless City. Everyone looked up and saw a woman walking over in the sky. She was wearing a black dress, like a flower that bloomed in the netherworld. Her hair was snow white. The 2 contrasting colors on his body were incomparably strange. Her eyes were black and white, as if they were yin and yang. Her appearance caused the entire world to become oppressive. Who was this person? Everyone was shocked, and so were the elders of the sacred city who were watching from the outside. Did Peerless City have another top-notch genius? Impossible. How could there be so many geniuses? Who are you? Wan Jinni gritted his teeth and asked. He felt that the other party's cultivation was ordinary, but her eyes were too terrifying. That was an eye technique, and her soul was extremely powerful. It was a great threat to him. I am the 6th disciple of Peerless Sage King, Yu Ruo. The mysterious woman's voice sounded between heaven and earth, and countless people took a deep breath. Another personal disciple. How many disciples did Peerless Sage King take in? The people of Wan Jinni Pavilion had ugly expressions. The people of Acheron Hall and Great Desolation Mansion also looked gloomy. Damn it, they were too careless. They had underestimated Peerless City. They didn't expect Peerless City to have so many hidden geniuses. Yu Ruo stood in the void and said coldly, Wan Jinni, you said that you wanted to fight as a team. All right, let's start now. As she spoke, an extremely powerful soul storm swept over. Wan Jinni roared and activated Wan Jinni's body to defend himself. Lu Xuanxin also used the Black Heaven Sword technique to cover her body. The 6 injured sword saints also wanted to defend themselves. But soon, their glabella cracked and their souls were destroyed. Are they dead? Wan Jianyi gritted his teeth in disbelief. His opponent's soul was so powerful. The people outside were also stunned. This person's soul is probably close to the middle stage of the Holy Venerate realm. Lin Xian was also shocked. Isn't this too powerful? Even his heavenly secret divine eyes felt a pressure. He didn't know what kind of eye technique the other party had cultivated. His senior brother had taken in so many geniuses. He didn't know about it before. That's right, a team competition? Lu Yuan also laughed. Looks like we haven't fought for a long time. Time to let them know how powerful we are. Wan Jianyi was furious. What a joke. He wanted to fight as a team battle because they had the advantage. But now, the other party had more experts than them. It would be very disadvantageous for them to fight as a team. So he snorted and stared at Lin Xian. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.